Chapter 1 Imperial Marriage. Xia Kingdom. Above the palace of the emperor, the noble Emperor Xia Kingdom is sitting on the throne. Amidst the magnificent grand hall, thousands of officials stood there, and a group of officials sat respectfully. However, everyone's gaze fell on the center of the hall, on the 100 slim, graceful beauties who looked like delicate flowers. These 100 beauties all come from official homes. They are either the daughter of the minister of Xia Kingdom or close relatives of the minister of Xia Kingdom. They all have great backgrounds. They are here today because sitting across from them are the 13 princes of Emperor Xia Kingdom. Imperial marriage. This is a political method used by the emperors of the Xia Kingdom to consolidate the power of the emperor. All the beauties that the prince sees will be accepted as concubines by the prince, so that the officials will have the background and power corresponding to the prince, and this opportunity is also when the prince chooses to establish his own power in the court. If you want to win over which minister, you will choose the minister's daughter or close relatives. In this way, the two families will naturally get close, and power will be established. This is not just what the princes wished. It is also the wish of hundreds of beauties. Although they are the daughters of the ministers and their status is noble, but being able to climb to the top of the royal family is a rare opportunity for them in a lifetime. You know, the lowest achievement of the prince in the future is also the prince of the prince. If it goes further, then it will be the future emperor of Xia Kingdom. If they can marry a future emperor and monarch, they are equivalent to becoming imperial concubines. One can imagine how high their status is. Therefore, at this time, each of these hundreds of beauties smiled and smiled, standing straight, showing their beauty and demon's ghost figure to the best of their ability, eagerly looking at the 13 princes. However, when their eyes fell on the eldest prince Xia Yan, who was in the head position, dressed in luxurious purple clothes, with handsome eyes, star-like eyebrows, and a slightly pale face, they involuntarily appeared a touch of worry and fear. This worry is not because of other things, but because they don't want to be selected by this prince. It stands to reason. The eldest prince, that is the eldest son of the 13 princes, is the most qualified and the most orthodox person to inherit the throne. They should choose him if they want to climb the dragon and attach the phoenix. It is a pity that there are rumors throughout the entire Xia Kingdom, and even the local people know that the eldest prince of Xia Kingdom is an out-and-out waste. Read more at fictionzone.net. I was born weak and seriously ill, so I was soaked in the medicine jar. Unable to practice, so far there is not even a trace of spiritual chi on the body, let alone the realm of cultivation. On the other hand, the other 12 princes have reached the mortal realm 9th stage at a young age, and even a half-step Yuan realm, about to step on join Yuan realm and become a master of Yuan realm. Not only that, as the prince of Xia Kingdom, he should have some power, but since the death of his mother, no one among the officials dared to get close to him. So that the grand prince was actually a lonely man without any power. Because of this, the big prince Xia Yan is nothing but an empty shell with no real power. Coupled with such a weak physique, it is not surprising when you suddenly belch. If you marry him, let alone the future monarch, it is a good thing not to keep a living widow. Sure enough, look at my eyes one by one, as if I was a ghost who was about to eat them. Thanks to my dignified prince, I'm not as good as an ordinary courtier. I said, when will your broken system be activated? I have been here for almost a year, can you give me some reaction? Xia Yan in the head position sighed with a helpless expression. Yes, Xia Yan is not from this world at all. He was originally an ordinary young man on the planet who graduated from a college and spent 3,000 one-month jobs every day waiting to die. Whoever thought of working overtime too late once, when a thunderstorm was coming home suddenly, a thunder fell violently, and directly knocked him into this world. Xia Yan didn't expect that she could really traverse as described in countless novels, and traversed into a vast world where the strength is the highest, the strength is the respect, and the weak can eat the strong. Of course, the most important thing is that as soon as he arrived, he heard the voice the system is activating, and he was so excited that he couldn't be more excited. Xia Yan thinks that from now on, he will be able to open and close like the protagonist in countless novels, sweep through the 6 corners of the wild, and become a powerful fighter. What immortal, god, demon, disappear in a flash? Whoever thought? The system is activating. This prompt has lasted for nearly a year, and it hasn't been activated yet. Naturally, what kind of fighter jets are awesome, what are they sweeping the wilds of Liuhe, all are in vain. Had it not been for the renewal of the life of this eldest prince, I am afraid that with Xia Yan's current weak body, it would have been over long ago. Today at the imperial marriage, Xia Yan was originally prepared to use his body as an excuse and did not intend to come, because he had anticipated that he would encounter the situation just like this one before him. All the beauties looked at him with sincere, fearful eyes. Sweep, for fear of being selected by him. The dignified prince seems to have become a plague god, everyone can't avoid it. And what if you choose? With this weak body, he doesn't even have the slightest ability to do things. Didn't he choose to make a fool of himself? You can imagine how helpless Xia Yan is when she has fallen to this level. But the emperor said that there are still distinguished guests coming today, as the prince, he must be there. No, Xia Yan can only bite the bullet and come. However, this is not the most depressing part of Xia Yan. On the 3rd row, the 4th from the left has a good appearance and a graceful figure. Brothers and brothers, don't grab it with me. A young man with graceful white clothes and a black sword on his waist smiled. Xia Yan glanced at him. The young man's name is Xia Kainyu. Yes, that's right, his prototype is Qin Meng, Qin Yu, who became the first person on the Hongmeng Gold list in later novels. 4th brother, 7th in the 1st row, I think it's much better than your choice. A sturdy young man with a black robe, his arms exposed. And bronze skin, said with a smile. The 5th brother Xia Linli. The 2nd person in the Hongmeng Gold list. There are still 30 years of Hedong and Hexi's 12th brother Xia Xiaoyan, the 2nd brother Xia Fenghan who likes to practice the method of absorbing swallow, and the 6th brother Xia Yefan who is practicing finger killing. It's so special, the system is going to be killed. Me. Asterisk. Chapter 2, Supreme Limitless Mall. Yes, after Xia Yan came into this world, not only did the system fail to activate, he was a useless person, and he was shocked to discover that all his 12 emperor brothers are all famous protagonists. From Xia Kainyu, Xia Linli, Xia Yefan, Xia Lufeng, Xia Xiaoyan, etc. Everything can be applied regardless of the name, the posture they show, and the ability of cultivation. According to the system, the world Xia Yan is in is the center of all worlds. All those who have achieved the supreme honor in other worlds and have won the universal fate will be projected here. It can be seen that not only these characters will appear, but more protagonists from other novels will appear in the follow-up. This is the real reason why Xia Yan is depressed. Welcome to the 2nd princess of Tang Kingdom. At this time, a grand shout of Qi Ming came from outside the hall. In an instant, in the hall, whether it was the emperor, the officials, or the prince, everyone stood up and looked out of the hall with scorching eyes. Big Tang Kingdom. That's it. Xia Yan finally understood why the emperor insisted on attending himself. This is an extremely huge world, called the vast continent. The vastness of the continent, even the most powerful Grand Extremity Realm powerhouse in Xia Kingdom, can hardly be completed in his lifetime. The Xia Kingdom is located in the eastern region among the 4 regions of East, West, South, and North. In the eastern region, there are many countries like stars. Between countries, they are divided into small kingdoms, grand kingdoms, supreme kingdoms, imperial empires, divine empires, and holy empires that are out of reach. Xia Kingdom is small kingdoms. Big Tang Kingdom is grand kingdoms. Therefore, to welcome the princesses of the grand kingdoms, they naturally have to have enough etiquette. Hey! Suddenly, a long and loud feng ming sound came. Outside the hall, a phoenix full of flames and flames flew from the sky. When it gradually gets closer, you can clearly feel the heat wave on your face. Great Extremity Realms 9 Fire Phoenix as a mount. The name of the Grand Kingdoms is really well deserved. Xia Yan sighed silently in her heart. The cultivation realm of the vast continent is divided into Mortal Realm, Yuan Realm, Core Realm, Minor Extremity Realm, Great Extremity Realm, Grand Extremity Realm, True Emperor Realm, True Emperor Realm, and beyond, it is the legendary Divine Realm. But that realm is not recorded even in the classics, it is an existence that is hard to see in a lifetime. Xia Kingdom currently has the highest 2 Grand Extremity Realm powerhouses. The Great Extremity Realm level powerhouse under the Grand Extremity Realm, in Xia Kingdom, is a general, a great man who is entrusted with the king. Xia Kingdom has to be served with delicious food and drink, hoping to be able to offer it to be the Secretary of the State. Not to mention the Great Extremity Realm level spirit beasts, extremely fierce, sleeping in the depths of the barren mountains, except for the Grand Extremity Realm powerhouse, no one dares to provoke them at will. The Emperor Xia Kingdom may not even see it. However, in the Great Tang Kingdom, he became the princess's mount, and the gap is evident. Read more at fictionzone.net. Soon, the 9 Fire Phoenix stopped outside the main hall. And everyone's eyes gathered on the shadow of the snow-white feather coat on its back and the golden crown on its head. Oh! It's so pretty! Seeing Qianying, he naturally saw the appearance of the second princess of Tang Kingdom, which immediately made his eyes bright. Thin cherry-like red lips, exquisite facial features, beautiful eyes flowing with stars. For example, Xia Yan has seen so many beauties as the eldest prince, but none of them can match the second princess of Tang Kingdom in front of her. Those 100 beauties from the families of the ministers were even more eclipsed in front of her. Not only Xia Yan, but everyone else, especially the 12 princes next to him, many people looked dumbfounded. What does it mean to be amazed? This is... At this moment, 9 Fire Phoenix opened his mouth and spit out, and a fire bridge made up of flames appeared in the air. The second princess stepped on the fire bridge, step by step, and finally came to the center of the hall, and paid a serious salute to the Emperor Xia Kingdom. Big Tang Kingdom Tang sooner, I have seen His Majesty the Emperor Xia Kingdom. Sooner? Xia Yan raised her brows at once. Wouldn't it be so coincidental? Ha ha ha, the second princess can come to my Xia Kingdom, it is my Xia Kingdom's blessing. The Emperor Xia Kingdom laughed heartily, I know your intentions this time. Your Majesty the Emperor of Tang Dynasty is willing to let you marry me Xia Kingdom. Here, you can choose any one of them to be your husband-in-law. As soon as this statement came out, except for Xia Yan, the eyes of the other 12 princes became fiery. This is the princess of the Emperor of the Grand Kingdoms. If you can marry her, you will have a relationship with the royal family of Grand Kingdoms, and you can figure out how much benefit it can bring them with your heels. What's more, the second princess of Sunar was born so beautiful and charming, so I can't help but ask the hero, who doesn't love beauty? They are naturally admiring. In contrast, Xia Yan has a calm face. Grand kingdoms are grand kingdoms. When you come, others will take your own part. Xia Yan murmured silently in her heart. He is very clear about how many caddies he is. Although he is expensive as the prince, this title is in the second princess of the Grand Kingdoms, obviously it has no effect at all. Coupled with the prestige that he has already broadcast, as long as this Princess Sunar is not mentally retarded, she would basically not choose herself. Just don't know, who will she choose in the end? Could it be, it is destined in the dark? Xia Yan turned his attention to his 13th brother, the youngest one, Xia Xiao Yan. Thank you, Your Majesty. After a salute, Tang Sunar continued, it is said that Your Majesty specially prepared a feast for Sunar. Why not wait until the banquet and Sunar announces the answer? Obviously, Tang Suner didn't want to make a decision so early. Ha ha ha, okay. Come on. Play music. The Emperor Xia Kingdom knew what she meant, and immediately Lanxus smiled and waved, and the musicians who had been prepared around the hall began to play wonderful ancient music. At the beginning of the banquet, delicious dishes made with all kinds of rare beast meat were also brought to every prince, courtiers, beauties, and Tang Suner in the hall. Third brother, look. Isn't the second princess smiling at me? Don't be passionate. She is watching me. Don't worry. In terms of realm, I am the highest, no woman does not like the strong. At this time, the 12 princes also started to yell one by one, all wanting to be the consort whom the second princesses of grand kingdoms would like to see. Let them fight, I am happy. This meat is good. Xia Yan, who had given up so hard, has a relaxed face and concentrated on eating delicious dishes. At this time, boom! Xia Yan suddenly felt an unprecedented roar in his head burst open, and then the whole person's consciousness seemed to jump out. Supreme Limitless System activated successfully. Host, welcome to Supreme Limitless Mall. Asterisk. Chapter 3 God Level Ability. 3 more flowers, collect. Evaluation. An unfamiliar, ethereal female voice full of sacredness came, as if lingering in the whole world. When Xia Yan's consciousness regained consciousness, she suddenly realized that she was in a vast starry sky. Soul binding is successful. Mall has been opened. The highest authority you can currently purchase items is advanced. With the ethereal and holy female voice filled the entire starry sky. I saw in front of Xia Yan, there was a huge scroll composed of endless starry sky, revealing immortal aura, slowly hanging down. With golden starry sky characters written on it, familiar and unfamiliar cultivation technique magical powers are written. Swallowing demon skill. Western Emperor Jing. A. There are also Taoist Sutras, Void Sutras, Salvation Sutras, Undead Heavenly Power, No Beginning Sutras, Demon Emperor 9 Slashes, Cross Tribulation Immortal Songs, 9 Secrets, Sun Ancient Sutras, Taiyin Ancient Sutras, Chaos Ancient Emperor Sutras. Xia Yan opened her eyes wide and looked at these cultivation techniques in shock. Not only that. Great Void, Great Karma, Great Wishes, Great Destiny, this is the 3000 Way. The 7 Kills of the Beast God, the Juyu Chaos Monument, the Secret Book of Floating Blood, the Essays of Time and Space, even the highest cultivation technique of the starry sky is here. Xia Yan swept through one after another, and the surprise and brilliance in her eyes were even greater. All the cultivation technique magical powers have appeared in the novels, and each one is enough to shock a lifetime. If you just take it out and practice a little bit, Xia Yan will not just suppress Xia Kingdom, but also suppress Big Tang Kingdom. Wait, the numbers, could they be prices? Xia Yan saw the names of these cultivation techniques, followed by a string of golden numbers. After looking closely, the unit turned out to be spirit stones. Demon skill price, 2 billion spirit stones. Void Sutra price, 20 million spirit stones. 9 Secrets price, 80 million spirit stones. No Beginning Sutra price, 2 billion spirit stones. After a few glances, Xia Yan found that the cheapest cultivation technique in the junior level required 1 million spirit stones. I'll go, this is too expensive. The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched. Spirit stones are items that only repairers can use, and they are also a high-level trading currency. 1 spirit stones is enough to be worth 100 taels of gold. Therefore, even in the Xia Kingdom treasury, it is only worth tens of millions so far. He is a dead prince, where can he get so many spirit stones to buy cultivation technique magical powers? Read more at fictionzone.net. Host, since your initial binding is successful, the system will give you a chance to draw a lottery. The holy ethereal female voice said. Good, good. Newcomer spree. I know the rules. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly shined. Anyway, no matter what cultivation technique is, as long as the turntable is randomly turned to 1, he can start to embark on the road of cultivation, become a strong one, and stand on top of the Xia kingdom. At that time, not only can the problem of being useless be completely reversed, but there is no need to worry about the source of the spirit stones. With the strength, are you afraid that you won't be able to get the spirit stones? Once he has enough spirit stones, he can continue to grow himself and continue the cycle. Sooner or later, he might be able to be equal to the legendary divine realm. Wow! Suddenly, right next to the huge golden scroll, a huge golden turntable with countless mysterious patterns appeared from the void. The turntable is densely packed, listing thousands of cultivation techniques, and rewards ranging from tens of thousands to millions and even hundreds of millions of spirit stones. I saw the huge golden turntable began to rotate slowly. The speed of rotation becomes faster and faster. Come on, come awesome, I want to suppress everyone. Xiaoyan's eyes were fiery, and she kept chanting prayers in her heart. Having been in this world for a year, carrying the title of a waste person, who would believe that if you say you have not been angry and have a blank eye? In the eyes of outsiders, Xiaoyan is still a beautiful prince, with endless glory and wealth, but behind the back, those princes despise themselves with contempt and disdain, and sometimes even Big Brother is unwilling to shout, but directly call the name taboo. Even some courtiers and officials are polite on the surface, but they hurt him in various ways when they get to the back. Had it not been for Xiaoyan's stronger willpower, she would have been mad. He has been waiting for this moment. Xiaoyan wants to take back all the hatreds, angers, and grievances accumulated in her heart over the past year. Boom! When the rotating speed of the huge golden turntable reached its extreme, a burst of dazzling golden light burst out. Congratulations, you have won the jackpot with a 0.01% probability. 1 trillion spirit stones. The system's ethereal and holy female voice came. Xiaoyan's eyes widened at the time, and her eyes were full of shock. 1 trillion. Xiaoyan looked at it again, and in the lower right corner of the retina in front of him, a row of small characters appeared. The number of spirit stones currently owned, 100,000, 000, 000, 000. My CAO. Actually, there are really 1 trillion spirit stones. Developed. This time developed. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. An ecstasy surged out of Xiaoyan's heart, and the excitement made her whole person jump up and laughed wildly. Fortunately, he is ideological now. If it were in reality, I am afraid that he would have lost his attitude and made people laugh at jokes long ago. After a while, the ecstasy in Xiaoyan's heart finally eased slightly. Buy. I want to buy them all. Buy all the demon skills, the beginningless sutras, and the supreme secrets. In front of the trillions of spirit stones, what else can't be bought? Host, I suggest you choose the advanced ability. Ethereal female voice came. Advanced ability. Xiaoyan was puzzled. At this time, the golden words on the huge gold scroll all gradually dimmed and disappeared. A new column of golden words appeared again. The content is very different from before. Xiaoyan took a look, and she was shocked. 1 punch destroy. With 1 punch, you can destroy enemies within 3 realms higher than yourself. Upgradable. Move instantly, it can instantly reach anywhere in the line of sight. Upgradable. Inextinguishable sky fire, release flames and continuously burn any objects within 2 realms higher than itself. Except for cutting off the connection between objects or using means higher than 3 realms. No means can be extinguished. Upgradable. Indestructible freeze, release freeze, which can freeze any object within 2 realms higher than itself. Means that are not higher than 2 realms cannot be destroyed. Upgradable. Absolute defense, the non-injury defense is higher than all attacks within 2 realms of oneself. Upgradable. Swallowing realm. All creatures in the devouring realm that are below their own realm can be killed instantly, swallowed directly, cultivation base spiritual chi, and they are all owned by themselves. If the object is dead, swallow it directly. Upgradable. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Spending like crazy. 4 more flowers, collect. Evaluation. Hi. Seeing the introduction of these advanced abilities, Xiaoyan gasped in shock and opened her mouth wide, unable to speak. These have completely exceeded the scope of the previous cultivation technique magical powers, reaching the highest point in all fields. What is the concept of hitting an opponent higher than your own 3 realms with one punch? Not a small realm, but a big realm. At this moment, Xiaoyan can hit any core realm 9th stage or even a half-step minor extremity realm master. And such a master can become a strong presence in Xia Kingdom. What else are instantaneous movement, immortal sky fire, immortal freezing, absolute defense, etc. Each of them is a super ability that transcends any cultivation technique. Even the highest cultivation technique, Xiaoyan has to practice a little bit, and it's not bad to be able to cross a big realm with people. Now he can blow up people who are higher than 3 big realms with one punch. One can imagine how terrifying the gap is. If Xiaoyan raises his realm again, it is equivalent to that he can continue to punch minor extremity realm, great extremity realm, and even the powerhouse of grand extremity realm. What is this advanced ability? It is clearly a godlike ability. But this price? After the shock, Xiaoyan saw the price of these advanced capabilities. One punch burst price, 50 trillion spirit stones. Movement price, 10 trillion spirit stones. Unextinguishable skyfire price, 15 trillion spirit stones. Indestructible frozen price, 15 trillion spirit stones. Absolute defense price, 20 trillion spirit stones. Swallowing field price, 30 trillion spirit stones. It's worthy of a godlike ability, the price is amazingly high. Xiaoyan took a deep breath. The Xia Kingdom treasury only has a reserve of 10 million spirit stones. Even if the Tang Kingdom belongs to the Grand Kingdoms, the accumulation of spirit stones is worth hundreds of millions. A country that can accumulate trillions of spirit stones must be imperial empires, less to say. As for the trillions of spirit stones, I am afraid that only divine empires can own it. Of course, the real wealth is not the national treasury of each country, but the powerhouses at the top. The wealth they own is enough to rival the country. Just like Xiaoyan. At this time, the trillions of spirit stones in his hand are comparable to the divine empire's treasury. The more expensive, the stronger these advanced abilities. System, I want to consume. Read more at fictionzone.net. With trillions of spirit stones in hand, of course Xiaoyan has to spend a lot of time. Host, please select the ability you want to buy. Ethereal female voice came. The first one, I choose a punch. Xiaoyan bought a punch without hesitation. As a means of attack, one punch is undoubtedly the most powerful. It can cross the entire 3 realms to kill in seconds. The powerful ability is second to none among the advanced abilities. Moreover, after the description of a punch and bust, there are 3 words upgradable, indicating that its potential is more than that. If it is upgraded in the future, let alone cross 3 realms, I am afraid that it can cross 4, 5, 1, even 6 big realms to kill the enemy in seconds. Not only that, as long as Xiaoyan's own cultivation base level is improved, the usefulness of one punch will also skyrocket. Are you sure you want to purchase a high-level ability pushed with a punch? Confirm. Wow! As Xiaoyan's voice fell, a dazzling golden light burst out of his body. This golden light flooded the entire star, lasting for nearly 10 seconds before it gradually dimmed. You already have high-level abilities battered with a punch. The ethereal female voice prompted. Sure enough, expensive things, even the learning process is omitted. Xiaoyan grinned. As soon as he clenched his fist, he could feel the power surging from above. He couldn't describe this power, but it gave him a kind of self-confidence to look around the world. The second. I choose absolute defense. Xia Yan quickly made a new decision. With the strongest means of attack, Xia Yan certainly has to get a means of self-defense. Why has he been a useless person for so many years? It's because the body is not enough. I have been soaked in a medicine jar since I was a child, and my hands are no strength to bind a chicken, and my physique is weaker than that of a court lady, let alone practice. Now it's hard to have a super physique that can defend against damages higher than his own 2-realm attacks. How could Xia Yan let go of this opportunity? Are you sure to purchase advanced capabilities absolute defense? Confirm. Wow! Another golden light shines from Xia Yan. As before, it lasted 10 seconds before it gradually dimmed. Comfortable. In these 10 seconds, although there was no change in the appearance of her body, Xia Yan could obviously feel the cells all over her body cheering and had a revolutionary rebirth. There are 30 trillion spirit stones left. Xia Yan focused on those advanced abilities again. Attack and defense are there. What's next? Teleportation? This high-level ability is really good. If you encounter a higher-level powerhouse, you can quickly escape. But, run? All have advanced abilities, but still need to run? That's too inferior. Thinking of this, Xia Yan's eyes flashed. System, the third one, I choose to swallow the realm. Xia Yan said directly. You know, the other 12 princes all began to practice at the age of 8, exhausting countless geniuses and treasures, and they can only reach where they are today if they are carried by the strong master. I'm not a cultivating genius with extraordinary talents. If I want to catch up with them, isn't that a foolish dream? And what is the fastest way to become stronger? It's not an explosion of talent, but it's taking the fruits of others' cultivation. You don't need to plant trees, just pick peaches. As the saying goes, yours is mine, and mine is mine. Some people may feel that the strength obtained in this way is unstable and unable to exert the original strength. However, Xia Yan, who has a punch and an absolute defense, is there any way to say that the foundation is unstable? What is domineering? This is domineering. As long as the realm is up, no matter how awesome you are, within the 3 great realms, all of them will be punched in a flash. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Punch. 5 more flowers, collect. Evaluation. In this way, with another burst of dazzling golden light shining from Xia Yan, at this time, he has completely controlled 3 advanced abilities. The trillions of spirit stones brought by the novice turntable are also completely consumed in these 3 advanced abilities. Host, your spirit stones have been consumed, and you are about to leave the supreme limitless mall. As the ethereal and holy female voice came, in the next second, Xia Yan only felt that a dazzling white glow burst out in front of him, and his whole person was also in a state of weightlessness. But soon, this sense of weightlessness disappeared. Instead, the familiar sound of music playing in the ear, the tumultuous noise, came back. Opening her eyes, Xia Yan clenched her fists, her eyes flashed brightly. He can clearly feel the power rushing from his fist. When he was weak, he used to clench his fists and had no strength to bind the chicken, but now, he believes that he punches out, except for minor extremity. Except for the generals above realm and the guards of the Forbidden Army, no one can resist it. Today, in the 3 realms of Mortal Realm, Yuan Realm, and Core Realm, no one can resist his punch. And this physique. Xia Yan took off the golden hairpin on her head and squeezed it at will. The golden hairpin suddenly changed its shape like plasticine. And instead of his fragile skin being damaged at all, it didn't even leave a trace of it. Ha ha! Xia Yan was pleasantly surprised. He happily picked up the wine glass and drank and ate meat, celebrating that he finally got rid of the status of a waste person. The prince, looking at your pleasant surprise, you seem to have encountered something particularly happy. At this time, a beautiful female voice came from the side. Xia Yan turned his head and found that Tang Suner was holding the bronze wine glass, with a gentle smile on his face, looking at him with full eyes. Tang Suner is a little curious about Xia Yan. At the banquet just now, the 12 princes were very enthusiastic about her. They praised her while showing off their excellent conditions and qualifications. They also presented various rare treasures, wanting to win her favor. There were even 2 the prince quarreled with each other because of the comparison, and it was so lively. Only the eldest prince Xia Yan, closing his eyes unmoved, made Tang Suner unable to help but look at him. It is indeed a blessing. Xia Yan smiled and nodded. Good mood. Tang Suner gave a silent approval in his heart, and did not speak any more. Read more at fictionzone.net. Before coming, she knew that the eldest prince Xia Yan had the name Waste, and the father, the queen, and the elder sister and the elder brothers all exhorted you not to choose the eldest prince. With such a title on his back, but still able to show such a relaxed and free attitude, the mood is absolutely extraordinary. Of course, she didn't know that the current Xia Yan was no longer a waste, his strength was stronger than any prince present. Second princess, this green flame and green ice leopard is my surrender from the frozen land of the extreme north, and I have surrendered by abolishing the power of the 2 tigers, and even sacrificed a master of minor extremity realm for this. Originally, I planned to take its heart as medicine, but saw that it was born beautifully. So I stayed and kept it as a pet. The 13th prince Xia Yanqi laughed loudly. It is said that the second princess likes to keep pets. There are countless rare beasts in the palace. This green and green ice leopard is my meeting gift, and the second princess is pleased to accept it. As soon as Xia Yanqi slapped his palm, soldiers immediately lifted a cage about 1 person tall and made of 1,000-year-old cold iron. And in this iron cage, there was a leopard covered with frost, and a hoof was asleep with green flames. The soldier sprinkled some red powder in, but after 2 breaths, the leopard's limbs trembled, slowly opened its aquamarine, harmless eyes and regained consciousness. In the eyes of ordinary people, this green and green ice leopard is obviously a dangerous creature that cannot be approached, but in the eyes of princesses and princes, it has been tamed for a long time. It has a dreamy and beautiful appearance, and belongs to the cute type of spirit beast. Pets. Wow! Tang Suner's beautiful eyes lit up, revealing the color of affection. Although this beast is the core realm first stage, I have ordered a top beast trainer to tame it for several years. Now it is well behaved and docile, and will never have any animal properties. Seeing that Tang Suner likes Tang Suner so much, Xia Yanqi suddenly became excited and proud. He ordered someone to open the cage, and the Bayan green ice leopard walked out of it. The animal trainer gave it a few instructions, and it slowly paced in front of Tang Suner, lowered its head, and rubbed Tang Suner's hand with the cold fluff. Tang Suner was very happy. Not only did he touch its fluff, but he also moved his face up and was close to him intimately. When the other princes saw this scene, their expressions were pale and unnatural. Unexpectedly, if you are fully prepared, others will still be superior. Xia Yanqi held up his head, swept the crowd with the gaze of a winner, and couldn't help showing a big smile on his face. If he can win Tang Suner's favor, then he is equal to a big step ahead of other princes. If he is selected by Tang Suner in the end, he can not only embrace the beauty, but also climb the giant Tang kingdom. It is bound to make the minister's defect. Isn't it a matter of grasping to succeed the emperor of Xia Kingdom in the future? However, at this moment, roar! The originally docile and well-behaved, harmless green ice leopard's eyes changed, becoming bloodthirsty and violent. His face was terrifying, and his white fangs were exposed. In a wild animal hunting posture, he opened his bloody mouth. He slammed into Tang Suner's body. What? Second princess. In the main hall, the generals of Great Extremity Realm and the custodian masters of Minor Extremity Realm noticed the abnormality for the first time. their expressions changed drastically, and it was too late to stop them. The Bayan green ice leopard got too close, and they were unprepared. Even if they could immediately spiritual chi transform their sword and kill the Bayan green ice leopard in the air, Tang Suner must have been hit hard by then. What? Tang Suner, as the person involved, was also a practitioner of Yuan realm, and he naturally noticed. But she only has Yuan realm, the green ice leopard is core realm, beyond her realm, facing such a sudden attack, how could she dodge it? In an instant, Tang Suner's heart sank, and the shadow of despair engulfed her in it. At this critical moment, Xia Yan beside Tang Suner moved. Naughty animal! Die! Xia Yan's eyes were fierce, and he slammed a fist with anger, wrapped in Wanjun power, and hit the Bayan green ice leopard. Next second. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the body flew out like a cannonball, and hit the wall on the side of the hall. The wall burst open, and the whole hall was shocked. The Bayan green ice leopard sunk into a big pit, and blood flowed out from its mouth. After its body twitched twice, it stopped moving completely and died completely. In an instant, the whole hall was silent. Asterisk. Chapter 6 The Princess Chooses a Kiss. This. The prince, he killed the Bayan green ice leopard with one punch. How is it possible? Isn't he a waste person? Where's the cultivation base? In the main hall, everyone's eyes moved from the body of the Bayan green ice leopard to Xia Yan. Their eyes were filled with unbelievable shock, as if they had seen something unbelievable, and they were speechless for a long time with their mouths open. The title of dead man has always been a symbol of the eldest prince Xia Yan. In the world where the strength is the respect and the strength is the highest, the sick young child who can't cultivate is inferior to an ordinary person in other respects except for his excellent background. But now, Xia Yan actually punched a green ice leopard from core realm first stage to death. Can this not shock them? Protect your majesty the emperor. Protect the second princess. In addition to shock, the generals and the masters of the Forbidden Army quickly rushed out and took protective measures. Wow, a large number of soldiers armed with spears poured in. Some of them were guarding the emperor's Xia kingdom, princes and officials, and some surrounded the dead green ice leopards that could no longer die, for fear that the green ice leopards would suddenly jump up again and hurt people again. Hundreds of beauties backed away screaming, eclipsed by the fright of the scene just now. But at the same time, the way they look at Xia Yan has completely changed. Isn't it said that the eldest prince Xia Yan is a waste person? How could it be so strong that a core realm spirit beast was beaten to death with one punch? Such strength far surpassed the other 12 princes present. Second princess, are you okay? Emperor Xia Kingdom couldn't sit still at this time, and stood up straight, came to Tang Suner, and asked with concern. Your Majesty, thank you for your concern, Suner is fine. Tang Suner was also a member of the royal family. Although he had just faced a death threat, he quickly regained his composure and responded with a smile on his face. It's all right. It's all right. Emperor Xia Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, in the scene just now, even he was shocked in a cold sweat. Tang Suner is the second princess of Tang Kingdom. The reason why she married to Xia Kingdom is to win the relationship between the two countries and establish a long-term alliance of friendship. If Tang Suner had just arrived and was accidentally injured in the hall or died, it is not only Xia Kingdom. Lost face, the big Tang Kingdom will be thunderous and angry. Grand kingdoms are angry, small kingdoms will seizure the city, but the country will be destroyed. Read more at fictionzone.net. It can be said that Xia Yan's actions unintentionally saved the fate of the entire Xia Kingdom from annihilation. Immediately, Emperor Xia Kingdom's gaze fell on Xia Yanqi, with a cold expression on his face. Come here. Put the 12 princes up for me, hold them for 500, and then imprison them in the ice prison, let him reflect and reflect. Father. This, has nothing to do with me, it really has nothing to do with me. Xia Yanqi was crying. He had no idea how things would become like this. It was all well just now, everything was developing on the most perfect track, and soon he would be favored by the second princess. Who would have thought that the Bayan green ice leopard was not beastly, and suddenly went violently, almost hurting the second princess. His Royal Highness, offended. The two masters of the ban on the minor extremity realm came directly and dragged Xia Yanqi to the center of the hall, and started the fight directly. Xia Yanqi's screams were particularly loud in the hall. The dignified son was actually blamed publicly, and it was still a terrifying number of 500 bars. It can be seen that this represents not only the emperor's anger, but also an explanation to the great Tang kingdom. Of course, this is also a bit of selfishness of the emperor. If you change to an ordinary minister and make such a mistake, I am afraid it is not the responsibility of the stick, but the beheading on the spot. The other princes were a little gloating. In this way, one of their competitors is without suspense. However, apart from Schadenfreude, their more attention was on Xia Yan, who was under the throne. I have never heard of him cultivating any cultivation technique. He has such strength in one shot. He has been hiding himself, we underestimated him. I still can't feel any trace of spiritual chi from him. How did he punch Core Realm to death, the green ice leopard? Unexpectedly, the strongest among us is not the second brother, but the eldest brother. Obviously, after the scene just now, the prince's attitude towards Xia Yan has changed drastically. They couldn't imagine that a Xia Yan, who was previously considered a waste by everyone, suddenly became an existence above them. Killed the green ice leopard of Core Realm first stage. This strength will also require Core Realm 4th stage to go up. Moreover, without using any spiritual power or any cultivation technique, it was solved with one punch. In their opinion, Xia Yan's strength has at least reached the Core Realm 7th stage. However, at the age of 22, he has the cultivation base of Core Realm 7th stage. With such a qualification, it is very likely that he has reached the king body. Cultivators are born with aptitude. Mortal realm means being able to reach mortal realm, with a slight possibility of reaching Yuan realm. Yuan body means that it can reach Yuan realm, and there is a slight possibility to reach Core realm. By analogy, Pill's body, celestial body, king body, emperor body. The 12 princes are all celestially qualified, which means that they are basically stable in reaching the grand extremity realm in the future, and they may even reach the true emperor realm in the slightest. If there is a true emperor realm, Xia kingdom will no longer be a small kingdoms, but may be listed as a grand kingdoms. And the aptitude shown by Xia Yan is above them. What this shows, couldn't be clearer. Grand Prince, thank you for saving me. Saving grace, Sooner will remember it. Tang Sooner came to Xia Yan and watched Xia Yan's beautiful eyes flowing, as if there was light shining. She bent her knees slightly and expressed her gratitude to Xia Yan with the highest courtesy as a princess. The second princess is welcome, you are my Xia kingdom distinguished guest, and I should protect your safety. Xia Yan didn't fluctuate much, and responded with a smile. In fact, he just didn't want to make a move. After all, he just got the ability, how can he show it step by step? But Tang Sooner was attacked beside him. Whether it was for humanitarian reasons or for Xia kingdom considerations, Xia Yan couldn't just ignore it. Can only choose to shoot. His Majesty. Tang Sooner turned to Emperor Xia kingdom again, with a smile on his mouth respectfully, I heard that the eldest prince is about the same age as me, and has not yet been married. If he does not dislike Sooner, Sooner is willing to join hands with the prince. Together, I hope your majesty will be fulfilled. Wow! As soon as this remark came out, the whole hall was bombarded again. Asterisk. Chapter 7 I am worried that I accidentally killed you. The meaning of Tang Sooner's words couldn't be more obvious. I just fancy Xia Yan and decided to make him his future husband-in-law. None of the people present had expected that the princess of Great Tang Kingdom finally chose a waste man. Don't look at Xia Yan just punching the Bian green ice leopard, but his image of a waste is not a matter of overnight. Since the birth of Xia Yan, for 22 years, officials, emperor brothers, and even the servants in the palace, know that the prince of Xia Kingdom is a waste person who cannot practice. This kind of thinking is deep-rooted, and no one knows that no one knows. Everyone has obviously not completely reversed it, so that they are very surprised by Tang Suner's choice. In contrast, Tang Suner does not have so many stereotypes. The so-called bystanders are clear. For her, among the 13 princes of Xia Kingdom, only Xia Yan suits her best. You can still have such a state of mind in adversity. Obviously saved himself, but there is no sign of asking for credit, so he is calm and calm. Of course, the most important thing is that at a similar age, he is no more than you in realm, but Xia Yan has already reached core realm, and can even kill core realm's spirit beast with one punch and save herself from the spirit beast's mouth. Combining the above factors, how could Tang Suner miss such a perfect candidate? Forward. Not to mention other people being confused, Xia Yan was also a little surprised. He was just helping others, who would have thought that he was selected by Tang Suner inexplicably. But after thinking about it, he who was able to beat the Bian green ice leopard with one punch has become the strongest person among the 13 princes. In this world where strength is respected, there is nothing better than strength. Ha 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 ha, okay. The second princess can see me as the eldest son of the impeccable emperor. It is the great fortune of my Xia Kingdom. Although the emperor of Xia Kingdom also had some doubts about why Xia Yan suddenly increased in strength so rapidly, the choice of the son-in-law of the Princess Tang Kingdom was the top priority. I am in charge of this marriage. 3 months later, the whole country of Xia Kingdom celebrated the wedding of the second princess and Xia Yan. The Emperor Xia Kingdom did not ask Xia Yan, and directly decided the marriage. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations to the second princess. The officials immediately knelt down and yelled in unison. Marriage. Then it's ready. Xia Yan didn't say much, very calmly. Royal marriage is a diplomatic means of alliance between countries. As the eldest son of the emperor, he certainly has this kind of consciousness. Moreover, I am married to an ordinary person who can't even dream of envious beauty, powerful background. How can it not be a loss? Damn it! How could this happen? Read more at fictionzone.net. After so hard preparing for so long, let him snatch it. I thought the one who was the least threatening turned out to be the winner. With the help of Princess Tang Kingdom, isn't this throne in his pocket? He hides too deeply. As soon as the Emperor Xia Kingdom said this, the other 11 princes were annoyed, and their faces were full of unhappiness. They looked down on Xia Yan for not a day or two. In their eyes, Xia Yan is inferior to herself, a waste, without any competitiveness. But now, proud of them, they were actually snatched away by a waste of the key opportunity. How did they accept it calmly? Father. At this moment, Xia Yan stood up on the table on the right, dressed in luxurious brocade, and arched his hands. Xia Yan glanced at it. It was the second brother Xia Fang Han. Father, I think the matter just now is a bit weird. Xia Fang said coldly. As soon as his words came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. This is going to do something. As far as I know, this green-flavored ice leopard has been bred for several years in the mansion of the 12 brothers. It has already smoothed out the animal nature. If it were not for special means, it would never be possible to suddenly attack the second princess. I want to ask my eldest brother, since you were young, you have been weak and sickly. When I saw you a few days ago, you were so weak. How come you haven't seen you for a few days? How can you kill the core realm spirit beast? And the big brother doesn't have the slightest spiritual chi on him, but he can kill the green ice leopard of core realm first stage with one punch. If there is nothing strange, I am afraid that no one believes it. Big brother, Can you give an explanation to the father, the second princess, and the ministers? I don't want the second princess to think that we Xia Kingdom are all cunning and deceiving people. Xia Fanghan asked People's Heart every sentence, his eyes were like a sword, and he pointed straight at Xia Yan. After these remarks came out, many of the officials nodded and began to discuss in whispers. Obviously they questioned Xia Yan's strength. This guy again. Xia Yan narrowed her eyes. From the time he first crossed over, this second brother Xia Fanghan regarded himself as a rival for the throne, embarrassing him in every way, and used a lot of insidious tricks. No matter how many times Xia Yan publicly stated that he did not have the heart to fight for the throne, Xia Fanghan still refused to forgive him. At that time, Xia Yan had no strength and could only choose to forbearance. Therefore, after Xia Yan got 3 advanced abilities, the first thing he wanted to deal with was Xia Fanghan. It's better now, I didn't go to him, he took the initiative to start to challenge himself. It seems that if he didn't teach him a deep lesson today, he wouldn't know what it means to be enough. I have practiced a special cultivation technique, I don't need to use spiritual qi, and I can exert my decent strength. I know, this reason is not enough to convince you. In that case, it is better to fight you with me and directly compete with you. What do you think? Xia Yan said as she walked to the center of the main hall, her eyes were electric, looking at Xia Fanghan. As soon as Xia Yan said this, it immediately caused a commotion in the hall. The second prince Xia Fanghan, the realm strength of the 13 princes, reached the Yuan realm 7th stage. Moreover, he specializes in the cultivation technique of devouring others' spiritual qi cultivation base, as well as the gift from the emperor. The entire Xia Kingdom only has no more than 10 heavenly transcendent soldiers. It can be said that Yuan realm is invincible. On the other hand, Xia Yan, even though he had just beaten the Bayan Green Ice Leopard with a punch, he didn't even have the slightest spiritual qi in his body. It is really unconvincing. He really has the strength of core realm. Okay, I will take it. Got the bait. Xia Fanghan's mouth twitched and his eyes were triumphant. Even without spiritual qi, still want to marry the Princess Tang Kingdom? Dream. Only me can marry her. However, I have to explain 2 things first. First, there will always be some prizes in the martial arts. I lose, let it be at your disposal. If you lose, I want all your property. Spirit stones, heavenly spirit soldiers, geniuses, and treasures, all belong to me. Second, it's better to stop until later. When Xia Yan said this, Xia Fanghan couldn't help laughing. What? Are you afraid that I accidentally killed you? Don't worry, for the sake of my brother, I will be merciful. Xia Fanghan sneered without evasiveness. No, I mean, I'm afraid I will accidentally kill you. Xia Yan grinned. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Unscathed. 3 more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately aroused suspicion among many people. In the past, the prince always tolerated, but today he actively invites the battle. Could it be that he really cultivated a special cultivation technique? Just pretend. There is not the slightest spiritual qi on the body. Although the momentum has changed, it is completely different from the second prince. That's right. I'm in front of the Big Tang Kingdom princess, and she has just been spotted. If she shrinks, she will lose her face. The big prince is just stubborn, maybe there will be some excuses later. It would be better if the eldest prince kept toleration, but now there is no way to retreat. The courtiers whispered. Obviously, from their point of view, Xia Yan is just holding up her posture, just to avoid losing face in front of Tang sooner. It's a pity that Xia Fanghan's coming is fierce, even if Xia Yan keeps on it, it will be hard to escape this catastrophe. When did Big Brother learn to speak quickly? But if you feel that this kind of remarks can make you happy, then feel free to do it. I just hope you can say it calmly later. Xia Fang's violent energy surged between his cold eyebrows. He turned it over, and the Sumina ring in his hand lit up with a white glow, and then a spear that looked like a black snake entwined with flames appeared in his hand. You two, stop clicking, don't hurt your life. Emperor Xia Kingdom spoke. He did not stop, but agreed with the resolution of this armed struggle. Among the 13 princes, Xia Yan is the most unwelcome to him, because Xia Yan's humiliating identity not only humiliates his face, but also cannot even extend his descendants. Such heirs are in the royal family. How can it be taken upright? The second prince Xia Fanghan, the most beloved son of the Xia Kingdom Emperor, has shown a genius-like cultivation aptitude since he was a child, not to mention, his comprehension is extremely strong, the realm of strength has improved the fastest, and he has earned enough face. Therefore, the treatment of Xia Yan and Xia Fanghan can be described as one underground and one heaven. Therefore, from the perspective of Emperor Xia Kingdom, he even hoped that the second princess would choose Xia Fanghan. In this way, Xia Fanghan's succession to the throne would be more justifiable and easy. Tang Xuner chose to remain silent. After all, this is a matter for the royal family of Xia Kingdom, she is not easy to intervene, and she is also a little curious, what is the strength of Xia Yan? The eyes of the audience focused on the two people in the center of the hall. The princes are happy to watch the good show. The officials waited for the results to be announced so that they could choose the monarch to follow in the future. Hundreds of beauties are also looking at them secretly, thinking that if anyone is better, they are more willing to be picked. The masters and generals of the Forbidden Army stood up to ensure that the aftermath of the battle would not spread to others. Second brother, since you are younger than me, I will let you attack first. Xia Yan said indifferently, read more at fictionzone.net. This should have been said by me, but since you have asked for it like this, eldest brother, wouldn't I refute your face if I refused? It's just right. I recently learned a new cultivation technique from the Jade Master. Brother, you have to accept what just said, you must, hold on. Xia Fanghan smiled contemptuously, and as the voice fell, the flame spear in his hand spun and turned into a huge flame circle. I saw that the flame on the flame spear became more and more vigorous, and the entire hall felt the heat and flames rushing toward the face. But the most thrilling thing is the turbulent spiritual chi mixed in it. Swanyan Whip Spear. Suddenly, this ring of flame suddenly broke, turning into a long flame whip several meters long, slammed it out, and hit Xia Yan fiercely. It's so impressive. His Royal Highness's blow is comparable to Yuan Realm 9th stage. His Royal Highness the Second Prince is worthy of the talent of Tianzong, and he has played the power of leapfrogging casually. All the officials were aware of the fierceness of this blow, and they couldn't help but feel shocked. Good momentum. On the other hand, Xia Yan, facing such a mighty power, has a relaxed face, does not hide, does not dodge. It seems that it is not a terrible attack that attacks him, but a breeze blowing on his face. His Royal Highness, what is this doing? He doesn't even dodge. Are you scared to be stupid? When everyone was suspicious, the long flame whip lashed on Xia Yan. Bang! There was a loud noise, the flames erupted, and a scorched trace was plowed out on the ground of the entire hall. However, what shocked everyone was that Xia Yan, who was sturdily drawn by this flame whip, still stood on the spot, and his robes were already charred and flamed, but everyone could see through the hole. Xia Yan's skin without any damage. Wow! All of a sudden, the faces of the officials and the princes showed incredible surprise. Even Tang Xuner is no exception. After taking such a blow, he was all right. A look of surprise flashed across Tang Xuner's eyes. Before becoming the extreme realm and strengthening the body, Fan Yuan pills were all mortal bodies. With a single blow from Yuan realm 9th stage, even core realm will be injured. Unless you are in the extreme state, you can completely rely on your physical body to resist unscathed. Could it be that he has reached the extreme? How is this possible? However, the most shocking one was Xia Fenghan himself. He knows very well how powerful the blow he has just now is, absolutely no one under core realm can be safe and sound. But Xia Yan didn't even dodge, she resisted bluntly, and unscathed. I thought how strong your new cultivation technique is, just this level. Facing everyone's shocked faces and Xia Fenghan's incredible eyes, Xia Yan brushed off the black ashes that had burned to the ground, and said calmly. Let's be less smug. Anger rose in Xia Fenghan's eyes. As soon as he stepped on his feet, a surging spiritual chi wave spread out, and a stronger and more horizontal aura radiated the entire hall. Everyone's heart shuddered. The second prince is really moving. Have the ability to resist this. Xia Fenghan was like a phantom, bullying himself up, and his spear turned into a roaring fire dragon, biting towards Xia Yan fiercely. With this blow, Xia Fenghan has already used his full strength. He must defeat Xia Yan today to justify himself. I said, only one blow for you. Xia Yan said softly, don't push your nose to your face. Moving her right foot back. Xia Yan clenched her fist, under her half-dangling eyelids, her eyes instantly became as sharp as a blade. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Decide the winner. 4 more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. Boom. With a punch, there is obviously no spiritual chi fluctuation, nor any power, it is ordinary, just like a mortal waving a fist, but the roaring fire dragon twisted and collapsed on the spot with this punch. What? Xia Fenghan was shocked. Xia Yan's fist did not stop, but went straight to the heavenly spirit soldier. Since it is a heavenly spirit soldier, it did not directly shatter, but the terrifying power on Xia Yan's fist was transmitted to Xia Fenghan through the heavenly spirit soldier. What kind of power is this? Xia Fenghan's face changed drastically, and he only felt an incomparable force eroding his whole body, like an invisible heavy hammer hitting him so hard, he flew out directly. Xia Fenghan fell heavily outside the main hall door. Wow! He didn't restrain his mouth full of blood, he vomited all over the floor, his whole body was disheveled, and he was extremely embarrassed. Coax. As soon as this scene came out, the whole hall suddenly boiled. But before they could speak out, Xia Yan's figure galloped up. Second brother, is this the strength you are proud of? It's so weak. Don't you claim to be very strong? Then take my punch. Xia Yan's voice came like a ghost. As soon as Xia Fenghan raised his head, a fist suddenly magnified in front of him. It was at this moment that his eyes widened, his eyes were terrified with unprecedented courage, and an indescribable sense of crisis suddenly rose. This kind of feeling is familiar to Xia Fenghan. He has experienced it before. It is the despair that is about to be killed and the fear of death. He realized that if he was hit by this fist, he would be dead. Suddenly, the whole world was darkened, and Xia Fenghan seemed to see a huge blood-colored death appearing in front of him. Do not! The almost survival-like instinct made him scream hysterically. The next second, the fist stopped. Xia Yan's fist stopped less than 3 centimeters away from Xia Fenghan's eyes. The fierce fist wind blows Xia Fenghan's unorganized hairstyle even more messy. All the powerful deterrents brought about by death, at this moment all receded like a tide. Ha ha ha! Xia Fenghan was dressed coarsely, with cold sweat on his forehead, his eyes widened, and the sense of despair, fear, panic, and crisis still remained in his eyes. He froze in place, he didn't even dare to move, as if he moved, he would be forever. Read more at fictionzone.net. Second brother, it's just an ordinary punch. Why should I react so much? Xia Yan retracted his fist and said lightly. At this moment, Xia Fenghan felt that the sword hanging on his neck finally fell, and his legs and feet were weakening. Second brother unexpectedly lost. I was beaten so hard to fight back. Look at the second brother, as if he had seen a ghost, he was so scared. Isn't it just an ordinary fist? When did the second brother's Xingxing become so inferior? Have you noticed just now? Big brother not only used his fist to break the second brother's strongest moves, but he also resisted the second brother's heavenly spirit soldiers. It seems that we really underestimated Big Brother. He has been forbearing and hiding. We must not provoke him easily in the future. The faces of the princes became extremely solemn. All the scenes happening before us have fully illustrated the strength gap between Xia Yan and Xia Fanghan. Xia Fanghan, who was supposed to be the strongest, had no suspense by Xia Yan, and almost crushed him to win. This scene caused an inexplicable sense of crisis in the hearts of the princes. It was not only the princes who were shocked by the subversion, but also the officials and officials present, as well as the emperor of Xia Kingdom. The second prince lost. What happened just now? Why is the outcome decided all at once? I never dreamed that the eldest prince was the deepest hidden among the 13 princes. With such strength, I didn't even know it. The Lord I will follow in the future needs to be changed. After being shocked, the officials began to think about their interests. Most of them originally considered the second prince, but this scene made them have to re-examine their future team choice. After all, it was related to their future and destiny. Xia Yan actually has such strength. Emperor Xia Kingdom looked at the back of Xia Yan not far away, his eyes condensed. As his eldest son, Xia Yan has a weak physique since he was young. He didn't like Xia Yan as his successor at all. But he never thought that Xia Yan was actually stronger than the most promising Xia Fanghan. Especially seeing Xia Fanghan being frightened, as if he had walked through the gate of a ghost, it was more certain that he was not even a little bit strong. Is this a sign that my Xia Kingdom is about to rise? Emperor Xia Kingdom's eyes flickered. Amazing! Tang Xuner shines in his beautiful eyes. This is a world where strength is respected. Strength is the first condition that women appreciate. From this short duel, Tang Xuner can be very clear that Xia Yan's strength is very strong, even stronger than her emperor brother. Originally, she came here this time with a frustrated and resigned attitude. After all, as a victim of a political marriage, Tang Xuner was very unwilling, but the appearance of Xia Yan ignited her hope. Perhaps this marriage trip is the beginning of her turning her destiny. Second brother, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can just ask. If you don't have one, remember to go back and count the property and send it to my house. I believe that above the Golden Luang Hall, you won't go back in front of your father, the emperor's group of officials, and thousands of officials, do you? Xia Yan laughed softly. He doesn't care about anything now, he cares about spirit stones. Only spirit stones can buy more things in the system store to make him stronger. I'm willing to bet and lose. Fang Han, do you have any other doubts? The majestic voice of Emperor Xia Kingdom came. Back to the Emperor, my son has no doubts. When the banquet is over, I will fulfill my promise. Xia Fanghan said repeatedly. From his still trembling voice, I could perceive that Xia Fanghan hadn't been relieved yet. Okay, Yener, you have done a good job in rescuing the second princess this time, and you deserve to be rewarded. Come on, what kind of reward do you want? Emperor Xia Kingdom looked at Xia Yan. I didn't talk about rewards before, but now I'm talking about it. Apparently, the Emperor Xia Kingdom saw the strength of Xia Yan and gave birth to a heart of support. Ding! Crisis mission unlocked. Xia Yan just wanted to speak, suddenly. The ethereal and holy female voice of the system rang in her mind. Asterisk. Chapter 10, Crisis Mission. 5 more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. Crisis mission. Xia Yan was puzzled. Crisis missions are missions released by the system to unlock permissions. Once completed, you can get a higher level of permissions. Supreme Limitless Mall will also open more abilities for you to purchase. The system explained. You mean, a punch, absolute defense, and teleportation are not the top abilities. Xia Yan was shocked. If it is said that a punch that can blast the enemy across 3 realms, and can also be upgraded, is not considered the top, then what is the top? Yes, above the advanced abilities are the extreme abilities, which can be unlocked as long as you complete the crisis mission. The system confirmed Xia Yan's idea. Soon, a column of information quickly emerged and spread out. Crisis mission: the Sirius allies are planning to occupy the Great Tang Kingdom. 99 days later, Xia Kingdom will be invaded by allies of Sirius. The host must help Xia Kingdom to resist the invasion war of the Sirius allies. Failure penalty: once the Xia Kingdom palace is breached, the mission is considered to be a failure, and the mission fails, and the host is obliterated. Task reward: Supreme Limitless Mall unlocks the ultimate permissions, the host can purchase the ultimate abilities, and an extra chance to win a turntable draw. Sirius Allied Invasion. Xia Yan's heart shuddered. How could he have never heard of the name of the Sirius allies? Those are grand kingdoms that are stronger than the Great Tang Kingdom. The reason why it is called an ally is that it not only has its own grand kingdoms, but also gathers the surrounding small kingdoms to form a more powerful nation power. Just like the Big Tang Kingdom now comes to marry with Xia Kingdom and seek an alliance, as long as there are enough small kingdoms formed by the Big Tang Kingdom behind, a Daetang ally can be formed. The Sirius allies have not moved before, but this time when the Great Tang Kingdom moved, it moved with it. This time they are aimed at the Great Tang Kingdom. Xia Yan guessed an idea. The emergence of an ally represents the birth of another powerful competitor. In order to prevent and expand, the Sirius allies simply chose to attack. They plan to take advantage of the Great Tang Kingdom before the alliance succeeds, directly occupying it. And Xia Kingdom, as the current powerful target of Tang Kingdom, is naturally the first batch of targets to be wiped out. If the Sirius allies invade, Xia Kingdom will not have the slightest strength to fight back, and it will be completely fallen in less than a day. Thinking of this, Xia Yan frowned unconsciously. Yanner. Read more at fictionzone.net. At this time, the voice of Emperor Xia Kingdom pulled Xia Yan back to reality. Have you thought about what rewards you want? Father, my son wants to, the Wild North City. Xia Yan's eyes flashed and said seriously. The Wild North City. The Emperor Xia Kingdom passed a touch of surprise in his eyes. Do you know where the Wild North City is? The children know. That is the place where the most vicious cultivators are exiled, and it is also the barrenest place in the Xia Kingdom. Xia Yan nodded. You want a barren fief, have you thought about it? Emperor Xia Kingdom asked again. If he can. Of course he hopes that Xia Yan can take over the richest and most fertile city of Xia Kingdom, but Xia Yan unexpectedly chose one of the most barren, most vicious place. Not only the Emperor Xia Kingdom was surprised, the officials and the princes were also surprised. Didn't ask for the best, but did you choose the least? What was he thinking about? What conspiracy and tricks are you playing? Of course, they didn't know that what Xia Yan actually wanted was spirit stones, treasures, magic weapons, etc., which can be directly used to buy things in the mall. But after receiving the crisis mission, Xia Yan knew that she could no longer accumulate spirit stones slowly, and had to improve her strength as soon as possible. His time is only 99 days. 3 months seems to be a long time, but it's just a blink of an eye. He must raise his realm to minor extremity realm within 3 months. Only when he arrives at the minor extremity realm can he be qualified to cross the great extremity realm, grand extremity realm, and even fight against the half-step king realm powerhouse in Sirius Kingdom. And the only way to break through mortal realm, break through Yuan realm, break through core realm, and reach minor extremity realm within 3 months, only swallow. Don't look at the barren North City, it is extremely vicious, but Cha-Cha is the place where the Xia Kingdom has the most cultivators. Xia Yan is going to have a feast of devouring, using a speed faster than the rocket, to raise his cultivation base. Urchin only wants Wild North City. Xiaoyan nodded seriously. Well, from this moment on, Wild North City is yours. As soon as the Emperor Xia Kingdom waved his hand, the eunuch respectfully held a golden token and sent it to Xiaoyan. This is the order of the princes, and owning it is equivalent to having control of the entire city. Thank you, father. Xiaoyan put away the prince's order. He did not directly say what happened to Xia Kingdom in 3 months. Xiaoyan knows very well that this kind of matter is related to the life and death of the country. It is one thing to believe it or not, and it is another thing to cause trouble in plain sight. What's more, even if Xia Kingdom knows it all. Faced with the invasion of the serious allies, Xia Kingdom either flees or chooses to turn to Tang Kingdom for help. But once a full-scale war starts, the big Tang Kingdom will be overwhelmed. Where is the life and death of the small kingdoms in mind? If you want to break this crisis, you can only rely on yourself. As long as his strength improves, he alone can resist the thousands of troops of the serious allies. Okay, everything is over, the banquet continues. The melodious music sounded again, and the soldiers quickly cleaned up and withdrew from the hall, and the banquet resumed. However, this little episode just now changed the original direction of the banquet. It turned out that apart from Xiaoyan, the other 12 princes played at home, and they played their own, but now after Xiaoyan and Xiafanghan duel, all the brilliance of all the princes dimmed, the focus of the discussion of the officials. There are also hundreds of beauties whose eager eyes are turning back and forth on Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan has become the most watched existence in the entire palace. The eldest son of the emperor, talented, the big Princess Tang Kingdom is about to become his prince and concubine. The future emperor of Xia Kingdom is at your fingertips. How can such a future star not make the officials coveted? Asterisk. Chapter 11 Wild North City. His Royal Highness, congratulations on your wedding. I have heard that you are a Wushuan. I saw you today, and it is true. I respect you twice. Ha ha ha, does His Royal Highness remember the old man? When I was a child, I even hugged you and taught you the 4 books and 5 classics. If you can see it in the hall today, you should have a drink. The first time I saw the second princess, I felt that the eldest prince and the second princess were just a match made in heaven. Looking at it now, it really is so. Ha ha ha. His Royal Highness, the daughter of the minister's family has a stunning appearance. It's over there, the one I'm fingering is. If your highness is interested, she can be included in your residence, the daughter of the family will be very happy. It didn't take long for Xiaoyan to sit down, and someone among the officials immediately found him holding a glass of wine, and toasted with him with a smile. They are close to each other, those who pull relationships, and play emotional cards. Some people even point out that their daughters want Xiaoyan to be included in the concubine, so that they can get in-laws with him. People have a herd mentality, and those who are popular will only become more popular. What's more, the strength shown by Xiaoyan shows that he is the prince with the most potential and the most hope to inherit the throne. Naturally, come and take the initiative. The people who toast with him to show their good wishes go on, in an endless stream. Xiaoyan became sweet and delicious. In contrast, the other 12 princes did not care at all. Even if they did, they were greetings from some old officials, and even these old officials looked at Xiaoyan with eagerness in their eyes. The implication is that it is not easy for them to pass in the main hall, and they plan to visit after the banquet is over. These snobbish old men, can they be more flattering? Hehe, it's okay now, we are all useless sons. How similar is our experience today and what happened to my big brother in the past. Now I can finally understand the suffering of the big brother at that time. Look. The eyes of those beauties are all on the eldest brother. That kind of eyes are clearly looking at us. Okay, brother, it's useless for you to blow your beard and stare at you. If you have the strength, you can do whatever you want, and if you have the ability, you can defeat the eldest brother. They promise to look at you with this kind of eyes. Faced with such a situation, although the princes were unwilling, they could only stare. They can now be regarded as experiencing what is meant by neglect, what is meant by indifference. In the past, they were evenly divided, and they could also attract the officials to follow them. But now Xia Yan rides the dust, leaving them far behind. The officials decisively choose to follow Xia Yan without hesitation. No way, this is the world where strength is respected, and everything is in line with strength. But fortunately, the eldest brother asked for a reward from the wild north city. It was a dangerous place. Several city owners were almost killed. If it weren't for the suppression of the White Master, I'm afraid it would have been rioted long ago. It's not necessarily if you can't come back safely. He asks for hardships, and we sit back and enjoy the benefits. What's wrong? If he had an accident before the second princess married, it would be even better. Read more at fictionzone.net. The Wild North City really stayed in the palace for a long time. I don't know how high the sky is. The people who can survive in that place are all ruthless characters. It is rumored that some of them are going to break through the Grand Extremity realm. If someone really breaks through, I am afraid that even White the teacher is also difficult to suppress. Isn't this good news? There are ants under the Grand Extremity realm. If you kill your eldest brother easily, you can only blame him for his bad life. Speaking of the Wild North City, the princes showed successful smiles on their faces. The most dangerous place in Xia Kingdom is not the Spirit Beast Mountain Range, but the Wild North City where the strong gather. Core Realm, Minor Extremity Realm, Great Extremity Realm. These powerful masters who are rarely seen on weekdays can be seen everywhere in the Wild North City. Even if Xia Yan is better than the second prince? Arriving in the Wild North City, it is the lamb to be slaughtered. The ruthless character in that place, but it doesn't matter if you are the city lord of the fief, or the eldest son of the emperor, you kill if you say you want to kill. Anyway, they are already burdened with countless crimes, it's not bad to have one more life. Once Xia Yan is dead, it means that there is no one of the most powerful competitors. For all the princes, it is a great thing. They don't need all kinds of planning strategies, they just need to wait quietly for the good news to come back from the deserted city. At the end of the banquet, the 9 fire phoenix flew again to bring the second princess back to Tang Kingdom. According to etiquette, from today to the time before the wedding, Xia Yan and the second princess cannot meet each other. Only when Xia Yan goes to Tang Kingdom to meet her relatives on the wedding day, and bring the second princess back to Xia Kingdom to get married, can the two of them be able to meet each other. See you again. I am waiting for you. After Tang Sooner left these 4 words, he boarded the 9 fire phoenix, gradually lifted into the air, and finally disappeared into the sky. The next day, all the officials and thousands of officials ordered them to carry a generous gift and visit Xia Yan's mansion. They planned to congratulate the newly married, and by the way, they would stammer with Xia Yan. People are gone. But when they arrived, they were told by the servants in the mansion that Xia Yan had left overnight. The officials looked at each other. At the same time, Xia Yan is driving the Wan Li Qinghorn beast to the Wild North City. From the king capital of Xia Kingdom to the Wild North City, if you take a Great Extremity Realm flying mount like the 9 fire phoenix, it will take you 2 or 3 hours at most. But riding a common mount like the Wan Li Qinghorn beast, the fastest you can get is 10. It's only a day and a half month. The time is only 99 days. Of course, Xia Yan has to hurry up. In order to be able to get there faster, Xia Yan did not take any servants, and went alone, but he was riding a blue-cornered beast, the symbol of the royal family, so no robbers with eyesight dared to move him along the way, even every time he passed a city. The local lords will welcome you warmly. But how can Xia Yan waste any time on these meaningless banquets? He ran non-stop all the way, and finally, on the 10th day, came to the most dangerous city of Xia Kingdom, the Wild North City. Sure as the rumors say, a piece of yellow sand, deserts everywhere, even the greenery is rare to see. Xia Yan felt as if she had come to the desert outside the Great Wall. At this time, Xia Yan looked up and saw a black shadow flying in the sky and quickly approaching. His Royal Highness. When it got closer, Xia Yan could see clearly that this person was a white-haired old man in a black robe. Master Bai. Xia Yan saluted. This white-haired old man is surprisingly one of the two Grand Extremity Realm powerhouses in Xia Kingdom. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Half a Step Grand Extremity Realm. This is not the first time Xia Yan has seen a Grand Extremity Realm powerhouse. 6 months ago, he had seen another Jade Master in the palace, that is, Xia Fanghan's master. At that time, Xia Yan was still a useless person, but he could also feel the surging spiritual chi power of the Grand Extremity Realm powerhouse. The whole person is like an active volcano. Once it erupts, the power will be shocking. At that time, Xia Yan finally understood why people said there are ants under the Grand Extremity Realm. At the same time, I also understand why there are so many people in Xia Kingdom. No matter how hard they work, they are still stuck in the Grand Extremity Realm in the end, and it is difficult to step into the real Grand Extremity Realm for life. Seeing it again now, Xia Yan once again experienced the terrifying breath like a sleeping beast. Maybe soon, I can also have such a cultivation base. Xia Yan's heart is hot. I received a letter from the palace and learned that you have taken over the Wild North City, so I came here to welcome you. In addition, I have to congratulate the eldest prince in advance. Happy wedding. Master Bai stroked his beard and smiled. Although this Grand Extremity Realm man sits in a place like the border barren North City, how can he not have his own eyeliner power? He knew everything about the palace, but he didn't want to intervene easily. Thank you, Master Bai. Xia Yan responded. Come on, advance to the city, settle down, and I will announce to the whole city tomorrow that you will succeed you as the lord of the city. Master Bai said. Master Bai, can you postpone the matter of succeeding the city lord for a while? Xia Yan's eyes flashed. Before I came, I had heard about the desert north of the Wild North City. It was the place where all the felons were exiled. I want to go there and see. Are you going to the desert to the north? Master Bai's brows frowned suddenly. His Royal Highness, do you know the dangers of the desert in the north? That place intersects with the Fire Country, Rain Country, and Yu Country among the serious allies, and the exiles of the Four Kingdoms are among them. There are so many powerful cultivators. If you go, you will be more ill-tempered. The most terrifying place in Huangbei City is the desert in the north. More specifically, it is the exile of the Four Kingdoms. Read more at fictionzone.net. Every repairer who is exiled will be stamped with a stamp of exile on his forehead. Once this stamp is left, unless they can break through the Grand Extremity Realm, reborn and reshape their flesh and blood, it is impossible to erase it. The reason why those exiles did not dare to leave the northern desert is because of the exile. Even if they escape from the place of exile, once they are discovered by the surrounding repairmen, they will become the target of everyone's siege immediately. Because Xia Kingdom has a decree, present a head of an exile and get 1,000 spirit stones rewards. 1,000 spirit stones, for ordinary cultivators, that is a huge wealth, enough to make them take risks. And this decree is not only useful in Xia Kingdom, it is the same in all surrounding countries. Therefore, no matter where the exiles flee, they will have life worries. Only by staying in this northern desert can they survive. However, these people are extremely vicious. And sometimes they will desperately escape the exile, go to bloodbath and slaughter some villages, grab food and women. Since the distance to the Wild North City is the closest, the Wild North City has become their first choice. This is also the reason why Master Bai is here. Some people may wonder, since these exiles have such a big hidden danger, why not just beheaded and killed them? But how do they know that the place of exile is on the border of the Four Countries? If the enemy country invades, they must pass through here, and these repairs naturally become the first line of defense of the border. Instead of killing it directly, it's better to use waste. This is the cruel truth of the northern desert. Master Bai, of course I know this. I only look at the edges and won't go deep into it. Xia Yan said with a smile. It's good if you know it in your heart. Master Bai nodded. The legs are long on Xia Yan. No one can stop him where he wants to go. He can only persuade and clarify the risks involved. In case something really happens, Master Bai doesn't matter. After all, he is Grand Extremity Realm. The strong is also the emperor of the last emperor of Xia Kingdom. Even the emperor of Xia Kingdom can only be respectful. Where can I be blamed? Later, Xia Yan went to the Wild North City with Master Bai. Wild North City is not a small city, even because of the desert to the north. The defensive ability of this city is far stronger than I have seen before. Even the soldiers guarding the city are of the core realm level. That night, Master Bai gathered the 10 leaders of the Wild North City and held a banquet to pick up the dust for Xia Yan. 10 leaders of Great Extremity Realm, 2 of them have reached the half-step Grand Extremity Realm. Sure enough, the most dangerous place is the strongest. Xia Yan looked at it silently. The realm below the Great Extremity Realm is divided from 1 to the 9th stage. But after arriving at the Great Extremity Realm, it is divided into Initial Great Extremity Realm, High-Level Great Extremity Realm, Status Great Extremity Realm and Great Extremity Realm, as well as Half-Step Grand Extremity, which is only a short step away. Realm. Even the Xia Kingdom Palace is also only guarded by 2 half-step Grand Extremity Realm and Jade Master. From this perspective, the guarding force of the Wild North City is already comparable to the Xia Kingdom Palace. But after another thought, these people deal with that fierce cultivator every day, hovering on the edge of life and death, and the speed of breaking through the realm must be faster than usual cultivation. The great horror between life and death can often stimulate the deepest potential of people. Perhaps this is also the reason why the 2 half-step Grand Extremity Realm are willing to stay here. They are extremely eager to be the true heavenly people in their lifetime. Your Majesty, just now you said you want to take a look at the desert in the north? Then you have to be very careful. Recently there is a ruthless character over there who is in retreat and wants to attack Grand Extremity Realm. If he really breaks through, I will wait. Except for Master Bai, no one can stop the person in existence. Don't scare your highness. Do you really think that Grand Extremity Realm is such a breakthrough? I have been waiting for a half-step Grand Extremity Realm for 10 years. And so far I can't make any progress. Why does he make a breakthrough? Yes. What if the breakthrough is successful? Baishi has been a Grand Extremity Realm for so many years, how difficult is it to deal with a mere newcomer? If he dares to come, Lao Zi will kill him. Come, and drink. Listening to the words of the leaders, Xia Yan was drinking, her eyes gleaming. Is it hitting the Grand Extremity Realm? Maybe in the future, his cultivation base is mine. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Blink Yuan Realm. 3 more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. The arrival of the new city lord was not made public. The next day, Xia Yan left the Wild North City early and headed to the exile. Unlike crossing the desert on the earth, there is the Sumina ring here, which can store a large amount of water, food, and various necessities of life. There is no need to worry about this basic survival problem. The only thing that needs to be worried is whether it will be half. Tao was intercepted. No wonder they all want to escape here. The weird weather makes people unable to adapt. After walking for almost an hour, the weather has changed from the original sunny to yellow sand in the sky. Xia Yan does not have spiritual qi and cannot squander freely like a cultivator. But I have been walking for so long, why haven't I seen anyone? Could it be that I went the wrong way? Before Xia Yan came, he only knew the dangers here, but there was no specific base map of the northern desert. After all, he was not here to explore, but to kill people. Whether he came from humans or spirit beasts, he killed them all. Correct. Take a break, take a drink first. Xia Yan found a big rock, a touch of sumina ring, and took out a pot of water and some dry food from it. But at this moment, ding! A venom-quenched pocket poisonous arrow flew suddenly and directly pierced Xia Yan's eyebrows. Damn! Do you come early or late? I came as soon as I was ready to eat. Can't you wait for me to finish my meal? Xia Yan looked speechless. His gaze was locked instantly, the larger rock about tens of meters away. I saw a man with triangular eyes in a black robe walking out holding a quiver made of bone. And on the center of his eyebrows, there was a profound imprint that was the mark of exile. Is he okay? When Triangle Eye saw that the poisonous arrow he launched did not stab Xia Yan to death, but fell to the ground, the face of the triangle-eyed man changed obviously. Is it because I missed it? No way. I have never missed it so far. But when he felt Xia Yan's body carefully, there was no spiritual chi fluctuation. The man with triangle eyes immediately put this concern completely behind him. It seems that I really missed this time. How could a mere mortal without the slightest spiritual chi dodge me and get a meth nail? Thinking of this, the triangular-eyed man grinned, showing irregular, yellowed teeth, and a smile on his skinny face. Hey! Isn't it the me who you calculated? Xia Yan said loudly. Boy, don't you know where this is? You dare to walk on the road in a mortal form, so you really don't know what to say. All right, it's cheaper for me, hee. Your spirit stones, your flesh and blood, all belong to me. The triangular-eyed man's eyes revealed a sense of bloodthirsty, murderous surging. The spiritual chi of Yuan Realm's 6th stage broke out on him, the whole person turned into a phantom, and he galloped up. Read more at fictionzone.net. In the eyes of this triangular-eyed man, Xia Yan is no longer a person, but meat and food, which will allow him to live in this place for another 10.5 days. On the other hand, Xia Yan looked very calm in the face of the attack of the triangular-eyed man. He slowly put away the water and food, his 5 fingers clenched into fists. Go to death obediently. The triangular-eyed man clenched the bone quiver with his backhand, and used the sharp corner of his head to stab Xia Yan fiercely. Xia Yan will not dodge, let it be stabbed by it. However, the next scene horrified the man with triangle eyes. Ka. I saw that the bone quiver, which was contaminated with more than a dozen human lives and was blessed by spiritual chi, seemed to be pierced into steel and broke directly. How could his body be so hard? Where does this monster come from? While the triangular-eyed man was shocked, he suddenly felt an alarm bell in his heart, and an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. Like a huge shadow, when the man with triangle eyes raised his head, he saw a fist suddenly magnified in front of him. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The triangular-eyed man sank in the scene, and an extremely strong impact made him fly upside down like an arrow from the string, and slammed on the big rock tens of meters away. And that big rock also cracked and collapsed on the spot. How could he, too strong? After the triangle-eyed man twitched twice, his head tilted, his eyes stunned, and his eyes widened were still shocked and unbelievable. He didn't know until he died, why a person who didn't even have the slightest spiritual chi in his whole body was so powerful. The clothes are punctured again. Fortunately, this time I brought a lot of clothes. I will change them slowly when the time comes. Now, I have to take a look first to see how strong this devouring domain is. After solving the triangular-eyed man with a punch, Xia Yan wiped the dust off his body, as if what he had just killed was not a Yuan realm master who could survive in the northern desert, but an insignificant pig and dog. Xia Yan came to the triangular-eyed man, raised his hand, and black lines appeared between his palms. Swallow the realm! Xia Yan's eyes flashed, and he snapped to the ground. In an instant, with Xia Yan as the center of the circle, the lowest within a radius of 10 meters instantly turned into a large black pattern. The black lines flickered a few times, and a cloud of blue mist suddenly emerged from the man with triangle eyes. This is spiritual qi. The entangled spiritual qi visible to the naked eye quickly poured into Xia Yan's body. Shattering. Xia Yan closed her eyes and bathed under the irrigation of spiritual qi, feeling more enjoyable than ever. It turns out that this is the feeling of absorbing spiritual qi. It's wonderful. I can feel that all the tiredness and exhaustion just now have been swept away. Bomb. At this moment, Xia Yan felt as if an invisible membrane had been broken in her body. Breakthrough. Xia Yan's eyes lit up. Bomb. 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 Successive membranes were broken through, as if some kind of shackles of the body were opened, and a surging spiritual qi wandered through his body. Xia Yan's realm is constantly improving. From mortal realm first stage, to mortal realm second stage, third stage, fourth stage, fifth stage, have been upgraded to mortal realm ninth stage. It hasn't stopped, still breaking through. Xia Yan frowned, feeling an indescribable tingling sensation. He snorted, as if something had exploded in the pills field, a wave of spiritual qi spread from him. Xia Yan opened her eyes in surprise. This is Yuan Realm. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Unscrupulous. For more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. Yes, in just a few breaths, Xia Yan's realm has broken through from a mediocre ordinary person, until now, it has reached Yuan Realm. You know, most of the general practitioners are hovering in mortal realm, and mortal realm practitioners are the most populous group, because of their aptitude, cultivation resources, and other factors. Even if they want to break through to become Yuan Realm, it will cost its possible with life's energy and a little luck. Even the noble princes of Xia Kingdom began to practice at the age of 7 or 8, possessing extremely high qualifications, and coupled with the prince's unique and abundant training resources, can they reach the Yuan Realm cultivation base at the age of about 20. But now, only a few breaths of effort, Xia Yan surpassed others for more than 10 years, or even a lifetime of hard work. Isn't this shocking? If Master Bai is here now, he will definitely be amazed, because even for him, it took many years, suffered a lot, and consumed a lot of resources to reach Yuan Realm. But how long did it take Xia Yan? There is no need for any geniuses and treasures, no training resources, and no need for boring penance. Just a few breaths are equivalent to his efforts for several years. Hey! Cool! Xia Yan let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the whole person has undergone a completely reborn change. He finally realized the difference between a mortal and a cultivator in heaven and underground. Of course, more importantly, his realm has improved, and the number of objects that can be killed in a single punch has also soared. When he is a mortal, he can blast all core realm powerhouses with one punch. Now he has reached Yuan Realm. According to the leap of 3 great realms, today's Xia Yan can punch the great extremity realm powerhouse with one punch, and resist the attack of the minor extremity realm powerhouse without any damage. If I raise my realm to core realm, then I can kill grand extremity realm in seconds. Thinking about it makes me feel exciting. Xia Yan's heart surged. Spike grand extremity realm, this kind of thing can't even be imagined by ordinary people. Who is grand extremity realm? For the entire Xia Kingdom, it is like a god-like existence. Under the grand extremity realm, there are ants. To reach the grand extremity realm, you can not only step on the void, travel millions of miles a day, and reach 10 miles with a single shot. Take the enemy's life easily outside. As long as he reaches core realm, a god like this, he can kill him with a single punch. Does this excite Xia Yan? I'll talk about these in the future. Let's see what's in this guy's Samina ring. Xia Yan took the Samina ring from the corpse of the triangular-eyed man. Read more at fictionzone.net. As in many fantasy novels, Sumi Naja will shed blood to recognize the master, and the mark will be completely erased unless the master dies. Cultivation technique sheet, this green one is poison. There are many poisonous arrows of the kind just now. It seems that this is his weapon for sneak attacking others. There are still a lot of spirit stones. How can this number be more than 1000, right? The others are useless, only spirit stones are still useful. Xia Yan took out the spirit stones and threw them away without moving the others. However, for the triangular-eyed man, the most precious things are those poisonous arrows and cultivation technique sheets. But in Xia Yan's eyes, what about the most awesome cultivation technique sheets? Enough to be able to cross the 3 realms with awesome ability? Go on. With so many benefits, Xia Yan is naturally more interested. Not only can you swallow the cultivation base of others and make your realm soar, but you can also snatch the treasures of spirit stones that others have worked so hard to collect. This kind of search feels so cool. There are outsiders. There is no exile stamp on the forehead. It seems that he is a guy who doesn't know what to say and wants to exchange his head for money. Thin skin and tender meat, I'm going back to cook it. Xia Yan continued on the road, but this time he found looming figures behind the surrounding rocks. Obviously, he has been spotted by many people. However, Xia Yan is particularly calm. If he was a little worried before he came in, he was afraid that he would suddenly encounter Core Realm, Minor Extremity Realm, Great Extremity Realm, and attack him, and he would be finished. After all, his absolute defense can only resist lower heights. Attacks on their own 2 realms. But now that the realm is improved, apart from Great Extremity Realm's damage methods, no matter Core Realm, Minor Extremity Realm's attacks, Xia Yan will not be the slightest damage. 4 people, Core Realm, Yuan Realm, Core Realm, none of them are worth mentioning. Although the exiles converged their own aura as much as possible to prevent others from being discovered, Xia Yan's special physique still allowed him to capture these auras in his mind, and probably judged the realm of these exiles from the aura. However, Xia Yan was not in a hurry, as if he had found nothing, and continued along the road. Enter the encirclement, do it. When Xia Yan entered their encirclement, in an instant, behind the rocks in the 4 directions, southeast, northwest, 4 figures leaped out. These 4 exiles didn't have any soft-heartedness or any boring opening remarks. After appearing from all directions, they directly waved their long spears, swords, darts and other weapons in their hands to kill Xia Yan. In a cruel place, there will never be any time for the prey to react. Ding! 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 As the 4 had hoped, all their attacks fell on Xia Yan without any omission. But what made them feel terrified is that the skin of this prey was actually harder than the golden stone. Their spears and swords, they all broke off. How is this possible? My Core Realm 4th stage's full blow could not kill a Yuan Realm person. When the 4 people saw this, they all couldn't help being shocked. You have pierced a few more holes in my clothes. Can't you change the place next time? For example, eyebrows or eyes. But forget it, then your lives will be paid for. Xia Yan grinned. Immediately facing one of the exiles who had the strongest aura and reached the Core Realm 4th stage, he punched out. Bang! The exile of the Core Realm 4th stage was knocked into the air on the spot, and a big mouthful of blood was spit out in the air. By the time they landed, they were already like rags, their eyes widened and bloody, and there was no more vitality. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Devour and Loot. Dead, dead. Yuan Realm 1st stage, he beat Core Realm 4th stage to death with 1 punch. What the hell did this guy come from? Quick, run away. The pupils of the other 3 people suddenly shrank, only to feel an inexplicable chill rising from their backs, and the whole person's hairs stood up. That's Core Realm 4th stage. The strongest among them. And in the northern desert, the strength of the Core Realm 4th stage is comparable to that of the Core Realm 6th stage or even the 7th stage. because of the rich combat experience and the horror that wanders between life and death every day, they are enough to burst out more powerful power. However, it was such a fierce core realm exile who actually died in the hands of a Yuan realm person. What is even more exaggerated is that he died on the spot with just one punch, without even a struggle. In an instant, there was only one word left in the hearts of the three of them: escape. Hey hey! Don't run! Xia Yan originally wanted to throw a second punch, but before he could punch, the remaining three had already turned around and fled without looking back. He wants to chase, but the problem is that Xia Yan only has the ability to kill, but not the ability to chase. In other words, he has just been promoted to Yuan realm, and his current realm strength is no more than Yuan realm first stage. In contrast, each of these exiles has surpassed him too much in realm, and the means to save lives are endless. They think to escape, unless there are special pursuit methods, or the realm is higher than them, don't expect to catch up with them at all. In the blink of an eye, the remaining three people had already escaped from three directions, and between a few jumps, they disappeared into the vast desert. It would be great if there is a teleportation, so that none of them want to run. Xia Yan sighed. Seeing three pieces of big fat running away in front of him, unable to chase after him, he was very distressed. If you can have teleportation, you can appear in all places within the line of sight in an instant, then even if these guys have great abilities, they must all stay here. However, teleportation is worth 10 trillion spirit stones, and if he wants to purchase teleportation, he has to accumulate for a long time. Fortunately, I am clever, and I chose the guy with the highest level of strength. Come on, Core Realm 4th stage, and see if I can be promoted directly to Core Realm. Xia Yan came to the exile corpse at the Core Realm 4th stage. Swallow the realm. A large array of black lines with a radius of 10 meters reappeared again. With several violent flashes of black light, a large group of spiritual chi suddenly appeared on the exiles of the Core Realm 4th stage. Much richer than the Yuan Realm 6th stage before. A big gap can be seen from the spiritual chi group that has emerged. Read more at fictionzone.net. If the Yuan Realm 6th stage's spiritual chi was a thin football team before, then this Core Realm 4th stage is a half-person full-bodied spiritual chi team. Shattering. The surging spiritual chi quickly poured into Xia Yan's body, pouring down like a water tank full of water. So comfy. Core Realm's spiritual chi is more enjoyable to absorb than Yuan Realm's. Xia Yan is bathed in the irrigation of spiritual chi, and the whole person seems to be lying on the clouds. There is an indescribable comfort. Bomb. With the influx of a large amount of spiritual chi, Xia Yan's realm has begun to rise gradually. Yuan Realm 2nd stage. Yuan Realm 3rd stage. Yuan Realm 4th stage. Since Yuan Realm's promotion difficulty is higher than Mortal Realm's promotion difficulty, so the promotion speed is relatively slow, not the previous rapid promotion speed of several small realms per second. But even so, such a speed of promotion has far surpassed everyone's cognition. After a while, the breakthrough of realm stopped. Yuan Realm 6th stage. Cool. Raising 5 small realms in one breath, Xia Yan can obviously feel that her physical strength has been greatly enhanced. It seems that it takes a lot of spiritual chi to swallow someone else's cultivation base and transform it into one's own cultivation base. All the spiritual chi of the Core Realm 4th stage has only improved 5 Yuan Realm small realms to me. The devouring realm is not completely swallowed. Just like before, Xia Yan swallowed the exile of Yuan Realm 6th stage, only to promote him to Yuan Realm 1st stage. Now it has swallowed the Core Realm 4th stage, but it has only improved 5 small levels. It can be seen that in the process of transforming others' cultivation base into one's own cultivation base, a considerable part of spiritual chi will be consumed, and as the realm gets higher and higher, more and more spiritual chi will be needed. But even so, it's much faster than others who practice hard. Xia Yan grinned. It doesn't matter if you improve a little bit slowly, but compared to the average person, you are still making rapid progress. You know, the second Prince Xia Fenghan is nothing more than Yuan Realm 7th stage, and he can reach this level because of his extraordinary talents, and it took a lot of rich resources to reach it. On the other hand, Xia Yan, but how long? After swallowing the two, he was almost able to keep pace with him immediately. If Xia Fenghan is here and knows that Xia Yan has reached the Yuan Realm 6th stage, I am afraid he will vomit blood. It really deserves to be the core realm 4th stage. The treasures of spirit stones in the Sumina ring are much more than the last Yuan realm guy. After absorbing the spiritual qi cultivation base, Xia Yan will naturally not let go of this person's Sumina ring. Randomly explored, he found that this person already has savings of more than 30,000 spirit stones, and he has accumulated a lot spirit weapon treasure. Hey, it's all mine. Except for those useless cultivation techniques, Xia Yan moved spirit stones, treasures, medicinal materials and other things into his Sumina ring. What's the richest? Robbery. Nothing is faster than robbery to get money. Haha. Recalling that I was in the palace, there were a few hundred spirit stones per month, and other princes said it was tens of thousands of dollars a month. The huge gap made Xia Yan particularly unhappy. But now, I no longer need to collect the poor hundreds of spirit stones every month, just rob him and get tens of thousands of spirit stones right away. And this is the spirit stones of the core realm 4th stage. If it is minor extremity realm, the strong of great extremity realm, they have so many treasures of spirit stones that they can think of with their heels, absolutely rich. Hey? This is the fire talisman. After Xia Yan searched things, he was just about to leave Sumina ring. Suddenly, he found a paper talisman in the corner. It takes no effort at all. Xia Yan suddenly raised a successful smile at the corner of her mouth. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Spread the fire symbol. Propagating fire symbols, as the name suggests, are things used to transmit signals. As long as it is crushed, a special flame mark can be reflected in the air immediately. This mark can remotely notify others that it's time to act. Before coming, he did not bring anything to transmit signals in order to be as low-key as possible. After all, he is not an exile, nor is he from the desert in the north. Sending a signal will only reveal his position and put himself in deep danger. But now it's different. He needs to meet more exiles. If you keep walking along the road, you may encounter a lot, but that's too slow. If you want to attract enough exiles in one breath, there is nothing more than just placing a fire talisman. In this way, whether or not this core realm 4th stage knows, all exiles who see the signal know that something has happened here, and they can't help but come together. I don't believe it. After they came, they would be indifferent when they saw that there was no mark of exile on my forehead, and only the big fat flesh of Yuan realm cultivation base. Xia Yan's eyes flashed. Yes, he wants to use himself as a bait to let the exiles come to him. In this place where there are no rules and human lives are like grass, you are a big fat walking, and anyone who sees it can't help but want to come up and take a bite. At that time, Xia Yan will not have to wait for the encounter one by one, and can choose to take the initiative to attack, kill a bunch of people, swallow them together, and improve their realm strength faster. Just do it. Xia Yan thought of this, and immediately took out the propaganda fire talisman from the Sumina ring and crushed it directly. Puff! The propaganda fire talisman suddenly turned into a huge flame, like a firework, rising up into the sky, forming a big Jew in the air at a height of 100 meters. Now, just wait for the prey to come. A cunning light flashed in Xia Yan's eyes. At the same time, within the radius, the exiles who were hiding in the desert, resting, or searching for prey, all raised their heads and looked at the huge flame in the sky. Jew. Someone dared to pass the letter fire talisman. It seems that the fight was very tragic, even the most basic laws of survival are ignored. Let's go, and see if we can fish in troubled waters and get some good points. As Xia Yan guessed, when the exiles saw the letter of fire, they immediately shook their spirits and hurried away in the direction of the letter of fire. Already here. Read more at fictionzone.net. It's so fast. This spreading fire talisman is really easy to use. Xiaoyan was just about to sit down on the rock, eat some grain and drink some water. But just after taking a sip, he immediately felt a few breaths approaching in his direction. Core realm, core realm, core realm. 3 core realms. It seems that the area where I am currently located should be the place with the most core realm exiles in the northern desert. Xiaoyan grinned. He did not move, and continued to pretend not to notice the appearance of the 3 core realm people, eating food and drinking water leisurely. There is no seal of exile. Not an exile. It turned out to be an outsider who sent the letter fire talisman. Yuan realm 6th stage, it's a big deal now. Act according to the old method, double team on 3 sides, and make a quick decision. Don't let other people come over and grab this piece of fat. The 3 of them were overjoyed when they saw that Xiaoyan had no exile print on his forehead and was still a lamb of Yuan realm 6th stage. They don't even think about why there is a core realm 4th stage exile body next to a Yuan realm 6th stage person, and they don't want to think about why a Yuan realm 6th stage person dares to smash it here at will. A letter of fire amulet. They only know that they must use thunder to take down this piece of fat. Hey! 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 The 3 of them could not help but immediately surrounded Xiaoyan from 3 directions, holding weapons. The turbulent spiritual qi cultivation technique belonging to core realm burst out. Die! The 3 rays of light attacked Xiaoyan from 3 directions, and each hit was a direct hit, without giving Xiaoyan the slightest chance to breathe. It was about to kill him on the spot. Bang! I have to say that the cooperation of the 3 is indeed exquisite. The 3 attacks fell on Xiaoyan's Tianling cover, neck, and heart almost at the same time. Core Realm's full-scale attack not only shattered the grain in Xiaoyan's hands in an instant, but also turned Xiaoyan's clothes into ashes almost on the spot, flying with the wind. However, to the horror of the 3 people, the food and clothes in Xiaoyan's hands were all gone, but Xiaoyan herself was not harmed in the slightest. There was not even a trace of white marks on his exposed bronze skin. Congratulations! You won the prize! Xiaoyan raised her head, revealing a harmless smile of humans and animals, white teeth. In the eyes of others, it is like a wild animal showing its fangs to its prey. Bang! I saw Xiaoyan throw out both fists, like 2 heavy hammers, slamming on the 2 core realm people. Suddenly the bodies of the 2 core realm people turned into cannonballs, and they slammed directly on the 2 big rocks, with blood vomiting from their mouths. After a few convulsions, their heads tilted and their breath disappeared on the spot. Both of them are deadlocked. Like the exiles who died under Xiaoyan before, there was an incredible shock in their eyes. Weird, monster. The remaining core realm exile, after seeing the encounter between the 2 partners, his pupils suddenly tightened, and he couldn't help but spit out 2 words trembling. It was just a seemingly random blow that actually killed 2 of his partners. This gap in the realm of strength has obviously reached an unimaginable situation. Immediately, he turned around and wanted to escape. It's not a good habit to be in a daze at this time, but you have no chance to change it. I pray that you will be a good man in your next life. This core realm exile was shocked by his companions, and it was this shock that was doomed to his next destiny. Bang! With another fist hit, Xiaoyan slammed the core realm exile into the ground from the head, and a big pit appeared. Strange, monster. This core realm exile has been chanting these 2 words to death. Someone is here again. It seems that I can harvest a wave today. Xiaoyan raised her head, her face stained with drops of blood revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Breakthrough Core Realm. 3 Morpher Collection. Flowers. Evaluation. The second wave is still core realm exiles, but this time there are only 2. They were not as reckless as the core realm exiles in the first wave. The corpses all over the floor made them wary. Not an exile. It's an outsider. Only you in realm 6th stage, big fat. Wait. Look at the core realm corpses at his feet. There must be something strange. What do you look at? Is it possible that you think he is a Yuan realm, can kill core realm? Don't talk nonsense, do it. Don't let the people behind take it away. Although they have countless doubts in their hearts. However, the huge temptation of Xia Yan, a Yuan realm outsider, made them abandon all their worries and chose to shoot directly. For these exiles, an outsider is not only a rare delicious in the northern desert, but also a mobile treasure house that can bring them new things from the outside world. If there are 1 or 2 cultivation techniques, or treasures from the outside world, they can exchange for a wealth of survival resources in the northern desert. And as they thought, if a Yuan realm is a mere Yuan realm, is it possible to kill the people of core realm? Even the exiles who wander on the verge of death every day can't do it. Outsider, die. The two of them didn't hesitate anymore, and rushed up immediately. The bursting spiritual chi was wrapped in the broad blade in their hands, and they slashed at Xia Yan. Ding! Ding! After 2 crisp sounds, they stared at the broken blade in their hands in amazement, and took a breath of air conditioning. The sword is broken. Are you kidding me? This is the high-grade spirit soldier I bought from 160,000 spirit stones when I attacked 6 guys. Even the core realm 8th stage can still be cut. How could it be broken? Run away! One was shocked at the breaking of his weapon, while the other screamed out with cold air in his back. Since it's all here, don't leave. I accept your cultivation base. Xia Yan grinned and slammed a punch, directly hitting the shocked core realm person. At the same time, he kept moving, turning around, and punching the head of the person behind him. There are 2 perfect parabolas. When they fell to the ground, the blood was mixed with their unwillingness. In the twitching, their eyes were completely dim and lost their vitality. There are still people approaching me. After about 10 breaths, the 3rd wave will arrive. 10 breaths, enough time. Xia Yan's eyes flashed. Read more at fictionzone.net. As soon as he raised his hand, black lines appeared on his palm, and then he shook it suddenly. Wow! A large black pattern with a radius of 10 meters reappeared. After a few flashes, on the corpses of the 5 core realm exiles who were only killed by Xia Yan, clusters of thick enveloping spiritual chi were all floating. 1 core realm 2nd stage, 1 core realm 4th stage, 2 core realm 5th stage, and 1 core realm 6th stage. 5 people swallow at the same time. Don't know how far can I break through. Before Xia Yan thought about it, a huge amount of spiritual chi had already flooded his side. Shattering. Spiritual chi irrigated wildly. As soon as he entered Xia Yan's body, he instantly transformed into a wild horse, galloping through the meridians. Bomb! However, in the blink of an eye, as a soft sound rang out from the body, Xia Yan's realm directly broke through to Yuan realm 7th stage. But obviously the spiritual chi provided by the 5 core realm exiles is by no means only an improvement of a realm, otherwise the efficiency of swallowing is too unsatisfactory. Yuan realm 8th stage. Yuan realm 9th stage. Half a step core realm. The turbulent spiritual chi irrigation made Xia Yan feel like a broken foot again. Can you break through to core realm? Xia Yan's eyes are full of hope. Half step. There is a huge gap between core realm and core realm. Many Yuan realm people have been trapped in core realm for the rest of their lives, unable to become real core realm powerhouses. That is, the core realm in the northern desert is more common. After all, only by becoming a core realm can you survive in this cruel environment of cannibalism. If it is replaced by other ordinary cities in Xia Kingdom, core realm powerhouses are rare. In some small places, core realm can occupy the mountain as the king and become the emperor of the land. In addition, Xia does not have any qualifications for cultivation. He wants to break through the realm. He must consume more spiritual qi than ordinary people. Fortunately this time, Xia swallowed 5 core realms in one go, and the spiritual qi provided was very sufficient. Coming! Xiayan's eyes flashed, and the stinging pain that he had to endure to break through the realm hit again. Each breakthrough in the great realm is a baptism to the body. Only through baptism can the purity of the body be improved, thereby greatly improving strength, agility, defense, and speed. Core realms breakthrough difficulty is far higher than Yuan realms. Naturally, there is more pain to bear. However, unlike ordinary people, Xiayan's body has an absolute defense bonus. Ordinary people need to bear the sharp pain like a soldering iron walking between the meridians. It is very common to scream and faint, but here, the pain is directly weakened by 99%, leaving only a barely tingling pain. That's it. Therefore, there is almost no need to endure any pain, after about 2 breaths. Boom! With the violent spiritual qi fluctuation in Xiayan's body bursting out, the dust and debris around him were all rolled up, and his realm of strength has reached the core realm first stage. Comfortable. Cool. Xiayan showed an extremely comfortable posture, the whole person seemed to be bathed in rebirth. He didn't endure much the pain of promotion, but the feeling of comfort was real. If this is made known to other core realm people, I am afraid they will vomit blood. It's also a breakthrough. The salary gap is too big, right? Moreover, it only took Xiayan a day to break through from being a waste person with nothing and no aptitude for cultivation to become a core realm master. If they knew this, they would be even more collapsed. At core realm, the filling of spiritual qi has dropped sharply. It seems that core realm has a small realm higher than Yuan realm, and it is more than 10 times more difficult. The higher the realm, the more spiritual qi needed, and the time and resources for cultivation will increase. Therefore, core realm will only be more difficult to improve than Yuan realm. But how difficult is it? As long as enough cultivators are devoured, are you afraid that you won't be able to get promoted? Being a bait for so long, now it's finally my turn to take the initiative. Xiayan licked her lips, her eyes filled with crazy killing. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Thank you for your patronage. The previous Xiayan had insufficient realm strength and could only use herself as a bait to attract those people to take the initiative. And because he doesn't have the realm strength of core realm, he can't even chase down the enemy. But now it's different. Although it is only the core realm first stage, Xiayan's overall strength has been greatly improved, and chasing the enemy is no longer a fantasy. You know, he is not simply being promoted to core realm now. The realm of core realm means that he can beat minor extremity realm, great extremity realm, and the powerhouse of grand extremity realm with one punch. Yes, the grand extremity realm that countless practitioners in Xia Kingdom dream of wanting to set foot on, here at Xiayan, is just a punch. And the absolute defense has also been upgraded to be able to defend against the attacks of all the great extremity realm powerhouses. In a simple and concise sentence, under the grand extremity realm, Xiayan is invincible. At the same time, the exiles who were attracted by the passing fire amulet gradually approached. Coming! Xiayan just put away the Sumina rings in the hands of these 5 people. Before it was too late to investigate, a new group of exiles arrived. Core realm first stage? Wait, there is no exile stamp on his forehead. He is an outsider. Look, the corpse on the ground, the one with the skull tattoo on the neck, isn't it the core realm 6th stage who fought with us last time? This guy is extremely powerful, I don't dare to meet him at all. He actually died. NS. Does this outsider have the ability to leapfrog? The idea is too hard, tie your hands, and go. The exiles who came afterwards saw Xiayan of core realm first stage and the bodies of core realm exiles all over the floor. They were shocked, and after thinking about it, they decided to give up. Yuan realm killed core realm across a large realm. In the cognition of everyone, this is impossible. But Core Realm 1st stage leapfrogged Core Realm 6th stage 7th stage, although it is also very incredible, but it is still within the acceptable range. And they have been in the desert north for so long, the ghost knows how abnormal the outsiders and cultivation techniques are now. For the sake of life insurance, it's best not to provoke them. Want to run again? These exiles are really cautious. I couldn't catch up with you before, the realm strength was too poor, but now it's different. Seeing this, Xiaoyan directly locked onto these exiles, stepped on, leaving a shallow cobweb-like pit on the ground, and the whole body turned into a phantom, catching up. He is catching up. Read more at fictionzone.net. We have 4 core realms, from 3rd stage to 5th stage. It is outrageous that another core realm 1st stage dares to be so arrogant. Run! Don't look back. This guy dared to chase after him, he must have the confidence. It is estimated that the reason why the previous guys died in his hands should be carelessly underestimating the enemy. We must not be arrogant. The 4 exiles did not have the slightest idea of going back and killing them. The 5 core realm corpses on the ground just now deterred them too much, that they did not dare to look back at will. Hey! Someone else is here. It's the gang of Dragon Gold. They have 8 people, and the highest one is core realm 8th stage. Maybe they should be able to get rid of this outsider. We will lead the outsiders to Longjin and the others, let them fight first. Dragon King is one of the more famous core realm small groups in the northern desert. The number of people has reached 8, and the lowest level is core realm 4th stage, has a lot of fame in the northern desert. Since I didn't dare to do it, I would borrow this knife from them to deal with this outsider. Immediately, the 4 turned around and rushed to the direction where Longjin came. After 2 breaths, the 4 of them had a face-to-face meeting with Longjin. I see, there is no exile stamp on the forehead, it's an outsider. The 4 useless guys were chased by an outsider from core realm 1st stage like a bereaved dog. It's so embarrassing. They should have noticed that we rushed over, didn't they dare to act presumptuously, right? Well, let's just show our hands a little bit, let these 4 useless guys take a good look at how strong our Dragon King is. Ha ha ha. Be gentle later, so as not to scare them. The faces of the 8 members of the Longjin team are full of pride and confidence. For them, in this area, their team is the strongest. Even if you can't run rampantly, but at least those other exiles have to take a detour. Therefore, as soon as they saw the fire talisman, they rushed over and ran into other exiles on the road. They saw that it was the Dragon King team, and immediately turned around and ran away, not daring to raise any scramble heart. Immediately, they crossed directly with the 4 exiles. After the 4 people passed the 8 people, they immediately stopped and turned, their curious eyes fixed on the Dragon King 8 people and the outsider of the core realm 1st stage. Is this outsider crazy? Seeing 8 core realms rushing over, he didn't run away. The core realm 6th stage is understandable if it is not in the eyes. Does he still want to go head-to-head with a core realm 8th stage and 2 core realm 7th stages? I'm not mistaken. Why did I just seem to see a smile on the outsider's face? The 4 people were surprised to find that the outsider of core realm 1st stage, after seeing the Dragon King 8, not only did not have the slightest fear, but wanted to retreat. On the contrary, there was an excited smile on his face, and he went straight to face him. This smile is really uncomfortable. Don't take it back and torture slowly, just kill it. Dragon King's strongest person, the headed core realm 8th stage, also noticed the smile on Xiaoyan's face. Suddenly, the killing intent in his eyes was violent, and his wrist was turned, and a dagger with black mist appeared in his hand. Hey! Suddenly, this core realm 8th stage disappeared in place, and his whole body turned into a black mist. When he appeared again, he had already appeared behind Xiaoyan. And the dagger wrapped in black mist in his hand has also been placed on Xiaoyan's neck. Die! Core Realm 8th stage looked indifferent, with a cold tone, and swiped gently. It is expected that the scene that will appear in the next second should be Xia Yan's neck being cut through a hideous gap, blood splashing and gushing out, finally, in the pain of blood loss, a little bit of death. However, the fact is that the dagger passed, and the expected wound, blood did not appear. Yes, it's just that Xia Yan turned her head abruptly. Looking at the Core Realm 8th stage in shock behind her, showing her white teeth, her eyes full of bloodthirsty. Core Realm 8th stage, thank you for your patronage. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Kill while chasing. How is this possible? The pupils of the Core Realm 8th stage shrank suddenly, and the hairs all over the body exploded. Being able to survive in places like the Northern Desert and promoted to the Core Realm 8th stage to form a small well-known team. As a leader, his strength is obvious to all. There are so many Core Realm that died in his hands, even if it is of the same level, he has killed a lot. But now, the ultimate move he is so proud of has failed on a Core Realm 1st stage outsider. That outsider is not dead. Has any powerful cultivation technique been born in the outside world? This guy's body is so hard. No matter how hard it is. We are eyeing him, he will undoubtedly die today. The other 7 of Longjin saw this, and although they were quite shocked in their hearts, they were still full of confidence. But they didn't see the clues and didn't care at all. It doesn't mean that Core Realm 8th stage is as simple as they're thinking. This guy is not easy. You must stay away from him first. Core Realm 8th stage is a great wake-up call. Die. Suddenly, a fist kept magnifying in front of his eyes. Xia Yan has been waiting for this moment, how can it be easily let go? As the Core Realm 8th stage attacked, he was also turning around with his fist. An unprecedented threat of death shrouded the entire person of this Core Realm 8th stage in a shadow. His eyes widened in a flash, and he felt very deeply that if he was hit by this punch, he would be killed on the spot. Core Realm 8th stage immediately wanted to use its instantaneous ability again, quickly fleeing from its current position, and avoiding this attack. Hey! The body of Core Realm 8th stage suddenly turned into a black mist and disappeared in place. Just when everyone thought that Core Realm 8th stage successfully escaped this punch. Boom! In the void not far away, a figure that had been knocked into the air appeared, and saw him turning into a cannonball, tracing a straight line in the air, and crashing on a big rock. The big rock shattered and collapsed on the spot. This figure lay on the rock fragments, his body twitched twice, and 2 mouthfuls of blood were spit out. The shocking eyes suddenly lost their luster. That's right, this figure is the Core Realm 8th stage that almost escaped Xia Yan's punch. But the result is obvious. He couldn't hide it in the end. The sturdy one hit Xia Yan and died on the spot. The boss's breath disappeared. Read more at fictionzone.net. Am I right? Didn't the boss avoid that punch? How could? How is it possible? The remaining 7 of Longjin's team immediately stopped their bodies and looked at the corpse lying on the ground not far away, gradually losing its temperature. The leader of Dragon King, the famous exile of Core Realm 8th stage, unexpectedly, just died. And he was beaten to death by a Core Realm 1st stage on the spot. How could this make them not shocked? Longjin's boss is dead. What happened? What are you kidding? That outsider actually punched Core Realm 8th stage to death. The 4 exiles who saw this scene in the back trembled all over, and there was an unstoppable sense of terror in their eyes. As long as the exiles in this area know how strong Dragon King's leader is, his strength can at least be ranked in the top 5 among the exiles' Core Realm. But now, they have witnessed his death with their own eyes, dead in the hands of a Core Realm 1st stage. This person must be a half-step minor extremity realm. He must have used some special method to hide his breath. It's too dangerous here, leave now. The 4 of them couldn't help but said, turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Like them, there are 7 other members of the Dragon King team. He chased us. Escape. Run away. You run in that direction. Don't follow me. The 7 who should have cooperated tacitly, at this time, because of fear, became a little at a loss, even the voices they shouted were a little trembling. The 7 quickly fled in different directions. It's so fast. I knew I shouldn't have killed this core realm 8th stage, it scared the prey behind. But want to escape? You have to see if your luck is good enough. Xia Yan's eyes flashed. I saw that he directly locked the core realm 4th stage, the worst realm strength among them. However, Xia Yan chose him not because of his worst strength. More importantly, the corpse of core realm 8th stage happened to be on his escape route. Swallow the realm. When Xia Yan's figure flew past the core realm 8th stage, he squeezed his palm, and immediately a black formation appeared within a radius of 10 meters. The black light flickered a few times, and on the corpse of the core realm 8th stage, a thicker, more condensed group of human-shaped spiritual chi floated out and poured directly into Xia Yan's body. At the same time, Xia Yan swiped his other hand in the air, and spiritual chi turned into a blade. With a burst of blood, the finger of the core realm 8th stage who was wearing the Sumina ring flew away. He was caught by Xia Yan directly in the void. This is the biggest difference between core realm and Yuan realm mortal realm. Mortal realm only strengthens the body and can use spiritual chi moves flexibly. Yuan realm can mobilize spiritual chi freely, cover itself, activate spirit soldiers, and burst out higher damage. At core realm, spiritual chi can completely separate from the body, transform into anything, and kill the enemy remotely. Of course, this long-range effect will weaken as the distance increases. In contrast, the power of close moves is more powerful and suitable for most people. This is why there are very few people who have come to assassinate Xia Yan's core realm. The reason for choosing to use remote attack means to kill. Wow! Once again bathed in a huge spiritual chi, Xia Yan felt the warmth and comfort in his body, and the whole person was about to cheer. Vom! Vom! Core realm 2nd stage. Core realm 3rd stage. With almost no obstacles, Xia Yan directly improved 2 small realms. The spiritual chi of core realm 8th stage is really powerful. Thanks to him, I am now fully qualified to have a more enjoyable massacre. Xia Yan kept walking and continued to chase up. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Is there anything I can fight? 3 more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. What? The scene where Xia Yan absorbed the core realm 8th stage spiritual chi fell in the eyes of the Dragon King 7 and the other 4 people. Everyone was shocked, their pupils suddenly tightened, and they looked like they had seen a ghost. Ordinary practitioners, who want to break through from core realm 1st stage to core realm 3rd stage, need years of boring and painstaking practice, plus a large number of genius treasures and cultivation resources, before they have a little chance to achieve it. It's not that they haven't seen a genius who is talented, but even the most powerful genius has never heard of one who can continuously break through the 2 small realms in a blink of an eye. You know, this is not mortal realm, Yuan realm, but core realm. No one knows how hard it is to break through the cultivation base of core realm's realm. They were still a little confused just now, why suddenly there was a black patterned formation, why such a majestic spiritual chi appeared on the core realm 8th stage. But when they saw that spiritual chi all poured into Xia Yan's body, when Xia Yan broke through from core realm 1st stage to core realm 3rd stage immediately, they were all shocked to the point of indescribable. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It can absorb the cultivation base of others. It's just the core realm 1st stage, and it broke through the 2 cultivation bases in a blink of an eye. What is this secret technique? This guy is weird, run away. As soon as the idea of being able to absorb others' cultivation base came out, everyone shuddered. They have seen weird cultivation techniques, and they have also seen similar swallowing moves. But that is just a little bit of absorbing other people's spiritual chi in battle. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was able to kill Core Realm 8th stage all at once, and then swallowed all the spiritual qi, allowing herself to be promoted to 2 minor extremity realm in a row. This is obviously beyond everyone's cognition. Suddenly, in their eyes, Xiaoyan became King Demon who came from hell and could eat people. Everyone didn't dare to take the slightest chance anymore and fled with the strength of a sucker. They don't want to become a cultivation base and become someone else's food. At the same time, there were a few new groups of exiles who saw the spread of fire amulet. Look! It's from Longjin. There are other exiles who I don't know. Be cautious, Dragon King's people are not easy to mess with, each of them is a particularly tyrannical guy, and you must not easily confront them. Wait! There is a fellow behind them who hasn't been exiled, it's an outsider. What's the matter? Longjin's people have always liked outsiders the most, why don't they take action? But it's only Core Realm 3rd stage, or, how about we solve him? Read more at fictionzone.net. New exiles kept coming from all directions. They range from Yuan Realm to Core Realm. Among them, the exiles of Core Realm 5th-6th stage couldn't help but burst into brilliance after seeing Xiaoyan as an outsider, showing a strong coveting meaning. But the people who saw Longjin were there, they didn't dare to act rashly, for fear that they might provoke these ruthless characters. Therefore, all the exiles did not approach, but kept a certain safe distance. Followed closely around the periphery, wanted to see what was going on, and also wanted to find a chance to try to get a little benefit. At this time, Xiaoyan was surrounded by layers of exiles, a rough count, or even 50 or 60 people. And he is like the center of the vortex of the storm, no matter where he goes, there will be a circle of safe distance inseparable. There are more and more people, these are all prey. The exiles saw Xiaoyan as prey, but they didn't realize that in Xiaoyan's eyes, they were also prey, and they were like a large herd of fat sheep. Ding! Suddenly, a long sword wrapped in spiritual qi cut through the sky, sprinted, and directly pierced Xiaoyan's thigh. Some Core Realm exiles still couldn't help but shoot. But instead of rushing forward recklessly, they chose a long-range strike. The Core Realm 3rd stage was stabbed by me, why is there nothing at all? One of the Core Realm 4th stage exiles who had just attacked Xiaoyan frowned suspiciously. He wanted to take action to make this outsider lose the ability to move, but he found that the flying sword secret technique he was so proud of hadn't played any role at all. You know, he can penetrate even gold and stone with this move, but he can't hurt a Core Realm 3rd stage. It's really suspicious. The guys insisted on running away, it seems they can't catch up. Shoot other people first. Seeing Xiaoyan's ability to devour cultivation base, all those exiles flee eagerly one by one, the distance between Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan is getting farther and farther. Just when the other exiles came and attacked him actively, Xiaoyan immediately chose to give up the Dragon King gang and went straight to the Core Realm 4th stage who had just attacked him. Oh! This outsider still has a temper. Do you really take your Core Realm 3rd stage seriously? When the Core Realm 4th stage saw Xiaoyan coming straight to him, his face suddenly showed contempt. Regardless of his realm is 4th stage, but having survived for so long in the northern desert, he has already had a wealth of combat experience, and he can definitely leapfrog. A Core Realm 3rd stage dare to make trouble for himself, without giving him a deep lesson. Do you really think that you have been playing around in the northern desert for so many years? True Blue 8 Swords. As soon as Core Realm 4th stage raised his hand, 8 sharp swords wrapped in spiritual qi appeared immediately beside him. With a wave of his hand, the 8 swords turned into 8 flashes of blue light in the air, and they appeared in front of Xiaoyan in an instant, locking all their retreat paths firmly from 8 directions. Outsider, your things are mine. Core Realm 4th stage slammed the palm of his hand, and 8 swords slammed into all the vital parts of Xiaoyan from 8 directions. Ding! 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 However, the scene of 10,000 swords piercing the heart did not appear as expected. Instead, the 8 swords were all broken on the spot. Impossible. The core realm 4th stage's eyes widened in shock. Everything about you is mine. At the same time, Xia Yan has come to him, with a bloodthirsty smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes are full of killing intent. Bang! With a punch, the core realm 4th stage was knocked into the air, vomiting blood, and died. Xia Yan was not in a hurry to devour his cultivation base. The lesson just given to him by core realm 8th stage made a sly look in his eyes. I saw him stepping on the corpse and shouting to the sky. Is there a bunch of rubbish waste in the northern desert? Is there anything that can be beaten? Chapter 21 Harvesting Crazy. For more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. This is a radical approach. Throughout the ages, the radical method has always been very effective. As long as you think that you have a little strength, but your strength has been questioned by others, most people can't help feeling angry and want to prove themselves. The current situation is: when Xia Yan raised this to the sky, the eyes of many exiles around suddenly became sharp. This outsider is provoking us. There is a core realm 3rd stage, but it only defeated a core realm 4th stage. He dared to shout in front of so many people. Who does he think he is? Damn, Lao Zi must slaughter this ignorant boy today. Why are exiles being exiled? It is because they themselves have committed heinous crimes, and their hands are stained with a lot of blood. Not to mention being provoked in a place of exile, even in the outside world, if others blatantly pointed to the nose and said such a sentence, they could not bear it. What's more, it is still an outsider who is scorning them now. Is it tolerable or unbearable? Some exiles who had been coveting for a long time, heard Xia Yan's words, at this moment did not hesitate anymore, and directly chose to shoot. Wow! 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 The light of cultivation technique moves suddenly lit up, and the surging spiritual chi fluctuations suddenly spread out. The colorful brilliance fills the whole world. A series of violent and terrifying attacks emerged from all directions, covering Xia Yan in it. Fate. Die. Outsiders, I will accept your life. Countless roars rose to the sky, dozens of core realm masters attacked together, and the spiritual chi power that burst out, flooded like a huge wave. If the person standing in the center is not Xia Yan, but an ordinary core realm person, he can't bear this terrifying aura alone. He would have been so scared that his legs and feet were weak and his eyes trembled. On the other hand, Xia Yan, facing such a horrible attack, instead of fearing at all, she was more excited in her eyes. Boom boom boom. In the next second, all kinds of storm-like attacks enveloped Xia Yan's entire body. Read more at fictionzone.net. Flame, frost, black mist, green poison, spiritual chi dragon, spiritual chi lion, spear cold light, scarlet giant axe. Dozens of exiles all used their own ultimate moves without hesitation, with the intention of beheading Xia Yan on the spot. Such a terrible offensive has never been staged in the northern desert. The exiles in the northern desert are afraid of attracting the attention of others. They are worried that they will fight because of the snipe and the clam, and they will be profited by the fishermen in the end. Now because of Xia Yan, an outsider, the exiles are extremely peaceful, and they have gathered in a group, unanimously outside. Therefore, in their imagination, Xia Yan will be torn to pieces on the spot by these dozens of terrible attacks, and they are always ready to rush forward, from the chaotic scene, to snatch the outsider's sumi take the ring. But the fact is, it will always be more cruel than they thought. All the attacks fell on Xia Yan, just like mud flowing into the sea, without causing any harm at all. It's just that Xia Yan's broken robe is made into ashes in all sorts of weird ways. The first one, you. Xia Yan's eyes were cold, and a bloodthirsty arc evoked at the corner of her mouth. Directly from the crowd besieging him, a lucky audience from the core realm 6th stage was randomly selected and punched. Bang! That core realm 6th stage was the same as all previous exiles encountered. The body turned into a cannonball and flew straight up. When he fell to the ground, his eyes widened and his breath was cut off. The second. The third. Xia Yan didn't stop, and continued to wave his fists, no matter what the realm of the opponent, anyway, as long as you fancy it, the hammer is right. Bang! 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 3 punches in a row, 3 figures flew out one after another, and 3 core realm corpses were harvested. Ha ha ha, happy! This feeling is so happy. There are no intractable fights, just the most common and refreshing punch to a kid. Before coming, Xia Yan had more or less heard about the evil deeds of these exiles from the leaders of the Wild North City. The crimes they committed could not be overstated even with the most cruel punishments. Therefore, when slaughtering these exiles, Xia Yan didn't have any guilt of killing, only walked the way for the sky and eradicated pests. Just like playing a game in a previous life, sweeping and cutting melons to clear monsters, thinking that each of them can bring a huge experience value to themselves, and leave a box full of various magical treasures, don't feel too cool. What's the matter? Why didn't he get hurt? Is this guy cultivating the body cultivation technique? Or is there a top-level bodyguard? My attack won't work for him. A hole. You killed my brother, Lao Zi will never forgive you. At this time, the other exiles had already reacted. They found that no matter how many brutal and terrifying attacks, they would not have any effect on Xia Yan at all. However, due to the large number of people, they did not choose to retreat like the exiles before, but continued to strengthen and increase the offensive, and they wanted to kill the outsider. Because of their thoughts, Xia Yan has more and plenty of time to hunt food for herself. Bang! 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 A series of fists blasted out, and one figure after another flew upside down. Just like a batting game, one by one balls either hits a big rock, or hits other exiles, or draws a beautiful parabola in the air, and finally dies. Anyway, as long as Xia Yan's when the fist hits, no one can stand up again and die on the spot. Come on! A bunch of rubbish. Waste. Do you only have this ability? It's really useless. What kind of cultivation technique? It's not enough to even tickle me. Xia Yan attacked, but also did not forget to taunt. Facts have proved that this did play a role. When some exiles who organized a team action saw their partners or brothers being killed, and heard such provocative and sarcastic words by Xia Yan, they could not help but rush forward, wanting to avenge their partners or brothers. However, as the number of exiles continued to drop sharply, and the intensity of the encirclement and attack became smaller and smaller, some exiles finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Core Realm 7th Stage. 5 more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. How could his body be so hard? I can't move at all. No matter what the attack method is, it won't work. Our people suffered heavy casualties. The idea is too hard. You can't keep entangled, leave quickly. The exiles found that their attacks did not cause any harm to Xia Yan, but Xia Yan beat them one by one, as long as they were hit by Xia Yan's fist, whether it was Core Realm 1st stage or Core Realm 6th stage, they all lost their breath on the spot. Die directly. Immediately, they palpitated and frightened, and instead of continuing to attack, they fled away directly. In a short time, Xia Yan resumed the same state as before. There was a vacuum in the area. All the fleeing exiles took a look around at this time, only to find that the bodies of exiles were everywhere around the battlefield. From Core Realm 1st stage to Core Realm 7th stage, there are 20 or 30, all of them were beaten to death by Xia Yan. The faces of all the exiles were extremely ugly. Looking back, Xia Yan's eyes showed fear, and the pace of fleeing accelerated again. It seems that no matter how many people there are, I can't stop him. Can't stay any longer, let's go. The Dragon King team and others, who watched the battle from beginning to end in the distance, originally thought that so many exiles might be able to play a role. They have to die too. However, the fact is that Xia Yan was unscathed, and there were 20 or 30 more corpses on the ground. They didn't dare to stay anymore, just turned and fled. It's all gone. But for a moment, there were no more exiles within Xia Yan's eyes. He did not choose to pursue it. After all, I just harvested so many corpses, first absorbed their cultivation base, and searched the property in the Sumina ring. As for those exiles, as long as they are in the northern desert, Xia Yan will find them sooner or later. Take all their cultivation base as your own. This wave of harvest is so cool. Come on, see what level I can break through this time. Swallow the realm. Xia Yan circled and flew past all the corpses of the exiles, while harvesting their Sumina rings, while also using the devouring realm. Large arrays of black patterns emerged one by one, and while the black light continued to flicker, clusters of spiritual chi floated out of the bodies of these exiles. Read more at fictionzone.net. When Xia Yan quickly returned to the center, a huge amount of spiritual chi poured directly into his body. Shattering. Spiritual chi is like a rushing river, rushing into Xia Yan's body. The amount of spiritual chi this time is larger than any previous one. Can the amount of cultivation base spiritual chi of 20 or 30 core realm exiles be absorbed at the same time? Xia Yan closed his eyes and felt the comfort of the majestic spiritual chi to his body. He was lying on a soft sponge, and it felt so refreshing. After about a breath. Bomb. Core realm 4th stage. Bomb. Core realm 5th stage. Bomb. Core realm 6th stage. In the end, Xia Yan's new realm cultivation base was fixed on the core realm 7th stage. Suddenly promoted to 4 small realms, happy. Haha. Xia Yan laughed happily. This is his first day in the desert in the north. In just one day, he went from being a mere mortal to a master with core realm 7th stage. If he returns to the Xia Kingdom Palace at this time, I am afraid everyone including the Xia Kingdom Emperor will be stunned. Especially those princes will be shocked to make them speechless. Now I have surpassed all the princes, and surpassed the most talented powerhouse in the history of Xia Kingdom. Even the founding emperor is not as good as 1.5 of mine. Xia Yan's eyes flashed. The cultivation base of the princes still stays in Yuan realm, and he has arrived at the core realm. He wants to kill these princes. He doesn't even need to punch them, he can just swallow a realm, he can kill lower than himself. A creature of great realm. At the same time, such a terrifying speed of promotion has also surpassed the founding emperor of Xia Kingdom. What is the concept of core realm 7th stage in the early 20s? The ultimate cultivation base of the founding emperor is Grand Extremity realm. At Xia Yan's age, it was only half a step core realm. On the other hand, Xia Yan has already reached core realm, and let him continue to swallow it, minor extremity realm, great extremity realm, and even grand extremity realm is impossible. After I have enough strength, I will also go to create my own country. The idea of founding a country, most people don't dare to have it, and it was the same with Xia Yan in the past. To be a prince in the future, and to have his own territory, is already content. And those princes, the highest is just to covet the position of the Xia Kingdom Emperor. As for the founding of the country, they can't even think about it. To create a country, Grand Extremity Realm alone is not enough, you have to achieve extremely high attainments in the Grand Extremity Realm, and be able to kill other Grand Extremity Realm before you are qualified to start the country. Now, Xia Yan has such strength. As long as he reaches the minor extremity realm, his absolute defense will be able to withstand the grand extremity realm's attack without damage, and he will be able to beat the true emperor realm in half a step with one punch. At that time, isn't it a matter of hand to open up a small kingdom? Only when the country is opened, I can collect enough spirit stones. Unlike other people who found the country and became the emperor, enjoying the power of over 10,000 people, and holding the power of life and death. Xia Yan wants to found a country, more is to collect spirit stones. In this world, nothing is more profitable than a country. Even if it is robbery, you have to kill one by one, not one by one, don't you? However, once the country is founded, everyone has to pay taxes, and all cultivators have to make confession. Even if you lie down, you can get spirit stones to pay for it. This is the best posture to earn spirit stones. You know, Xia Yan needs more than millions and tens of millions of spirit stones, but hundreds of millions. If you don't start a country, how long will you have to collect? And he hasn't unlocked more advanced abilities yet. If more advanced abilities require more spirit stones, he must also be able to afford it. Otherwise, what's the use of watching? Asterisk. Chapter 23 Desert City. What's more, after you become stronger in the future, you can't stay in the hands of others forever. Only by controlling the real power, holding the lives of others in your hands, and becoming an object of respect, admiration, and fear for everyone, can you completely control your own destiny. Therefore, founding a nation is imperative. However, it's not that easy to get promoted. The realm has increased, and the demand for spiritual qi has also increased a lot. Only 20 or 30 core realm exiles have raised 4 small realms, and I want to improve in the future. To minor extremity realm, I am afraid that it won't work without swallowing hundreds of core realm exiles. Unless I can swallow the exiles of minor extremity realm, so as to speed up my cultivation base. As the small realm rises, Xia Yan can obviously feel that the body's demand for spiritual qi has become greater and greater. Moreover, he has gradually figured out the gap in the realm of cultivators, and the amount of spiritual qi brought to him will also fluctuate in different ranges. Just as he had swallowed a core realm 8th stage before, he immediately improved 2 small realms. But now that it has swallowed 20 or 30, it has only raised 4 small realms. Don't look at it just core realm, but the further you go, the more difficult it is to promote. This is why there are not many exiles in core realm 7th stage, 8th stage, and 9th stage. If you want to improve, in addition to your own penance, you need the assistance of various geniuses. Xia Yan is the same. He wants to go up quickly, relying solely on the core realm 1st stage, 2nd stage, 3rd stage, 4th stage, and so on. It's too slow. He has to swallow 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage, half-step minor extremity realm, etc. Only the cultivator of the world can move up faster. I don't know if their information is transmitted quickly in the northern desert. If the information is transmitted quickly, I should have become a person they avoid now. Xia Yan chuckled lightly. It is obvious to all that I have just killed the quartet. There is also devouring the cultivation base of others, and there is no taboo. If they want to avoid themselves and run when they see themselves, the efficiency of hunting will naturally decrease. But it also has some advantages. If those powerful characters hear about themselves, they will definitely rely on their strength in the realm to find him trouble. At that time, there is no need for Xia Yan to take the initiative to find it, and the prey will take the initiative to send it to the door. There are so many people in the northern desert, and there is a small team. They want to plunder my things when they see me. There must be a village or town in charge of trading. If you can get into these villages or towns, then you really have entered the treasure house. Xia Yan grinned, her eyes flickered. He believes that where there are people, there must be rivers and lakes. Read more at fictionzone.net. Where there are rivers and lakes, there must be a place to stay. And these villages or towns are exactly where Xia Yan can kill, massacre and devour them. Look at the Sumina rings I searched first, and look for relevant clues. It has to be said that this wave of harvest is indeed unreasonable. Xia Yan touched the Sumina rings, there were more than 30. And the piles of Sumina rings floating in front of him. Don't keep one of the spirit stones. Xia Yan's first search was spirit stones. More than 30,000, not bad. More than 10,000, less. That's a lot, it's 70,000, and I don't kill people less often. Hey! This one actually has more than 700,000. Oh, no wonder, it turned out to be the core realm 8th stage. I said why there are so many spirit stones. Xia Yan seemed to be scratching. Every time a Sumina ring is opened, there are different spirit stones and treasures waiting for him to search. It is almost a 100% probability of winning. It's not too comfortable to mention that feeling. Moreover, Xia Yan also searched out his experience. Just by looking at the number of spirit stones in the Sumina ring, he can probably tell the realm of the owner of this Sumina ring. After a while, all spirit stones were searched. Plus what I searched before, now I have 1.92 million spirit stones in my hand. If you count the value of those spiritual soldiers, metal materials, genius treasures, cultivation techniques, etc., at least it will be more than 4 million. To use robbery to accumulate wealth is fast, haha. In half a day, I found various treasures worth 4 million spirit stones. The growth rate of this wealth is much faster than any business. Found it. Soon, Xia Yan took out a map of the northern desert from one of the Sumina rings. This map is specially made with the skin of the spirit beast. It has functions such as cold resistance, fire resistance, and waterproof, and its value is very good. And above it, not only marks the entire terrain of the northern desert, but also some towns located in remote places. Sure enough, as I expected, there are towns where exiles gather in the northern desert, and there are more than one. Xia Yan scanned it carefully. According to the markings on this map, there are 7 towns in the entire northern desert, 6 of which are ordinary towns, and the remaining one is a real city that is not too big or small. In this regard, Xia Yan is not surprised. Before he came, he knew that the northern desert was not a small place. It contained not only the exiles of Xia Kingdom, but also the exiles of the other neighboring 3 countries, a total of 4 countries. And these 6 towns and 1 city are the hard work built by the exiles of the 4 kingdoms over the years. I heard from the leaders that there is an exile who is about to break through to become Grand Extremity Realm in retreat. It seems that he can have a chance to attack Grand Extremity Realm. It should be through many transactions that he has obtained enough training resources before changing. Here comes this opportunity. Xia Yan's eyes flashed. I just don't know, where will this guy retreat? Is it in this largest city? If you can swallow all the cultivation base of this half-step Grand Extremity Realm, your own strength will surely get skyrocketing. The location where I am now is probably here, the town closest to me, in this place. At my current rate, it takes 3 days to get to this town. 3 days, a town is enough. The corner of Xia Yan's mouth lifted. Go. The journey is indeed a bit longer, but Xia Yan can't help but feel excited when he thinks that he is greeted by a rich spiritual chi treasure house, which is about to bring him a realm leap. Chapter 24 Treasure Firm. In fact, it took Xia Yan more than 3 days to hurry. The routes marked on the map are all routes, and in these routes, in addition to the endless desert, there are many bare hills. Fortunately, Xia Yan has reached the core realm 7th stage. Use spiritual chi to speed up the pace. Kept moving forward, but it still took him a lot of time to climb over the hills. But along the way, no exiles came to trouble him anymore. It's not because Xia Yan's identity was passed on, but his realm is too high. In this area, he belongs to the relatively high-end powerhouse. The average core realm 4th stage exile even sees that there is no exile mark on his forehead. Do not dare to approach easily. On the contrary, Xia Yan took the initiative and killed several core realm 2nd stage exiles who were too late to escape. It's a pity that the spiritual chi they provide is too little to allow Xia Yan's realm to continue to improve. 7 days later. The dazzling sun scorches the earth, and the temperature has reached at least 80. The environment is so harsh that ordinary people can't survive. Only a cultivator with a strong cultivation base can continue to move forward under such a scorching sun. On the high hills, a black robe covered almost 90% of his skin. Standing on the edge of a cliff, he looked out at the town full of houses on the horizon. It's a little bit different from what I expected. I thought it would be so simple that it was a primitive house made of thatch and cement, but I didn't expect it to be almost the same as the outside world. He took off his hood, revealing a firm face with bronze skin. Who else could it be if it wasn't Xia Yan? He originally thought that the desert in the north was not full of grass, and the environment was so bad that even the insects unique to the desert could hardly survive. With such a lack of resources, the town should naturally be dilapidated. But obviously the facts were beyond his expectation. The desert towns in the north were almost indistinguishable from the outside world. I have been sleeping on the street for so long, so I should take a shower first, stock up some good wine and meat, and wait for it to be done, and then have a good fight. This is the desert to the north. There are no so-called innocent civilians. All of them are exiles who have committed serious crimes. They establish order here, so he will specifically destroy it. But before the destruction, he had to take a good bath and store some food. Xia Yan smiled softly, put on the hood again, and at the same time took out an iron mask that could cover his eyes and forehead, and put it on his face. I saw him jump from the edge of a 100-meter-high cliff, smashed a deep hole in the ground, and rushed straight to the town. Hey! Talk about you! Stop! Read more at fictionzone.net. Xia Yan had just arrived at the gate of the town when two exiles from Core Realm 9th stage reached out and stopped him. Because Xia Yan was wearing a mask, the two did not see Xia Yan's smooth forehead. Of course, they were too lazy to confirm this. After all, this is the desert in the north. Which outsider was fed and ran to the exile gathering place? Isn't this looking for death? Look at what you look like. Are you a newcomer? According to the rules, go in once and pay 10,000 spirit stones tolls. If it is not enough, kill others and get 10,000 spirit stones again. A guard said bluntly. It costs 10,000 spirit stones tolls to enter a town. Such a high cost is beyond imagination in the outside world. But in the desert to the north, there are bound to be countless exiles willing to pay. Obviously, this is one of the reasons why the exiles attacked each other. It is good. Xia Yan touched the Samina ring and directly took out 10,000 spirit stones. The newcomer is rich. Go in. The two let them go. Xia Yan went straight in. Oh, that's not bad, I have everything. No matter streets, shops, inns, there are in this town. It's just that there are no hawkers selling small things and snacks like the outside world, and there are not many exiles on the street, so that the street looks a little desolate. Senior, do you want the latest information? Xia Yan hadn't walked 2 steps, an ugly man with only Yuan Realm 9th stage crouched and leaned forward, holding a parchment roll in his hand, and asked with a smile on his face. What price? Xia Yan asked. This one just came out this morning. It only sells 5,000 spirit stones. The ugly man said quickly. 5,000 spirit stones for a newspaper, the price is really not expensive. But who made this be in the desert in the north, but also in the town? Even the tolls are so expensive, that's why other things are not expensive. Give me a copy. Xia Yan directly paid 5,000 spirit stones. By the way, where is there a pawn shop in this place? Pawn shop? Senior, do you want to sell the treasures in your hand? Then you should go to the treasure shop. The treasure shop can not only buy all kinds of good things, but also any of your treasures can be sold there. If your treasures are precious enough, you can even take it to auction. Earn more spirit stones. The ugly man replied enthusiastically. Speaking of this, the ugly man raised his eyebrows, smiled wretchedly, and said in a low voice, Senior, this is the first time you have come to the dealing office, right? For your generosity, I will tell you another news. In fact, the treasure shop not only sells all kinds of treasures, but also the slaves from the outside world are brought in and sold. If you are in need of this, you can go and see. But if you want to bid for slaves, you will have to spend a lot of spirit just to enter the market. Stones, and the competition is fierce, you have to prepare more spirit stones in advance. Slave trade. Xia Yan's eyes flashed, the outside world is heavily guarded, how did they bring the slaves in? Hey, then you just underestimate the treasure firm's ability. The ugly man laughed and said, the treasure shop is the most powerful force in the entire northern desert. The boss behind the scenes is a half-step grand extremity realm. There are too many powerful great extremity realm under the minor extremity realm. They often sneak away. Go to the outside world and looting the village city. Those slaves were brought over from the outside world. But this business is also very dangerous. There are a lot of masters in Wild North City, Huadong City, Yunnan City, and Yuxi City to prevent them from escaping from the northern desert and looting the village. Once they are discovered by these masters, they will inevitably. A bloody battle, killing a few great extremity realms is a trivial matter. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Expensive Prices. 3 more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. Hearing this, Xia Yan understood everything. It is no wonder that those exiles will flee frantically, looting villages and towns at all risk of their lives, looting women with food and treasures. It turns out that this is not a whim, but a long-planned plan. There is such a large force behind it, planning everything for them, and specifying goals. Those exiled minor extremity realm and great extremity realm only need to rob some outside materials as if performing a mission, and then they can exchange for amazing wealth in the northern desert and live a life of incomparable comfort and abundance. It can be said that as long as you have the strength, staying here is no different from the outside world. In that case, the desert in the north cannot be left. A sharp color appeared in Xia Yan's eyes. The reason why Xia Kingdom and the surrounding countries could not solve this phenomenon is because their own strength is not strong enough, and they need to use these exiled repairers to establish a line of defense. But at this time, Xia Yan already has the ability to blast Grand Extremity Realm with one punch. Naturally, what the Northern Desert, what exiles, do not need to continue to stay. These guys who have committed heinous crimes should cut the grass and get rid of the roots. The ugly man is gone. Xia Yan opened the sheepskin roll in her hand and flipped through it. Hat. I knew it. As soon as it started, the first news that came into view was nothing else. It was astonishing that 7 days ago, he singled out dozens of core realm exiles and caused a serious murder. According to the description in the parchment scroll, Xia Yan is not only an outsider, but also an evil demon that can devour other people's flesh and blood. Only the cultivation base of core realm 3rd stage, but leapfrog killed many core realm 4th stage, 5th stage, 6th stage people. So the news is at the end, a serious warning: once you find this outsider, immediately send a signal to let the masters above minor extremity realm kill him. If you want to kill me so much, then I will fulfill you all by then. The core realm is so boring, let's have a few more minor extremity realm, then it will be interesting. Xia Yan chuckled softly. He continued to read and learned a lot of recent events in the northern desert. From this newspaper, Xia Yan can clearly know that the speed of delivering news in the northern desert is very slow. For example, it took 7 days to make headlines in the northern desert. Almost all news from half a month or a month ago. But he did capture some useful things from this information. The trading office, that is, the town where he is currently located, is not allowed to fight and fight. Once found, no matter what reason you are, you will be directly expelled and added to the blacklist, and you will never be able to step into the town again. Therefore, the trading office is equivalent to a safe zone, and you can save your life temporarily without worrying about being killed. Read more at fictionzone.net. However, the outside world only needs gold and silver to buy good wine and meat. When it comes to this place, all can only be purchased with spirit stones. The price is extremely expensive. Take just the toll fee and the intelligence fee of 5,000 spirit stones, the average core realm powerhouse. I am afraid that his pockets will be empty in a few days. Secondly, the northern desert is divided into regions. The area where Xiayan is located belongs to a remote area, a truly prosperous place, in the largest city, which is called the Big Trading Office. That is the place where the strong gather. There, as long as you can afford the expensive spirit stones, you can buy almost everything that the outside world can buy, and enjoy all the services that the outside world can enjoy. Able to achieve this level, obviously those exiles have colluded with people from the 4 countries outside. The high price gap between the northern desert and the outside world is an obvious huge benefit. No one will have trouble with the interests. Not only are the exiles in the northern desert coveted, people from outside also want to get a share. Collusion and cooperation, then it couldn't be more normal. Fair enough. They collected so many spirit stones, and they will all belong to me by then. The corner of Xiayan's mouth was lifted, and she closed the sheepskin roll with her hand. No matter it is a small trading office or a large trading office, none of them can escape anyway. Immediately, Xiayan randomly found an inn in the town to check in and rest. An ordinary house, 500 spirit stones per night. A serving of wine and meat is not delicious, 1,500 spirit stones. There is also a hot bath, and the high price of 300 spirit stones. You know, in the outside world, 1 spirit stones is equal to 100 taels of gold, which is enough to enjoy the top room, the most luxurious meals, and the most comfortable enjoyment. Here, it can only be the most ordinary experience. How dark is the trading office in the northern desert? If you want to say what is the only benefit, it is that you don't have to eat and sleep in the wild, and you don't have to worry about being killed and losing your life in your sleep. This is the biggest reason why exiles are willing to pay. The next day, Mimi Xiayan, who had rested all night, came to the treasure shop. Before he got even closer, he heard a loud noise. There are a lot of people. There are no people everywhere, but this treasure shop alone is extremely lively. The decoration of the treasure house is also extraordinary. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as resplendent. What you can see is gorgeous and luxurious decoration. These things are very valuable to the outside world, let alone the desert in the north, let alone, it is simply sky price. From this point, we can see that the power behind the treasure firm is so powerful. Minor extremity realm. Xiayan immediately noticed a graceful middle-aged man wearing expensive mink fur, with the enchanting family around him, choosing treasures in it. In places where there are men everywhere, the appearance of a woman will inevitably cause countless people to look at it, but everyone dare not look at it. This is the master of minor extremity realm. If you offend him, the other party has the means to do it. His life. Xiayan's eyes were fiery. But what he saw was not the enchanting beauty, but the middle-aged man himself. This was the first minor extremity realm he came across in the northern desert. For Xiayan, that was the real treasure. It is the greatest resource for realm improvement. Don't worry, he has locked in his breath, and I will trouble him later. Xiayan retracted his gaze, did not rush to move, but went to the counter and put a sumina ring on the counter. Help me see how much the treasures are worth, and give me a standard price. An old man on the counter had taken the sumina ring, and after some investigations with spiritual sense, he gave a price that surprised Xiayan slightly. Objectively, your treasure in the sumina ring is worth about 6.36 million spirit stones. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Beauty Slave. The old man's voice was not loud, but it was still heard by many exiles who were looking at the treasures in the business. Suddenly, many exiles all shifted their eyes to Xiayan, and there was a look of coveting and greed in their eyes. Even the minor extremity realm exile who was picking up the treasure couldn't help but look back at Xia Yan. In this disorderly place, although the town trading office can temporarily guarantee temporary safety, once out of the town, there are dangerous areas everywhere. The wealth of more than 6 million spirit stones is enough for them to enjoy themselves at the trading desk. They can also buy some handy spirit soldiers, or other treasures, training resources, etc., to strengthen their own strength. What's more, Xia Yan only has the strength of the core realm 7th stage. This realm strength has a deterrent effect before, but at this time there are many exiles in the 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage, and half-step minor extremity realm in the treasure shop. Even minor extremity realm has, so there are many coveted. Okay, I sold them all. Hear it or not, Xia Yan doesn't mind at all. Anyway, come and kill one by one. But the price was beyond his expectation. I thought that these treasures were worth 2 million at most. This is the conclusion that Xia Yan deliberately estimated the price of the northern desert. However, he underestimated the value of the treasure in the northern desert, which was 3 times the price he estimated. More than twice. Immediately, Xia Yan did not hesitate and chose to sell. Objective: this is your spirit stones. After a while, the old man handed the Sumina ring back. The treasures inside had been removed, and only 6.36 million spirit stones were left in it. There was also a golden card that was handed over with Sumina ring. You have a transaction of more than 5 million yuan with our firm. If you sell it in the future, you can show this gold card and get certain privileges. The old man said. I heard that your firm has an auction. When will it be held? Xia Yan asked. Guest officer, you are here at the right time. The January auction is already underway. Your side please. As the saying goes, coming early is not as good as coming by coincidence. Under the guidance of the old man, Xia Yan went straight to the inside of the treasure house. The person with the minor extremity realm who was carrying Meijuan saw Xia Yan walking inside, immediately put down the treasure he was playing with, and followed. Soon, they came to a luxurious gate, and before they got close, they heard a loud noise coming from inside. The door opened, and what you saw was a gorgeous auction venue with a downward staircase. If you just look at this auction venue and think it is outside, you can't feel that it is the northern desert where ferocious criminals are exiled. The price on the 7th has been increased to 1 million. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? On the stage below, a middle-aged man with a character who from core realm 3rd stage is shouting impassionedly. 1.3 million. Read more at fictionzone.net. 1.5 million. 1.6 million. There are endless voices of price increases. The price of this superb spirit soldier has been added to more than 1 million spirit stones. These exiles are really rich. Xia Yan randomly found a position in the back row. And when he saw that a superb spirit soldier was being auctioned, it was sold for a price of more than 1 million spirit stones, and he couldn't help but sigh. There are more than 1 million spirit stones, and you can buy several superb spirit soldiers from the outside world. With a little more money, you can even buy it with the heavenly spirit soldier. However, here is not the highest limit. A group of exiles are fighting. Core realm 8th stage, core realm 9th stage, half-step minor extremity realm. Further forward, minor extremity realm, minor extremity realm, minor extremity realm, the front row is great extremity realm. Xia Yan observes those auctioned, distinguishing their realm from the breath. When he found that the lowest place in the room was core realm 8th stage, he couldn't help but a fiery color appeared in his eyes, and the whole person was excited. Auctions? He is not interested. What he wants is these exiles, to take all of their spiritual chi cultivation base as his own. Okay. 2.2 million. The deal. Guest 33, this superb soldier belongs to you. As the host waved his hand, he finally sold the superb spirit soldier at a price of 2.2 million. The next thing we are going to auction is the long-awaited beauty slaves," the host said loudly. As soon as this statement was made, the eyes of all the exiles below suddenly released a coveted light. Beauty slaves are extremely expensive luxury goods in the northern desert. Owning a beauty slave not only represents your financial strength, but also a status symbol. Most people don't dare to provoke you easily. After all, spirit soldiers, treasures, cultivation techniques, etc., can be brought in through the Sumina ring, but only creatures can't. If you want to take a person across the border, that means you need to take a huge risk of being discovered. Therefore, beauty slaves are often priceless and in short supply, even some strong ones will buy more and enjoy. Xia Yan did not speak, but his gaze had gradually darkened. This time the beauties were contributed by the Shang group. I believe everyone should know that the beauties that Shang brings are the best, right? I just met, and that lovely appearance is simply a stunner in the world. You guys, are you eager to wait? The host performed vividly, and the people below impatiently urged. Ha ha ha, good. For the sake of everyone's enthusiasm, let us bring up the beauty slaves that are going to be auctioned today. Kang 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 kang. A sound of metal chains colliding and knocking came from below the stage. Only a small figure with bare feet and a red cloth covering his head was brought to the stage by two core realm people. There was a commotion underneath, and many people moved their noses. They had already smelled the unique fragrance that young girls have, and the fiery color in their eyes became more intense. The host didn't talk nonsense anymore, he just opened the red cloth. I saw a stunning beauty with long black hair, fair skin, and a delicate face that appeared to be in front of everyone. Wow! In an instant, the entire auction venue was boiling. It's so beautiful. Mine. Mine. Don't grab anyone from me. Niang Zipai. I had known that I would not buy the best spirit soldier before, this is the real best. Everyone, give me a face to someone, I want this beauty slave. You're a shit. Today Lao Zi is determined to win. Who dares to steal from me? Lao Zi chopped him out of the trading office. Asterisk. Chapter 27 How much do you think I am worth? Everyone is struggling, and no one is willing to give in. There are a lot of slaves of beauty, but it is such a superb product like this one. Not only does the face look beautiful, but the figure is also bumpy, and the lines are perfect to explode. In the northern desert, it is even rarer than the sky-reaching spirit soldier. Naturally, no one wants to give up such a superb product, no matter how much it costs, it must be won. Feeling the coveted and fiery eyes of everyone below, the beautiful slave trembled, and a trace of despair emerged involuntarily in the eyes that were already full of fear and numbness. She is a young lady from a small town in Yu country. However, a group of extreme exiles came from nowhere, and brought a heavy blow to the entire town. In that disaster, all her relatives were killed, only because she had a beautiful face. The reason is that they were taken captive to the desert in the north. Originally, she wanted to break free, wanted to escape, or chose to commit suicide to escape. But under minor extremity realm, she can't do anything. She knew very well that soon she would be bid by the group of criminals with the stamp of exile on the foreheads below, and one of them would take her away and ravage her in inhuman ways. Her fate will be completely gloomy, and even the dust under her feet will be worse. Everyone's enthusiasm, I have fully felt it. I believe you have discovered it too? This is a real chick. Because of this, her starting price is 5 million. Each price increase must not be less than 500,000. Everyone, please feel free to bid. As soon as the host spoke out, a group of people below immediately raised their hands. I pay 5.5 million. 600,000. 7 million. Damn it. Let it go, 8.5 million. 9 million. The price is like riding a rocket, soaring upward. In a blink of an eye, he has already broken through the 10 million spirit stones mark. These scumbags are really rich. Xia Yan's eyes flashed. You know, the financial resources of the Xia Kingdom treasury are no more than tens of millions of spirit stones. But in the desert to the north, and bidding for a slave, someone bid more than 10 million. It can be seen that these exiles of Great Extremity Realm and Minor Extremity Realm have done so many evil things secretly for so many years. That's good, everyone has millions, right? Read more at fictionzone.net. Kill them, then it shouldn't be a big problem for spirit stones in my hand to exceed 100 million. The corner of Xia Yan's mouth was hooked. 200,000,000. Before long, with a loud shout, the bidding price of this stunning slave reached 20 million spirit stones. The bidder was from a Great Extremity Realm. Judging from the aura of the realm, it is a high-ranking Great Extremity Realm. In this exiled land, it can be regarded as a figure standing at the top. As soon as he bid, many exiles immediately looked embarrassed and retreated. The majesty of the high-ranking Great Extremity Realm is a factor, but the more important thing is that they really can't come up with 20 million spirit stones. The average beauty slaves start at 1 million, and each time the price is increased by 100,000, at most they will be sold at more than 9 million at a time. But this time the goods are too top, and several Great Extremity Realms are in competition. Now the price has reached 20 million. Without spirit stones, they could only watch the fascinating slave that they had rarely encountered was taken away by others. Guest number 8 has already sold 20 million spirit stones. Does anyone offer a higher price? This time, the beauty slave is the best product that has been rare in a few years. Look at this face, look at this figure, it is amazing. Absolute stunner in the world. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I will meet again next time. Do you really have the heart to give her to others? The host is very experienced, and he keeps praising the slaves and spurring others to continue bidding. Facts have proved that his words did work. 21 million spirit stones. Another Great Extremity Realm gritted his teeth and decided to dispose of some of the treasures in his hand. Anyway, take down this stunning beauty. Number 45 came out with 21 million spirit stones. Is there a higher price? The host continued to tempt. But obviously no one else intends to fight. Such a superb slave is indeed rare, but after all, it is just a luxury pastime, and most people are more willing to spend spirit stones on enhancing their survivability, and keeping their lives as king. Well, since no one is bidding, then. When the host saw this, he was ready to announce the result, but before he could finish his words, a voice from Gujing Wubo came out from the last row. 30 million. As soon as this sentence came out, all the exiles in the entire auction venue immediately followed their voices and turned their heads to look at them. The eyes of the audience were all on Xia Yan, who was wearing a black robe and an iron mask covering her face. Who is this guy? Why have you never seen it before? Is this person crazy? A direct bid of 30 million. Core Realm 7th stage. There are 30 million spirit stones? Isn't he here to make trouble? A member of the Big Exchange family? Even if it's the Big Exchange, who would spend 30 million to buy a slave? Are you crazy? Everyone was discussing, looking up and down Xia Yan, trying to find a familiar figure from him and judge Xia Yan's true identity. But if they want to break their heads, they don't know who this Core Realm 7th stage that can generate 30 million yuan is. Guest 68 raised the price to 30 million. Is there anything higher than him? No matter who the host is, Xia Yan, his task is to sell all auction items at the highest price. Of course, he didn't believe anyone would dare to make arbitrarily quotes on the auction floor of the treasure house. Before, there was a Great Extremity Realm who did this. Later, the Great Extremity Realm was dismembered and its head hung on the attic of the gate of the city. No one clearly increases the fare. Very good. Congratulations to guest 68, who successfully won the beauty slave for 30 million. The host announced immediately. Immediately, the beautiful slave was brought to Xia Yan with a numb look. "Sir, congratulations, do you want to pay in full, or do you need a treasure identification mortgage?" The man who came to collect the money was a Core Realm 9th stage man who asked respectfully with a smile. Xia Yan stood up and stretched. "Treasure appraisal and mortgage. Look, how much am I worth?" Asterisk. Chapter 28 Fourth choice. 3 more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. Xia Yan's words made this Core Realm 9th stage a little confused, and it also made other people in the auction room frown. "Guest, if there is a problem with your funds, we can negotiate again, but this kind of thing is no joke. Treasure firm's rules, I believe you have heard of the guest officer, right?" The man at Core Realm 9th stage said with a smile. The treasure firm has been able to traverse the northern desert for so many years and become the largest force in the northern desert. How can Majesty tolerate other people's provocations? Especially auctions, which are the largest source of income for treasure firms. If anyone dares to offend the rules so much, how can they make money? Therefore, no matter who, as long as they dare to violate the rules, they will be hunted down and severely punished by the treasure firm. Of course I know the rules of the treasure firm. But these 30 million spirit stones are too much, and I have no money. Xia Yan shrugged and said solemnly. Hearing this, the Core Realm 9th stage man's face suddenly changed. The whole auction venue was also in a commotion. "No money? If you don't have any money, what price do you offer? Is this kid crazy? How dare to know that he violated the rules of the treasure house? I'm really not afraid of death. He he he. Another kid who doesn't know the height of the sky and the earth has appeared. What happened to the guy from the Core Realm 6th stage last time? It seems to have been dismantled and thrown to the exiles in the wild to share food, right?" When the exiles heard this, there was a coldness in their eyes. Even the people of Minor Extremity Realm and Great Extremity Realm dare not do anything wrong in the treasure shop, let alone a little BD of Core Realm. To deal with this kind of little BD, the treasure firm will naturally have 10,000 ways to torture and kill him. "Guest, you are sincere to make trouble, right? Before you came, did you know the name of the treasure firm?" The Core Realm 9th stage man no longer had a smile on his face, only sharp gazes in his eyes. His tone was cold. Of course he has to be respectful to the guest, the host. But he is not used to troublemakers and those who provoke the majesty of treasure dealers. Snapped. The Core Realm 9th stage man snapped his fingers, and the door of the auction venue was immediately opened. 3 Minor Extremity Realms brought a group of half-step Minor Extremity Realm, or Core Realm 9th stage, 8th stage exiles straight in. Each of them wears uniform clothing, but the color of the clothes is also different due to different grades. Roughly speaking, there are less than 20 or 30 people. Read more at fictionzone.net. Everyone surrounded Xia Yan as soon as they came in, and some guarded the door to prevent him from escaping. The whole process went smoothly, and it was obvious that they were all trained professional guards. "Mr. Chi, quickly clean up this little guy, and let's auction it again. He has no money, I have it. Mr. Chi, if you find it troublesome, I can help. Give me a concession, I promise to make him die very painful. A Core Realm 7th stage, I can kill him with one finger." The Minor Extremity Realm and Great Extremity Realm all stood up, twisted their necks, sneered, eager to try, and did not put Xia Yan in their eyes. They are all powerhouses fighting in the desert in the north. Even if they go to the outside world, they can become the best in the same level, let alone deal with this kind of little guy who is a realm lower than themselves. It is no effort at all. It deserves to be a treasure firm. This battle really deserves its reputation. Xia Yan looked around and smiled relaxedly. It's Minor Extremity Realm and Great Extremity Realm again. It really scared me. Without further ado, now I give you 3 choices. Either mortgage all the treasures on your body and pay the 30 million bid price, or sign a life and death contract and work for the treasure business for 30 years. Either. I took your life on behalf of the treasure trading company, dismantled you 8 pieces, and hung your head outside the city gate to show punishment. Mr. Chi said coldly, which one do you choose? Sorry, I don't want to choose none of these 3 options. I want to choose the 4th, clean up your scum and make all your things mine. Xia Yan grinned. As soon as he said this, many people from Minor Extremity Realm and Great Extremity Realm shouted on the spot. A trace of anger was restored in the beautiful eyes of the stunning slave at this time. She raised her head in a daze and looked at Xia Yan wearing an iron mask. There was a trace of hope in her eyes. But she thought that there are so many Minor Extremity Realms now. People of Great Extremity Realm, this light of hope quickly dimmed again. Hey! Life and death! Kill him! Mr. Chi snorted and gave the order directly. Boom! One of the second stage Minor Extremity Realm, the spiritual chi on the muscular man exploding all over his body suddenly burst out. Everyone present had a cultivation base and held it steadily, but the stunning slave was shaken to the ground by the power of this spiritual chi. This is the spiritual chi power that belongs to Minor Extremity Realm. Just this power can make countless core realm people frightened. Boy, today Lao Zi lost a lot of money in a bet and is holding fire. You have to be strong and let Lao Zi take a good breath. The big man with a beard sounded like muffled thunder. I saw him clenched his fist, and suddenly a blue flame rose up from his fist. As soon as the voice fell, the fist wrapped in blue flame blasted straight into Xia Yan's face like a cannonball. So fast! Xia Yan can finally understand how fast Minor Extremity Realm can shoot. At the same time, he could also feel that the power contained in this fist was definitely much more powerful than all the exiles he had encountered before. But the corner of Xia Yan's mouth was hooked. So what? Bang! There was a loud noise, followed by a wave of fierce fluctuations. Wow! The tables and chairs in the auction venue shattered, the walls cracked, and in the blink of an eye, the decorations within a few meters of the venue were all scattered. This is the power of Minor Extremity Realm. Even the escaping spiritual chi fluctuations can cause intense damage. However, what? Everyone present couldn't help but exclaimed. I saw Xia Yan still standing in place, with the fist wrapped in blue flame on his side face. Click! The iron mask shattered and fell to the ground, and Xia Yan's smooth forehead appeared in front of everyone. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Fist to Fist. For more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. Outsider. Outsiders dared to come here, I'm so tired and crooked. That guy was mentioned in the intelligence yesterday, right? The king demon who killed dozens of exiled core realm and can eat people. So it was him. The realm of core realm 7th stage can actually resist the punch of Minor Extremity Realm unscathed. What's a joke? No wonder those core realm waste will die in his hands. It turns out that the body is so hard. Is this guy cultivating a cultivation technique of the sky-reaching level? No, even if it is a cultivation technique of the sky-reaching level, core realm can't withstand the blow of the Minor Extremity Realm and nothing happens. When the people present saw Xia Yan stiffly hitting Minor Extremity Realm, and there was no exile print on their foreheads, their faces changed. They have come up step by step from a low realm. They have cultivated for so many years, knowing that there is a huge difference in strength between a big realm. For core realm, in a one-on-one situation, Minor Extremity Realm is an invincible powerhouse, and the only way to escape is when you meet in the wild. Not to mention that core realm is so close that it takes the blow of Minor Extremity Realm abruptly. This is in their cognition. It should be that this outsider was instantly killed by a spike. But not only was he unscathed, he didn't even step back half a step back, as if the fierce and surging power just now had been magically offset. How is this possible? The big man with a beard was also a little confused at this time. He didn't understand why he was a realm higher than the opponent, and he hit the middle of the door, and the opponent was unscathed. You know, what he cultivates is the secret method on his fist, and there are not thousands or hundreds of dead souls who died under his blue fire iron fists. Even the minor extremity realm of the rank has been killed. But when it comes to this outsider, it doesn't even have any effect at all. This is unreasonable. Is this the strength of minor extremity realm? Originally, I was looking forward to it, thinking how awesome it is. Now it seems, but so. Xia Yan's faint voice came. Since it's such a waste, it's useless to keep it. Go to death. When the voice fell, Xia Yan's fist slammed out. Fist. Fist with Laozi. The punch just didn't kill you. Laozi has to kill you with this punch. After all, minor extremity realm's responsiveness is more than one level higher than core realm. Even if Xia Yan's shot was fast enough, the big guy with beard still caught his movement for the first time. Especially when he saw Xia Yan shook his fist with him, he was immediately angry. Read more at fictionzone.net. Regardless of what kind of monster you are, dare to fight Laozi. Laozi will let you know who is the ancestor of the fist. Komalan. This time, the power of spiritual chi erupted by the big bearded man was more powerful, and the blue flame on his fist became more and more vigorous, burning his entire arm into a blue, turning into a blue fire dragon that was almost condensed into a substance. As soon as the blue fire dragon came out, the surrounding temperature increased significantly, and the surrounding area seemed to be turned into a stove, and everyone felt a surging heat wave rushing toward their faces. Obviously, he was angry. In order to be able to redeem his dignity as a minor extremity realm in front of everyone, he must punch the outsider in front of him. It's the best cultivation technique, Lan Yanju. This is a killer move. It's okay if it doesn't. Once it's hit, even I won't be safe and sound. Exquisite boxing technique, with the help of the best cultivation technique, dare to fight this punch with him, this outsider is dead. The people of minor extremity realm and great extremity realm at the scene are very clear that the strength of the minor extremity realm of the beard has fully exploded, and the power contained in this blow is by no means idle. No matter how hard the outsider of this core realm is, no matter how special the cultivation technique he cultivates, he will have to be disabled if he does not die. Two fists are tit for tat. A majestic, fierce blue dragon roared, as if it could shred everything. In contrast, the other fist didn't have the slightest power, even the spiritual chi fluctuations that core realm should have originally had. However, it was such an ordinary punch, but at the moment when the blue fire dragon touched, it smashed all the flames to pieces. Puff! In the horrified eyes of everyone, along with the broken arm, there was also the arm of the big beard. In just an instant, flesh and bones turned into a cloud of blood, bursting open on the spot. Do not! The big bearded man widened his eyes and let out a cry of despair and unwillingness. He felt it. The terrifying power that passed to him through his broken arm. He couldn't describe the power of this power, but he could feel that it was not something he could bear. This power could kill him instantly. Boom! Afterwards, the big guy with the beard was as if hit by an invisible heavy hammer, turned into a cannonball and flew out, hitting the wall hard, knocking the wall out of a big hole, and the entire auction venue was shocked. What is this? The big man with unbelievable eyes opened his face and looked at Xia Yan unwillingly. He spit out a mouthful of blood when he said a word. After a few convulsions, his whole body softened, and the brilliance in his eyes dimmed in an instant. The vitality disappeared. Don't look down. The big guy with a beard couldn't understand why he couldn't beat a core realm. It's not only that he didn't understand it, but everyone in the room didn't understand it. Dead, dead. What are you kidding? Core realm punched minor extremity realm to death. This. Everyone's eyes widened as well, and they were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. If it is said that between the same level, one punch is an exaggeration, but it is also within their acceptance range. However, to cross a big realm and kill with one punch is obviously beyond their understanding of the realm gap. I just said that I was killed with a punch, but I couldn't bear even my punch. It's really useless. Xiaoyan gave a chuckle, wandered over to the corpse of the man with the beard, stroked 2 fingers in the air, cut off the man's fingers directly, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the Sumi Na ring was directly caught in his hand. I have money now. However, I still don't plan to give you money. Because next, I have to clean up your dross. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was hooked, and black lines appeared in the palm of her palm. Swallow the realm. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Upgrade to 3 levels in a row. As soon as the devouring domain came out, a large black array appeared within a radius of 10 meters. When did he deploy this formation? When is there such a formation in the treasure firm? This formation, why do I feel a trace of heart palpitations? What is this outsider doing? The devouring realm emerged, and everyone present felt an inexplicable heart palpitation, as if an invisible big hand pinched their heart, making it hard for them to breathe for a few seconds. Suddenly, the people around all stepped back subconsciously, keeping a safe distance from Xiaoyan. As the black light flickered violently, a group of spiritual qi, which was one person tall and dense, almost condensed into substance, emerged from the corpse of the big man with beard. Well, it is worthy of minor extremity realm, this spiritual qi is pleasing to the eye just by looking at it. Xiaoyan's eyes were hot. This amount of spiritual qi has far exceeded the sum of 20 or 30 exiles he swallowed before. Second stage minor extremity realm, I don't know what realm can I reach. Look forward to. Shattering. The spiritual qi group, which was almost condensed into substance, poured directly into Xiaoyan's body like a torrent of river water. Cool. Feeling the comfort brought by the huge amount of spiritual qi in the body, Xiaoyan feels that she is about to float. As if lying on the endless sea, no matter how the sea wreaked havoc, he remained unaffected and enjoyed the beauty of the storm. Spiritual qi, the outsider is absorbing the spiritual qi of the dead. At this time, the people around finally knew what happened. Bomb! Suddenly, a soft noise came from Xiaoyan's body, and then an invisible spiritual qi fluctuation on his body suddenly radiated out. Core Realm 8th Stage. What? That's how he broke through his realm. What are you kidding? Everyone was shocked. Read more at fictionzone.net. It's not that they haven't seen the swallowing secrets before. The previous second prince Xia Fenghan specially practiced the swallowing secrets. But even this special cultivation technique is unlikely to be so huge in such a short period of time. All spiritual qi is consumed, and directly converted into your own cultivation base, breaking through a small realm on the spot. Where is the secret of devouring? It's simply cannibalism demon skill. However, it hasn't waited for everyone to recover from their shock. Boom! Xiaoyan radiated an even stronger wave of invisible spiritual qi. Core Realm 9th Stage. Core Realm 9th Stage. It's a lie, he actually broke through again. Impossible. How is this possible? Whether it was minor extremity realm or great extremity realm, they were all dumbfounded. If they broke through a small realm on the spot, it was enough to shock them, then breaking through 2 small realms one after another was beyond their scope of cognition. They all came from a low level, knowing how difficult it is to promote and break through. The minor extremity realm and the great extremity realm present, which one has suffered so much, wandered on the edge of life and death for an unknown number of times, spent countless geniuses and treasures, and finally had the cultivation base like today? But now, Xiaoyan's performance has caused their inherent cognition to collapse. But the reality is far more dramatic and cruel than they have experienced. Boom! After a breathless effort, Xiaoyan once again radiated fierce spiritual qi fluctuations. The spiritual qi fluctuation this time is no longer just like blowing up the dust and blowing the clothes, but shattered the wall into a cobweb-like crack, and the seat also creaked and shattered. A little bit of sawdust. Half a step minor extremity realm. Hiss. The shock of the people present had reached a peak at this time. No matter how knowledgeable they were, no matter how they saw the world, they still couldn't help their eyes widening, and they took a breath of air in silence. Even some minor extremity realm people have a chill inexplicably on their backs, and they feel a little numb on their scalp, and their hair roots stand up. Monster. This outsider is a monster. The rumors are true, he is the head of demon who eats people, so quickly kill him. This sun must never stay. After the shock, the first reaction of all the people of minor extremity realm and great extremity realm was to touch the Sumina ring in their hands and take out their weapons. At the same time, they burst out of minor extremity realm, spiritual chi of great extremity realm. Powerful, murderous. Boom. 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 The suffocating spiritual chi erupted, and all the powerhouses of minor extremity realm and great extremity realm slammed into a shallow pit on the ground, waved the spirit soldiers in their hands, and slashed towards Xia Yan. Yes, they are scared. They were afraid of Xia Yan, an unreasonable unknown existence. Ingesting spiritual chi from the dead body, and then transforming this huge amount of spiritual chi into one's own cultivation base. This cultivation technique has reached a terrifying level. It is conceivable that with such a promotion rate, if this guy continues to swallow it, I am afraid it will not be long before this outsider can break through the minor extremity realm, and even the great extremity realm. At that time, all of them have worked hard for a lifetime of cultivation base, and they will all become the rations of the other party, and they will be the rations of the other people. Therefore, they must take advantage of Xia Yan to completely kill it in the cradle before it rises. Rewind. The faces of the surrounding core realm people changed drastically, knowing that they were no longer eligible to participate in this battle, that was the battlefield of the people of the extreme realm. Immediately, they withdrew quickly, and spiritual chi overflowed and merged to form a spiritual chi shield to ensure that they would not be affected. The stunning slaves are also within the scope of the spiritual chi shield. How can it be a treasure worth 20 million spirit stones? How can it be so easily discarded? So you can't wait to kill me. Also, since you take the initiative to ask for death, then I will reluctantly slaughter you all. The corner of Xia Yan's mouth twitched, his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glow like a beast. This is the look in the eyes of the beast before it hunts. All the people of minor extremity realm and great extremity realm are no longer people in his eyes, but prey, they are groups of spiritual chi, which can make him break through the half-step minor extremity realm and truly reach the minor extremity realm. Nourishment. Asterisk. Chapter 31 The Outbreak of War. The war is about to start. Yes, this is not the kind of battle between mortal realm, Yuan realm, and core realm that seems to be a family, but a battle between extreme realm powers. How strong is the power that erupted from the extreme realm? If you are fighting in a town, when the battle is over, the entire town will no longer exist, and no place can be intact. The people of extreme realm broke out with all their strength to make a serious shot, and the destructive power will be at the town level. No, the entire auction venue has already erupted with the spiritual chi power of these extreme people, and has been completely overturned. At this moment, all the people in the extreme realm have no time to pay attention to the iron rules and regulations that do not allow fights in the town. For them, it is the most important thing for them to behead Xia Yan, a cannibal outsider on the spot. Thing. Blood Moon Demon Flash. Taking Deo. Curse Poisonous Dragon. In just an instant, the horror spiritual key sword, light, sword, and shadow, as well as the brilliant and colorful extreme ultimate moves, appeared on the stage. No hesitation, no mercy, everything is for killing, for taking Xia Yan's life. Boom boom boom. There was a huge roar, the earth shattered, the ceiling, walls, stage, etc. of the entire auction venue, everything collapsed suddenly, and the broken stones were shaken by spiritual chi. A group of minor extremity realm, Great Extremity Realm people exploded with full power, and the radiation level was less than 100 meters, so not only the auction venue was destroyed, but also the lobby in front of the treasure shop. The entire hall also suffered a violent impact at the moment the power broke out. All the neatly placed treasures were accompanied by the broken walls, and the sky full of sawdust flew up. What happened? This spiritual chi power, there are extreme conditions fighting in the trading office. Where is the lunatic? Don't you know that fights are not allowed in the town? No, it is absolutely impossible for an extreme state to cause such a sensation. It is a group of extreme states that have fought. Everyone propped up the spiritual chi shield to cancel out all the broken stones splashing, and they all looked at the auction venue with horrified eyes. The town exchange has been established for more than 30 years. The biggest battle to date was the Great Extremity Realm, who was in charge of guarding the treasure house, and the Great Extremity Realm from the Big Exchange family because of a competition for a treasure. That battle has been 10 years away from today, except for some old exiles who have survived to this day. The newcomers have no idea about it. Read more at fictionzone.net. However, today, the power that broke out was far more fierce and terrifying than that battle. Even the treasure house was not spared, it shattered into ash on the spot. All the buildings within a radius of 100 meters centered on the auction venue were greatly devastated. Such terrifying power has made all core realm exiles unstoppable fear. They know that an unprecedented war is coming. Who is making trouble at the trading office? The huge movement here quickly attracted the leader of the Great Extremity Realm who was in charge of the guard. The sound was muffled, and the tone was mixed with sullen anger. Dare to ruin my treasure firm and look for death. Coming with the commander of Great Extremity Realm, there are also the guardians of the treasure shop at this trading office. The old voice also had a strong sense of deterrence. Whoosh! Whoosh! In mid-air, I saw 2 aurora streams passing by, one gold and one blue. The golden figure is a man with a national character face wearing golden armor and holding a halberd. The blue figure is an old man with a grey robe and fluttering silver hair. Both of them are heavenly Great Extremity Realm, a strong man who is only one step away from the half-step Grand Extremity Realm, can have the ability to stay in the air for a short time. In the huge northern desert, they are the big men standing at the top. This is why, no matter how powerful people are, they have to be arrogant in the town trading office, 2 heavenly Great Extremity Realm, who dares to provoke. But now, a war broke out in the trading office, and the spread was so great that even the treasure business was destroyed in a blink of an eye. How could they stand by? Oh my God, the 2 Great Extremity Realms are dispatched. What happened? Someone fought at the treasure shop. Where did the fears come from? In the treasure merchant's action, you are tired and crooked. It's so powerful. How many extreme masters are playing against this? In the town trading office, the other exiles who were taking a break to eat, or practicing, were all shocked by the power of spiritual chi that escaped. They quickly boarded their respective roofs and looked at the colorful rays of light erupting from the auction venue. They were shocked. At the same time, the original auction venue has been razed to the ground. The stairs and the stage down, at this time have become a ruin full of rubble and all kinds of broken rubbish. And just in the ruins, there is a hideous big pit, filled with flames, frost, poisonous fog, and black gas. Is this the power of your extreme people? I thought it was so awesome, I've been looking forward to it for a long time, but that's all. An invisible force spread out, blowing away all the flames, frost, and poisonous mist around, revealing the relaxed figure of Xia Yan. I saw that the clothes on his body had been broken in the burst just now, like a few pieces of cloth of a beggar. However, his healthy skin looked extremely smooth in the sun, without any damage. Not even a white mark was left. Of course, he has more than that. The tip of an extremely sharp black sword with white light swirling around his body was piercing his back neck, that was the deadly vital part. A huge scarlet axe tall enough to be smashed on his head. There is also a hand squeezed into a claw, burning with flames, trying to break his chest and squeeze his heart. But now, all the attacks were completely blocked by Xia Yan's indestructible skin. This 3 Great Extremity Realm, and 11 Minor Extremity Realm, including me, shot at the same time. He didn't die. What secret method does this guy practice? But only Core Realm, how can his body be so hard? Asterisk. Chapter 32 One Punch. 3 Morpher Collection. Flowers. Evaluation. The pupils of all the extreme masters on the scene suddenly shrank, their faces were extremely ugly, a little sweat leaked from their foreheads, and a huge wave surged in their hearts. This is 3 Great Extremity Realm, plus 11 Minor Extremity Realms full attack. I don't know how many times stronger than the blow of the Minor Extremity Realm guy with a beard. Even if it is a half-step Grand Extremity Realm who is here, I am afraid they will have to vomit blood. On the other hand, this outsider, except for his clothes a little torn, not to mention bleeding, not even a wound. Is this the Core Realm they know? Could this guy pretend to be the powerhouse of Grand Extremity Realm? Hey! 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 The shock in the heart caused the 3 Great Extremity Realm to quickly withdraw the black sword, the bloody giant axe, and the flame blood claws. The figures were like electricity, and they went more than 10 meters away in an instant, and opened a safe distance from Xia Yan. A group of rampant people. Don't you know that the town trading office does not allow open fights and fights? Are you trying to provoke my majesty? At this time, the leader of the golden armor rushed to the ground, and the halberd slammed into the ground, making a thunderous roar. You bastards, how dare you act in my treasure business and destroy my treasure business so embarrassingly? I will never be merciless. The white-haired old man followed and shouted angrily. The arrival of the two changed the expressions of all the current extreme masters slightly. But before they could answer, Xia Yan had already moved. 2 Heavenly Great Extremity Realm. It's getting more and more interesting. But it's not the time to pay attention to them, first solve those Minor Extremity Realm, and improve the realm. The corner of Xia Yan's mouth was lifted, and the momentum of Minor Extremity Realm broke out. He turned into a shadowy cannonball, ignoring the 3 Great Extremity Realms, and didn't bother to care about the golden armor leader and the white-haired old man who came from behind. Instead, he directly locked in the 11 Minor Extremity Realm under siege. The lowest realm, only the exiles of first stage Minor Extremity Realm, rush away. Xia Yan's ideas have always been clear, read more at fictionzone.net. Great Extremity Realm, although he can't hurt him, after all, the realm strength gap is too big, even if he punches himself, the opponent can easily avoid it. But Minor Extremity Realm is different. As long as he catches the right time and makes his shots fast enough that the opponent has no time to react, he can kill him on the spot. Only after the Minor Extremity Realm is killed, can he break through the limitations of the Core Realm and truly become an extreme powerhouse. At that time, he could resist all attacks from the Grand Extremity Realm, the entire Northern Desert, no, the entire Xia Kingdom. No one would be able to hurt his hair. He wants to kill me. The exile of the first stage Minor Extremity Realm is not far from Xia Yan. He just launched a long-range attack on Xia Yan. He thought that even if he couldn't figure it out, those Great Extremity Realm people could kill Xia Yan instantly. However, the facts gave him a slap in the face, and the other party was not only unscathed, but even directly found the cold and murderous eyes on his head, staring at him firmly. The fear in first stage Minor Extremity Realm at that time has reached its culmination. If it was before the big guy had died, he would not have the slightest panic, and immediately used killer moves without saying a word. He was also a Minor Extremity Realm anyway, how could he compromise with a low-level person from Core Realm? However, the scene of the big man being beaten to death by a punch gave him a huge impact, so that he did not dare to have the slightest chance of luck. Faced with Xia Yan's offensive, the first reaction was to run away. However, it was precisely because of fear that made this minor extremity realm's actions slow down. The distance between the two is less than 10 meters. For Xia Yan, who has now been promoted to minor extremity realm, this is almost a distance that can be reached in the blink of an eye. The life of this minor extremity realm, Xia Yan is determined to win. Dare to kill people in front of me. Court death. How can the Jinjia leader say that it is also the great extremity realm, which is only one step away from the half-step grand extremity realm? How can it not capture the movement of Xia Yan? When he saw that Xia Yan dared to ignore him grandiosely and attempted to continue fighting, the Jinjia leader chose to take action without hesitation. Wow! Suddenly, the halberd in the hands of the golden armor commander burst out with amazing light. This ray of light is even more dazzling than the sun, and the whole world is unconsciously dimmed, as if there is only this halberd and the golden armor leader holding the halberd in the world. A vast and terrifying might spread out, making everyone present could not help but have a trace of heart palpitations. This is the power of great extremity realm. For example, the three initial great extremity realm who attacked Xia Yan are so powerful that they are by no means a star. Zhan Shan. The golden armor commander shouted angrily, and the skylight seemed to turn into a giant halberd that was more than 20 meters long. In the palpitating eyes of everyone, he slammed down in the direction of Xia Yan. This is an angry blow from Tianwei Great Extremity Realm. If it is hit, anyone present, even the white-haired old man who is also the Great Extremity Realm, will not be safe. Boom! The giant halberd that bloomed with light crashed down, and the whole earth was shaken. The vigorous spiritual chi fluctuations suddenly spread like ripples, turning the ruins that were already dilapidated into even more desolate. The gust of wind roared, the smoke and dust filled, and the broken stones shot out could hit a core realm casually. The power of the Great Extremity Realm is so powerful and terrifying. After a few breaths, the loud noise dissipated, and all the rubble and dust also fell, leaving only the sky full of smoke and dust still filling the air. I can't see how the scene is going. Scatter! The white-haired old man waved his hand, and all the dust was blown away instantly. The dazzling light quickly dimmed, the giant halberd retracted, everyone looked quickly, and saw a huge pitch-black gully where the halberd had been split. That was the deep scar cut by the halberd. However, there was a figure with torn clothes standing on this deep scar, silently retracting his blood-stained fist. Everyone's eyes widened at once. I saw that right in front of Xia Yan. The exile of first stage minor extremity realm was still in good condition, and the person was still standing. The only flaw was that his heart was punched through a transparent hole. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Minor Extremity Realm. Weird, monster. First stage minor extremity realm bowed his head in a daze, and was able to see the hideous flesh, bones, and other broken organs through the hole in his chest. He raised his head again and looked at Xia Yan, vomiting blood in his mouth. Muttered these two words. His eyes were full of shock, fear, unwillingness, and despair. Obviously he has reacted fast enough. Obviously there are people from Great Extremity Realm who have taken the initiative to protect themselves. I can survive by seeing myself clearly. Why can't you escape? Why can this outsider kill himself even with a blow from the Great Extremity Realm? First stage minor extremity realm has thousands of unwillingnesses in my heart. But even if he was unwilling to resign, it had no effect at this time. As his voice fell, the brilliance in his eyes suddenly dimmed, and the vitality disappeared instantly. His body could no longer remain standing, and he fell straight back. Go! Coax! In a moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Some people in the extreme world even grabbed their own hair, looking like they have seen a ghost. How can this be? Even the Great Extremity Realm can't stop him. This guy's body is harder than the heavenly spirit soldier. Where did he come out of the freak? Tianwei Great Extremity Realm's angry blow not only did not cause any harm to him, but even in this case, it killed a minor extremity realm. Is this still the core realm in their perception? He's not dead. The Jinjia leader also noticed this at this time, frowning unconsciously. No one knows his own strength better than him. 1.5 step minor extremity realm, the little guy who hasn't even reached minor extremity realm, has 2 big gaps with him. His own blow was aimed at killing chickens and monkeys, and beheading Maluwe, so he didn't show any mercy. But this little guy actually carried it down and didn't die on the spot. What's the matter? Lin Yutong, do you not know this little guy? The white-haired old man on the side had a sullen tone. Obviously, the white-haired old man thought that the Jinjia commander was merciful, so he didn't kill the messy little guy on the spot. How could the Golden Armor leader fail to hear the white-haired old man's elocutionary words? Read more at fictionzone.net. Elder Wu, you should know my character. If I know him, now I should swing a halberd at those people. The Jinjia leader snorted coldly. Elder Wu did not speak. Indeed, in the entire town trading office, who didn't know that the leader of the Golden Armor was a famous short-term guardian? If the leader of the Golden Armor really knew this little guy, he would definitely attack those minor extremity realm, great extremity realm immediately, not this little guy. This is a place of exile, not a place where all kinds of face-saving things are outside. And those who can be exiled to this kind of place will care what righteousness to destroy their relatives and public justice? It's not a good thing. Who would you pretend to be? In this way, that little guy is a little weird. Able to resist your blow, this kind of person is rare in the entire northern desert. Elder Wu's eyes were gloomy. While they were talking, on the other side, Xia Yan was shocked, wiped the dust off her body, and glanced indifferently at the Golden Armor leader who had just attacked him. The power of the Great Extremity Realm is indeed powerful enough. As the person involved, Xia Yan feels nature stronger than anyone else. The moment the Jin Jiao commander took the shot, he had already noticed an unparalleled strong spiritual qi fluctuation. Before he could react, an astonishing light reflected the entire world. Xia Yan knew the position of heaven at the time. Great Extremity Realm took the shot, so he didn't look back, he still went straight to the first stage Minor Extremity Realm. Look at this destructive power. If there is a war in an outside city, I am afraid that the entire city will be reduced to ruins. Xia Yan lowered his head and glanced at the broken pits and deep marks under his feet, and the corners of his mouth lifted. But what about it? Soon, it's all mine. Swallow the realm. Xia Yan held his palm again. A large array of black lines appeared, and the black light flickered violently. On the corpse of the first stage Minor Extremity Realm, a group of spiritual qi, one person tall, almost condensed into substance. When Elder Wu and the leader of Jinjia saw this, doubts appeared in their eyes. But the others present panicked. Lin Yutong, Elder Wu, hurry! Stop him! A Minor Extremity Realm shouted repeatedly, with horror in his eyes, he's starting to cannibalize again. As soon as his voice fell, the spiritual qi group was in front of everyone, pouring straight into Xia Yan's body. Shattering. The spiritual qi pouring violently like a surging river, Xia Yan closed her eyes with satisfaction, enjoying the joy of this moment happily. Cannibalism? What happened? Elder Wu asked in a deep voice. Elder Wu, the reason why we did it just now is because this outsider, in front of us, personally killed a second stage Minor Extremity Realm and swallowed up the spiritual qi and cultivation base of his whole body. Now that cannibalism has appeared again, and the scene is exactly the same as before. Not long ago, that outsider was the core realm 7th stage, at this moment, he has reached the half-step Minor Extremity Realm. Elder Wu, you quickly stop him, you can't let him eat anymore. The Minor Extremity Realm's face was full of panic. What happened? Hearing this, the Elder Wu and the leader of Jinjia couldn't help but feel shocked. They have heard of the secret method of swallowing. It is not a particularly rare thing, but after swallowing it, it is directly transformed into their own cultivation base, and they have risen to several small realms in such a short period of time. They are very knowledgeable and knowledgeable. Never heard of such a thing. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of spiritual chi of minor extremity realm spread. The elder Wu and the leader of Jinjia immediately turned their eyes to where Xia Yan was, and their complexions suddenly changed. I saw a wave of spiritual chi fluctuations on Xia Yan's body, like ripples, rushing towards the surrounding layer by layer, breaking the surrounding gravel even more by the big earthquake. Yes, this is the state after being promoted to minor extremity realm. Xia Yan successfully moved from minor extremity realm to the ranks of minor extremity realm. Asterisk. Chapter 34 The Only Hope. Is this minor extremity realm? No wonder so many cultivators desperately want to climb up, it feels really wonderful. The successfully promoted Xia Yan is now experiencing the feeling of stepping into the minor extremity realm. Extreme realm itself is different from mortal realm, Yuan realm, and core realm. It can be seen from the fact that it is divided into two big and small realms. If in core realm, your spiritual chi is all derived from the spiritual chi pills in your body, then in the extreme realm, this spiritual chi pills will solidify into a crystal-like existence, turning into a spiritual chi pills. Chi spar. This is a big change within the practitioner. And it is precisely because of this big change that your strength has grown extremely strongly. Your skin will become harder and as indestructible as a golden stone. Your perception will be sharper, just like Xia Yan's previous actions, no matter how fast, can be reflected by minor extremity realm. With the emergence of spiritual chi spar, your power will carry more spiritual chi, perform stronger cultivation techniques, and exert greater power. Wait, all of this is after upgrading to minor extremity realm. The changes can be clearly brought about. Perhaps because of this change, minor extremity realm has a natural disdain and overlooking to people below their realm, as if standing in the clouds, looking at all beings indifferently. At this moment, Xia Yan is experiencing this feeling. It's the breath of minor extremity realm. This cannibalistic demon has broken through again. At the beginning, in order to be able to step into the minor extremity realm, I didn't know how much I suffered, and even almost paid the price of my life. Why can he be so easy? We couldn't hurt him during the half-step minor extremity realm, and the great extremity realm couldn't hurt him. Now he has broken through to minor extremity realm, who will tell me how to fight this battle? All the minor extremity realm, great extremity realm people present saw that Xia Yan broke through again so easily. The envy and jealousy and anger in their hearts were intertwined, making them both shocked and angry. From the time they began to embark on the road of cultivation, their understanding of cultivation is that they must experience hardships, experience enough training, and cooperate with talents, opportunities, external assistance, and other factors in order to overcome obstacles and surpass others on the path of cultivation. People stand above others. But the appearance of Xia Yan shattered their cognition into dregs. What kind of boring penance, what kind of insights between life and death, what difficult training, nothing. Not even the most important talents, opportunities, geniuses, and treasure aids, etc., are not needed. As long as you kill a person and create that weird black formation, you can extract the spiritual chi from the dead person and take it all for your own. And the speed of promotion is almost astonishing. A moment ago, it was only core realm 7th stage, read more at fictionzone.net. Now, it has reached the minor extremity realm. No matter how powerful the cultivation technique is, it is impossible to reach this level. Not only that, this guy was already difficult enough, they couldn't get hurt by attacking together, and the heavenly great extremity realm couldn't move it when it came. But now it breaks through again. How to fight against such a huge disparity in strength? Hey, are you kidding me? Minor extremity realm, that rascal has become a minor extremity realm. This is so much effort. The core realm 7th stage has become a minor extremity realm? What's the trouble? Let's stay away quickly, don't be affected. Fortunately, the cannibal demon only wants to deal with the extreme, without even looking at us, otherwise we will suffer. While the people of the extreme realm were indignant, the people of core realm who were onlookers also had heart palpitations. Especially the guards of those treasure shops, all of them backed away with a look of horror, and they didn't dare to take a half step closer, for fear of being targeted by the cannibal demon, and became the other's nourishment. He was so powerful. The stunning slave also noticed the changes in Xia Yan at this time, especially when he heard the words of those next to him, and looked up at Xia Yan's eyes. There was a glimmer of hope. Although she knew that Xia Yan had nothing to do with her, and the two did not know each other. But now only this stranger can help herself out of this cruel fate. It really broke through. Swallowing others' cultivation base to increase one's own realm. This kind of thing is unheard of. This sun must never stay. The elder Wu and the Jinjia leader also had a huge wave in their hearts, and their faces sank suddenly. The two looked at each other, and both saw Senran's murderous intent in each other's eyes. Immediately, Elder Wu touched the Sumina ring, and 6 flying rings with golden light emerged, surrounded by him, buzzing. Unlike the Golden Armor Commander, Elder Wu specializes in flying ring attacks. These 6 flying rings are a set of heavenly spirit soldiers, extremely hard. He looted from a border leader in Yukuo, and he has been killed so far. Many masters of the big minor extremity realm. Usually, unless he is fighting against a strong player of the same level as the Golden Armor Commander, he doesn't bother to show up. But now, facing a first stage minor extremity realm, he has to use his strongest weapon. Shocking Ziyu kill. Whoosh! 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 The 6 flying rings turned into golden streamers, cutting through the sky and hitting Xia Yan. Elder Wu didn't have the Golden Armor Commander that would shake the world and create a huge dynamic effect. However, when everyone saw him take a shot, they couldn't help but choose to back off, because they knew very well that once the 6 flying rings broke out, the power would be no worse than the blow commanded by the Golden Armor. Boom 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 boom. In the next second, as if 6 missiles hit Xia Yan, there was an earth-shattering sound suddenly. The earth shattered, and where Xia Yan was, the entire ground was overturned. The sound of rumbling was endless, and the dense smoke instantly enveloped him. Did it work? Everyone watched the battle attentively, looking forward to the outcome in their hearts. However, you are the guardian of this town in charge of the treasure firm, right? Xia Yan's voice came out of the thick smoke. OMG, I was hit head-on, so it was all right. Since you are doing this, if I don't give you a gift from the treasure house, wouldn't it be too unreasonable? Whoosh! As soon as Xia Yan's voice fell, his figure broke through the dense smoke and burst out of it. But unlike what everyone thought, Xia Yan did not rush to Elder Wu, but chose the other side, the guards of the treasure firm far away from the battlefield. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Crush the Heavenly Spirit Soldiers. 3 Morpher Collection. Flowers. Evaluation. No. That guy, a hole. He actually came at us. Run. Quick. Don't get together, run away separately. Don't chase me. Don't chase me. I beg you. I don't want to die. When the guards of the treasure shop saw Xia Yan rushing towards them, they were so scared that their hairs were about to stand up. Some people even screamed on the spot. How can they stop the guy who can't even stop the great extremity realm? Thinking of becoming the food of King Demon, the guards no longer bothered to take care of the stunning slaves of the 20 million spirit stones beside them, and fled in all directions. Don't want to kill my treasure merchants. Elder Wu's eyes flashed brightly. I saw his fingers flicked a few times in the void, and the 6 golden flying rings suddenly shot out again, turning into slender golden streamers, rushing directly to Xia Yan who was rushing. But this time, Elder Wu didn't choose to hit directly, but made the 6 golden flying rings suddenly enlarged several times, and put them on Xia Yan's body. Obviously, Elder Wu knew that the attack would not work for Xia Yan, so he simply chose the method of imprisonment, first restraining Xia Yan's movements before speaking. As long as you restrict your movement, no matter how hard your body is, there are ways to cure you. I have to say that Elder Wu's idea is correct. The 6 golden streamers are extremely fast, and the shooting speed of the Great Extremity Realm in Tianwei. Where can Xia Yan, the first stage Minor Extremity Realm, reflect? Before he looked up, the 6 golden flying rings sturdily confined Xia Yan's hands and feet. Xia Yan, who was running at high speed, suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. Due to the inertia of the high speed, she still rolled on the ground for a long time. It worked. Elder Wu is really well deserved, and finally caught this guy, haha. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes brightened and they started to celebrate involuntarily. Look! Elder Wu has caught the cannibalistic demon. Don't run, don't run. We're all right. The core realm guards also stopped at this time, greatly relieved. Read more at fictionzone.net. The momentum and eyes that Xia Yan rushed towards them just now scared them enough. The guys at Great Extremity Realm are difficult, so many troublesome methods. Xia Yan lay on the ground, glanced down at the 6 golden flying rings that tightly bound his hands and feet into Zongzi, and shook his head helplessly. Say, who are you? What is the purpose of dare to be presumptuous here? The golden armor commander leaped and landed in front of Xia Yan, with the halberd in his hand pointed directly at Xia Yan's eyebrows, and asked in a cold voice, condescendingly. Destroying my treasure business, your 10 lives are not enough to pay, so obediently explain your purpose, and what cultivation technique you are practicing. I can make you die a little faster. Elder Wu also leaned in at this time, and said in a deep voice. The people around who were watching, now dared to gather a little closer. They were all curious to know which country this outsider was from, and what cultivation technique could make him resist the attack of the Great Extremity Realm. It was all right. Who I am, you don't deserve to know. But I can tell you that I am here to wipe out your dross and clean up the malignant tumor. The corner of Xia Yan's mouth twitched, and he said without shy, in addition, I need to explain to you that it is indeed a good way to imprison me, but unfortunately, your imprisonment methods are too inferior. As soon as the voice fell, Xia Yan was bound by a hand behind her, and suddenly grabbed one of the golden flying rings, and gently pressed the palm of her hand. Gara! The golden flying ring shattered like a glass, directly pinched by Xia Yan. What? The pupils of the Elder Wu and the golden armor commander suddenly shrank, their expressions shocked. This is the Heavenly Spirit Soldier. What is the Heavenly Spirit Soldier? That is the weapon equipped for the Grand Extremity Realm, the treasure that the Grand Extremity Realm fights against each other. It is hard enough to withstand the attack of Grand Extremity Realm. However, now, a Minor Extremity Realm was crushed to pieces. But what they didn't know was that today's Xia Yan, not to mention a mere Heavenly Spirit Soldier, even if someone from the Grand Extremity Realm came, Xia Yan could also beat him to death. Therefore, to the current Xia Yan, the Tongtian Lingbing is no different from the paper. Want to tie him with this kind of thing? Dream. Gara. Before Elder Wu recovered from his shock, Xia Yan reached out with the other hand again, grabbed the second golden flying ring, and squeezed it straight off. In this way, the 2 broken golden flying rings fell to the ground like tattered by Xia Yan's hands. They lost the light of the spirit weapon that the Heavenly Spirit Soldier should have, and were completely scrapped. No. My Heavenly Spirit Soldier. Elder Wu's eyes widened, his heart was roaring and dripping blood. But he had spent a huge price to obtain this Heavenly Spirit Soldier, and he used many precious geniuses to nurture it. It was his most precious thing. Suddenly there were 2 disappeared, so you can imagine how big the blow to Elder Wu was. Return. Seeing that Xia Yan was about to reach out and grab the golden flying ring on his leg again, Elder Wu dared not hesitate anymore, almost screaming, and decisively recalled the remaining 4. However, it is easy to tie up, but how easy is it to take it back? Gara! 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 To leave the golden flying ring, it must expand a circle before it can escape from Xia Yan's body. But as soon as it expands, Xia Yan is equivalent to regaining the ability to move freely. Squeeze it off. That's it, but in the blink of an eye, a set of 6 golden flying rings were all completely scrapped by Xia Yan on the spot. UBD! Elder Wu roared loudly. He once again touched the Sumina ring, and hundreds of golden flying swords rose into the air. This is the method he used to fight the enemy long ago. Each golden flying sword is a high-grade spirit soldier, and it is the savings that Elder Wu has collected for a lifetime. If it were normal, Elder Wu would never use so many flying swords in one breath, because it was equivalent to showing all his cards. But at this time, Elder Wu, who was in a rage, could no longer care about anything else. Kill Xia Yan and avenge your heavenly spirit soldier. I'm going to kill you. Elder Wu was extremely angry and commanded hundreds of golden flying swords to attack Xia Yan. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Tianwei Great Extremity Realms Anger. 4 Morpher Collection. Flowers. Evaluation. Not only Elder Wu, but also the leader of the golden armor on the side. This sun, never stay. Seeing the ability of Xia Yan to smash the heavenly spirit soldier with his bare hands, the Jinjia leader did not dare to hesitate any longer, and decided to take a shot. Wow! In an instant, the whole world became gloomy again, and the halberd in the hands of the golden armor commander burst out with more dazzling light than the previous one, and the entire halberd rose up against the storm, and it was more than 50 meters huge. The giant halberd that is more than 50 meters tall, how exaggerated the majesty is, you can feel it from the powerful visual impact. It is like a pillar standing upright in the sky, lying between the sky and the earth. Broken the sea. There is Zhanshan in front, and Broken Sea behind. Jinjia leads this is to use his full strength. Even if this blow still cannot be killed, you have to hit this rampant little guy severely, otherwise, as the guardian of the town trading office, you can't even stop a first-stage minor extremity realm. What is the face of your commander? Boom! The giant halberd crashed down. Hundreds of golden flying swords are pouring down like a torrential rain. Both great extremity realm have shown their housekeeping skills. One can imagine how spectacular the picture is. Almost the entire sky was reflected brightly, and the ear-splitting rumbling sound came out along with the fierce wind and the terrifying aftermath. The earth within a radius of 100 meters is constantly trembling, like the movement of the earth's crust, the constant shaking, making everyone on the scene tremble. Bang Yu. Aoki Sword Formation 2. Boom. 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 This is different from the previous situation where only one move was played. This time, neither Elder Wu nor the Jin Jiao commander planned to give Xia Yan a chance, and they continued to make continuous shots. The giant halberd of more than 50 meters smashed down continuously, drawing a crescent-like tail after another in the air. Hundreds of golden flying swords split into several teams. After each team has finished attacking, they immediately bypassed, letting the next team go on, and waiting for the next team to finish attacking, and then change to the next one. That's why, even if it's over. After a few breaths, the earth's violent tremor has never stopped. Smoke and dust filled the sky, all the rubble of the earth was shaken to the sky, and it was clearly visible from 10 miles away. This is the real anger of the 2 heavenly great extremity realm. Oh my god! In the town, other people standing on the roof, looking at the exiles who are watching here, couldn't help but swallowed at this moment. They were so far away, they didn't know what happened, but such a terrifying movement suffices to explain here. An earth-shattering thing happened. Elder Wu and Lin Yutong are angry. Read more at fictionzone.net. This is the full attack of the Great Extremity Realm, it cannot be blocked by humans at all. Everyone around was staring at the place that was bombarded wildly. There is a desire in their eyes, and they are extremely eager to witness the beheading of cannibal demon on the spot. Even if it's not death, it's okay to vomit blood from a serious injury. At least this can tell them that demon's body is not absolutely powerful. As long as it can be traumatized, it means that they still have the hope of killing demon. Because up to now, they haven't seen anything from Xia Yan, even the slightest wound. They need a light to give them hope. But at this moment, whoosh! A figure leaped up into the air, broke through the dust, waved its fist, and slammed it from top to bottom where Elder Wu was. He's not dead yet. Everyone's pupils shook. Who else could this figure be? Suddenly, the lamp of hope that was about to ignite in their hearts dimmed and extinguished in an instant. Have you not even left a trace of a wound? The Jinjiao commander's heart shuddered, his face hard to see the extreme. Want to kill me? Elder Wu saw that Xia Yan was still unharmed, and even counterattacked towards him. He couldn't help but gritted his teeth. But in the face of Xia Yan's attack, Elder Wu didn't have the slightest ambiguity. How can he say that he is also the Great Extremity Realm, and is more than a realm higher than Xia Yan? If this is hit, then what is it? Elder Wu quickly drew away, evading Xia Yan's blow very flexibly. No matter how hard you are, I will kill you. Almost at the same time, Elder Wu flicked his fingers again. Hundreds of golden flying swords rushed out of the smoke and dust, dragging hundreds of golden arcs in the air, and continued to hunt down Xia Yan. Elder Wu firmly believes that Xia Yan's body cannot always be so hard. Even if it has a powerful magic weapon, there should be a limit. As long as that limit is broken, it can be easily beheaded. However, Xia Yan missed the battle, but ran to the other side without looking back. He didn't have any intention to continue attacking Elder Wu or the leader of the Golden Armor. Why does he seem to be coming towards me? No way. Wouldn't it be true? Isn't he? No. A person who was still watching the second stage minor extremity realm suddenly discovered that when Xia Yan was speeding up in his direction, he was already frightened, and all of a sudden, his whole body's hair exploded in an instant. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran away on the spot. Oops! His goal is minor extremity realm. The Jinjia leader and Elder Wu finally reacted at this time, and their expressions changed drastically. Yes. Xia Yan didn't mean to deal with the two Great Extremity Realm at all. Even though he could kill the Great Extremity Realm with one punch, at his speed, he couldn't even touch the corners of the opponent's clothes. Therefore, Xia Yan wanted to hunt down those minor extremity realm who could solve it from the very beginning. A hole. Don't come here. Don't bring Demon the Maniac. Do you want to kill us? He is here. Run away. The core realm guards of the treasure house screamed in horror. This second stage minor extremity realm is obviously smarter than the two that died before. The escape direction he chose for the first time was the place where the core realm guards of the treasure firm were located. Yes, he wanted these core realm people to buy him some escape time, even if it was just a little bit. The speed of extreme realm is much faster than core realm. It was almost a breathing effort. Before the core realm guards had time to escape, the second stage minor extremity realm quickly passed through them. At the same time, he grabbed the two core realm guards with both hands and slammed them behind him. Useless struggle. For this little trick, Xia Yan smiled contemptuously. I saw Xia Yan jump up directly, passing directly over the heads of the two core realm guards. At the same time, black lines appeared on Xia Yan's palm. He gave a sharp squeeze. Swallow the realm. Pounding. All the core realm guards within a radius of 10 meters widened their pupils, their hearts burst suddenly, and they all died on the spot. Asterisk. Chapter 37 This is hunting down the prey. Swallowing realm. All creatures in the devouring realm that are below their own realm can be killed instantly, swallowed directly, cultivation base spiritual chi, and they are all owned by themselves. If the object is dead, swallow it directly. That's right, Xia Yan, who has been promoted to minor extremity realm at this time, does not need him to deal with core realm people. A swallowing domain, within a radius of 10 meters, all people below minor extremity realm will die on the spot, automatically spiritual chi gathered on Xiayan. This also means that every time Xiayan raises a great realm, people below this realm are all ants to him. The core realm guards of the treasure house seem to be core realm 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage, and even a half-step minor extremity realm. The scenery is endless. But in Xiayan's eyes, they are all ants. He only needs to move his fingers to easily kill these people on the spot. Suddenly, the core realm guards all clutched their hearts, their eyes widened, and fell to the ground. After 2 painful convulsions, they completely lost their vitality. What's the matter? Why did the guards of the treasure house die? Is it dazzled? I haven't seen Demon, the cannibal, make a move. Black formation. It's that weird formation again. This black formation must be at work. This guy has other cannibalism methods. Wait. Why are all the guards of those treasure houses dead, but the slave has nothing to do? The collective death of core realms guards caused panic among the people around. But in the panic, someone found that everyone else was dead, but the stunning slave with a blank face was still alive. The stunning slave stood in the middle of a corpse. She was a little panicked, her beautiful eyes quickly looked at the figure that Xiayan passed by. Just now, Xiayan glanced at her at the moment she swallowed the realm. With this look, she knew that Xiayan deliberately left her life. He saved me. The color in the eyes of the stunning slave, which was originally numb, gradually recovered. In those beautiful eyes, there seemed to be stars slowly blooming. The effect of direct beheading is really cool, haha. This is the first time that Xiayan has used the devouring realm to instantly kill a large piece of core realm. Read more at fictionzone.net. It feels like in the game, a skill emptied a bunch of mobs, the feeling of mowing, not to mention more comfortable. Of course, what's more important is that when you see more than a dozen spiritual chi groups emerging from core realm's corpse behind you pouring into your body, it feels even more enjoyable. No need to waste time chasing one by one. There is no need to kill them one by one with fists. Just get close to them within 10 meters and gently make a fist. Any creature within the devouring realm and a realm below one's own can be easily killed. As for the stunning slave, she was just an ordinary mortal, and it was of no benefit to Xiayan, so Xiayan kept her. Yes, the devouring field is not an absolute indiscriminate attack. This advanced ability, which is purchased from the system at a high price, can be used to dig out more ways to use it. What kind of monster is this guy? The guards of the treasure trading company died out in the blink of an eye. And why is this guy getting closer and closer to me? Obviously my realm is higher than him. And his speed is faster than me. How much does he have? The chaste 2nd stage minor extremity realm was still running at high speed. When he sensed that Xiayan's breath was getting closer and closer to him, and Xiayan's speed was obviously much higher than him, he couldn't help but show his face. Frightened, unwilling roar in my heart. In fact, even Xiayan didn't notice this. Xiayan didn't know that the spiritual chi he swallowed were in the state of being nurtured by the practitioners. If the practitioner was good at strength, defense, agility, and other types before he was alive, then after Xiayan swallowed it, will be strengthened accordingly in these areas. It's just that the effect of these enhancements is very weak, and Xiayan is not like an ordinary cultivator. After breaking through, it can be consolidated, feel it carefully, and he never cultivates hard, does not ponder and study, naturally he can't notice it. Changes in these areas. In this way, even if Xiayan does not rely on one punch to break, or absolute defense, it can achieve the effect of crossing 1 or 2 small realms. Don't chase. Please don't chase me. Let me go. Save me, save me. Who can come to save me? The fear of death that was approaching constantly made this 2nd stage minor extremity realm look so disregarded, almost yelling out like a roar. From his trembling voice, one can hear the despair and fear in his heart. Right, this is the true psychological portrayal of the prey when the hunter is chasing the prey. Xia Yan's mouth twitched, revealing a cruel smile. It's time to reap my life. More than a dozen core realm spiritual chi groups have been digested by Xia Yan at this time and transformed into a part of his cultivation base. However, these spiritual chi groups are obviously not enough to improve him, even a small realm breakthrough. However, Xia Yan's realm is already infinitely close to second stage minor extremity realm, so his speed has been improved again. Do not. Perceiving that Xia Yan's speed increased again, and when he was less than an arm's distance from him, second stage minor extremity realm let out a desperate roar. Bang! In the next second, after chasing up Xia Yan, a big hand slammed onto the head of second stage minor extremity realm. The second stage minor extremity realm was like an onion inserted upside down, and was slammed into the ground. Because both of them were chasing at a high speed, and the huge inertia, the ground was plowed out of a length of more than 20 meters. Long gully. Please, 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 The face of second stage minor extremity realm was completely different. He seemed to want to say something, but he couldn't even say the second word, so he swallowed his last breath on the spot. Good. You are the coolest prey I have ever hunted down. Xia Yan smiled and stood up, taking off the Samina ring of second stage minor extremity realm with one hand, holding the palm of the other hand, and a large array of black swallows emerged. Next, who is it? Xia Yan threw the Samina ring into his sumi space, raising her head as if she was choosing the right dish in the supermarket, looking at the onlookers who were looking at him in horror. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Escape in Seconds. Still killed. That hapless guy will never escape. Both Great Extremity Realm can't stop him. Is this guy really a human? When the exiles saw this scene, their pupils trembled and their faces were full of palpitations. Especially when they saw the look in Xia Yan's eyes and the harmless smile on Xia Yan's face, they couldn't help feeling hairy. Elder Wu. The Golden Armor Commander called out solemnly, and Elder Wu turned his head, and the two looked at each other, and both saw an indescribable complex color in each other's eyes. As the people of Great Extremity Realm standing on the top of the desert in the north, they should have easily suppressed everything. However, the appearance of Xia Yan made them difficult for the first time. No matter what method is used, it has no effect. Even if it is the strongest trick they are proud of, they all greet Xia Yan. Every hit is sure, a solid hit, but the result is still the same. Even Elder Wu has put on a set of the most precious heavenly spirit soldiers for this purpose. The most important thing is that the other party is just a minor extremity realm. To heavenly great extremity realm, there is no way to get a minor extremity realm, but they are jealous. I am afraid that no one will believe it. But the truth is so cruel. Lin Yutong, I know what you want to say, but he destroyed my treasure firm, killed my treasure firm personnel, and ruined my heavenly spirit soldier. This tone, I will do it anyway. Elder Wu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Elder Wu, if you insist on killing him, I won't stop you. But I must remind you that this child is very weird. He has never used any cultivation technique from the beginning to the end. He killed the enemy with one punch. The two of us have done everything we can, and we can't hurt him at all. This means that he is the only one who hurt us, and we have no power to fight back. Lin Yutong said solemnly, that's it, I think you are a smart person. If you want to show this moment, please. I need to report the situation here as soon as possible. Maybe we can't deal with him, then two of you can. Hearing Lin Yutong mentioning the two, there was a change in Elder Wu's eyes full of anger. Needless to say, those two are the two standing at the top of the desert in the north. The strength of both of them is half a step Grand Extremity Realm, and only one step away will be able to step into the respected Grand Extremity Realm. This shows how strong these two people are. Read more at fictionzone.net. The Great Extremity Realm can't handle the two of them, maybe, the two can. This is true, but Elder Wu still seems to want to stick to his point of view and stay and continue to deal with Xia Yan. But at this moment, Elder Wu seemed to feel something suddenly, his words stopped abruptly, he turned his head abruptly, looked at Xia Yan in the distance, his face turned blue and white. It's the breath of second stage minor extremity realm. Xia Yan broke through again. Swallowing more than a dozen core realm 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage guards, Xia Yan has long been infinitely close to the second stage minor extremity realm. At this moment, after swallowing the spiritual qi cultivation base of the second stage minor extremity realm, he sighed. Break through the shackles and reach the second stage minor extremity realm. But this time, Xia Yan did not rise to several realms in one breath as before. After reaching the level of minor extremity realm, it is obvious that more spiritual qi is needed for promotion, and it is more difficult to upgrade. He broke through again. The Jinjia leader's eyes condensed. Lin Yutong, you are right, this matter should be reported up, let the two decide it. We're leaving now. Yes, Elder Wu was shocked. When he saw that Xia Yan once again broke through to become the second stage minor extremity realm, the anger and thoughts in Elder Wu's heart that wanted revenge were immediately dispelled. He couldn't figure it out in core realm. At first stage minor extremity realm, he and Lindu unified together and couldn't figure it out. Now the opponent has been promoted to the second stage minor extremity realm, and he is the only one left. What does this make him do? Or leave this tricky guy to the two great extremity realm half-steps to solve it? It is good. In this way, Elder Wu and Lin Yutong jumped up and chose to leave directly. No? Elder Wu and Lindu are gone. Don't they ignore this trading office? What should we do? Are we going to stay here anymore? It's not safe anymore. No, I can't stay here anymore, otherwise I will be unlucky sooner or later. I must leave quickly. Yes. But what about the treasures I deposit in the treasure shop? Don't you just want it? Is life important or treasures important? After the people of Minor Extremity Realm and Great Extremity Realm saw that Elder Wu and Lin Yutong both left, the last bit of confidence in their hearts was completely gone. At this moment, everyone is beginning to retreat, and they dare not continue to stay in the town trading office anymore. Once upon a time, the town exchange was the safest place in the entire northern desert. All the exiles fought and looted each other in order to be able to expect to be in the town exchange and enjoy the same enjoyment as the outside world. But now, because of the arrival of Cannibal Demon, the entire town trading office has been ruined, not to mention, I can't even wait any longer. Without much hesitation, everyone began to follow in the footsteps of Elder Wu and Lin Yutong and leave quickly. I knew it. Seeing this scene, Xia Yan was not surprised. The two great extremity realms methods have been used, but they didn't work at all. They couldn't even stop them even if they wanted to chase people. In addition, his realm continued to break through and rise. As long as these people are not stupid, I will never continue to pester myself. Otherwise, once Xia Yan catches the opportunity and gives them a punch, it will be wonderful. Flee if you escape. One by one is troublesome, anyway, as long as they don't leave the northern desert for a day, they will be killed by me sooner or later. And the harvest this time is rich enough. Xia Yan looked around almost half of the town that had been reduced to ruins, and chuckled lightly. The 6 town trading offices in the desert to the north are now all in their own hands. You can imagine how rich the harvest is. Hey, come and search first. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Personal Maid. 3 more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. The first thing Xia Yan wanted to search was naturally the Sumina rings in the hands of core realm people who had not had time to collect after he was beheaded. But as soon as he moved his gaze, he found that the stunning slave had already squatted down, began to fumble on the corpse, and took off the Sumina ring from the hands of the core realm guards. Little girl, these things are my spoils now, you can't take them away casually. Xia Yan walked forward slowly and said, "Give." The stunning slave hurriedly came to Xia Yan, handing out a dozen Samina rings with both hands, looking at Xia Yan timidly. Xia Yan glanced at her unexpectedly. "What's your name?" Xia Yan asked after receiving these dozen or so Samina rings. "Zhuang Miao." The stunning slave answered immediately. "How old are you, from which country?" 17 years old, 3 months and 4 days, Yukuo people. Zhuang Miao didn't dare to be negligent, and his expression was extremely serious, as if he was afraid that Xia Yan thought she was lying. "Your hometown and family are gone." As soon as she mentioned her hometown and family, Zhuang Miao's pupils trembled, and her eyes were a little red, but she forced herself to cry and nodded. Xia Yan is not surprised. The exiles are a gang of extremely evil guys. They don't care what the trouble is, they don't care how many people are killed. As long as they are invaded, they will inevitably destroy the city and die, and blood will flow everywhere. This is also the reason why Xia Yan wanted to kill in the desert in the north. Because he didn't kill people, they were all scumbags who were not even beasts. "Please take me away. I can do everything. I am willing to be a cow and a horse for you, but please don't leave me here." Suddenly, Zhuang Miao knelt on her knees, her beautiful eyes flushed, she resisted the tears, looked at Xia Yan hopefully, and pleaded. Although she is now safe for the time being, this is still the northern desert where mortals cannot survive. If Xia Yan doesn't care about her, unless Zhuang Miao commits suicide, she will either die here painfully because of the bad weather, or be discovered by other exiles again, then become a slave again, and even suffer brutal torture. If it were before today, Zhuang Miao would rather die for relief. However, the appearance of Xia Yan gave Zhuang Miao the hope of living. No one wants to die. The ants are greedy for life. Zhuang Miao also wants to survive. Even if he can't avenge his parents, he must at least pass on his blood. Can you do anything? Read more at fictionzone.net. Xia Yan glanced at her pretentiously. "As long as you speak, Miao is willing." Zhuang Miao nodded seriously. "Okay. From now on, your life will be mine. It's up to me to decide whether you live or die, do you know?" "Miao knows." Zhuang Miao said in surprise. "By the way, introduce yourself." "I am the eldest prince of Xia Kingdom, Xia Yan. From now on you will be my personal maid." Miao has seen His Royal Highness. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Miao quickly bowed to the ground. Even if the two of them are not from the same country, the respect and etiquette of each country are the same. For civilians like Zhuang Miao without any official rank, Xia Yan's identity is a great figure who must be respected. Well, the etiquette will not be so cumbersome in the future. Get up. Xia Yan waved her hand. "Xiao, can you cook?" Back to your highness." Xiao has been learning to cook with her mother since she was a child. Hearing Xia Yan calling herself Xiao, Zhuang Miao was in a daze, but she quickly recovered and nodded. "Okay, make me a hearty meal. The dishes in this place are too unpalatable. Besides, I got up early in the morning and didn't do anything. I was beaten up and beaten. It's really boring." Xia Yan spit out. Hearing Jin being beaten up and down, plus the whole process that she had witnessed by herself above, Zhuang Miao couldn't help showing a smile on her face that was still raining, but she forcibly held it back. "Okay, Xiao will go now." Zhuang Miao bowed his body and ran to the other half of the town that was still intact. She couldn't help but chuckle as she ran. At this moment, Zhuang Miao's heart is no longer covered by the haze, darkness, and invisible light. The arrival and salvation of Xia Yan, as well as the change of her identity, dispelled all this. Now in Zhuang Miao's heart, there is only warm sunshine, gentle breeze, and boundless hope. Bring a personal maid. I don't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing. But since I rescued her, it means she shouldn't be killed if she met me. Gods will be so, then take it. What's more, I have been in this world for more than a year, and I haven't tried it. It just so happens that her face and body all passed the test, and it's the first time, no loss, hee. It's been a year since I came to this world, and Xia Yan is still the first one. No way, his previous physique was too weak, so weak that he didn't even have any ability to do things. Even as the prince, there are all kinds of beautiful palace ladies who can play for him, but he can't enjoy it. Now his realm has improved, his physique has improved, and he just meets a suitable candidate, how can he miss it? As for what fiancé, what kind of conservative conduct? For a young man from the 21st century society, this is a problem. Let's take a look at how many good things these people have in their sumina ring. Xia Yan quickly swept the dozen or so sumina rings in her hand with her spiritual sense. Oh, it really deserves to be mixed with the treasure business, all of them are rich people. Xia Yan's eyes lit up. Among the dozen or so sumina rings, the least spirit stones have as many as 2 million, and the more soared directly to nearly 6 million. Even the core realm guards under his staff can be so rich, which shows how exaggerated the strength of the treasure firm itself is. And those few minor extremity realms sumina rings. Xia Yan took out the other 3 sumina rings. This was rated from the big bearded man, as well as the first stage minor extremity realm and second stage minor extremity realm who were just killed by him. 9,650,000. 12 million. 1,824,000. One is richer than the other. Asterisk. Chapter 40 Harvest. 4 more fur collection. Flowers. Evaluation. After Xia Yan put all these spirit stones together, and then counted them, the number was as high as 70 million. Coupled with the value of other treasures, you don't need to ask, it can easily exceed 100 million. But this is still a small head, the real big head should be a treasure firm. Xia Yan set his sights on the treasure house that had been turned into ruins. Because of the frantic bombardment of the 2 heavenly great extremity realms, the entire treasure business was wiped out in an instant and ceased to exist. It's just that in the dilapidated pit, you can barely see some gorgeous and luxurious pieces of wood and gold decorations, as well as some valuable pieces of treasure. You can vaguely recognize the glory of the premortem. The broken ship still has 3,000 nails. A treasure firm in a town trading office has to have 30,000 nails, right? As the largest force in the northern desert and responsible for town transactions in an entire area, the value of the treasure firm is obvious to all. This is why they will send the heavenly great extremity realm to guard the treasure firm. Even though it has been ruined so badly now, who knows how many intact treasures are buried under the ruins. These treasures are worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the northern desert, and they are worth millions of spirit stones. Hey, I like this feeling of digging up treasure the most. Immediately, Xia Yan excitedly started his treasure hunt. After a while, Xia Yan lifted up a collapsed wall, revealing a pile of dust-covered treasures haunting spiritual qi. There is everything from the first class to the best class. Even Xia Yan found several sumina rings. Although there are not many spirit stones in them, they are still a small gain. If I'm not mistaken, this should have been the exhibition hall of the treasure house. The group of people was so scared that they all ran away without the treasure. But that's right, the 2 great extremity realms are not far away from the battle. If they stay for an extra second, their lives will be lost. How can they care about these treasures? Now, it's all mine. Xia Yan cheerfully received all the treasures one by one into her sumina ring. After he put the last treasure in his bag, he suddenly found a shallow pit with traces of a pitch-black hard metal plate. Metal plate. Bang! Xia Yan took a palm in the air. With only a muffled noise, the ground cracked, the dust stirred up, and more parts of the pitch-black metal plate appeared. Read more at fictionzone.net. The palm of minor extremity realm didn't leave a trace on it. There must be something weird down here. Xia Yan's eyes flashed. Immediately, he clenched his fists. Boom! With a violent punch, he directly punched the pitch-black metal plate. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed the edge of the breech with both hands, like tearing paper, and directly tore the entire pitch-black metal plate apart. Oh! When enough space was revealed, Xia Yan finally saw the scene below, and his eyes suddenly shined. Just below the exhibition hall of the treasure firm, it is their treasure house. A dazzling array of all kinds of superb spirit soldiers, rare metal materials, precious pills, medicine, and cultivation techniques piled up into mountains. The entire basement of the treasure shop is full of piles. And the breadth of spirit stones that Xia Yan is most familiar with. Haha! This feels so cool. Xia Yan laughed and jumped down, acted as a bandit without hesitation, and began to raid. Until now, Xia Yan finally understands how rich the treasure firm is. Its Sumina ring. Is it made of top metal materials? The shape is much cooler than mine. Xia Yan took 2 Sumina rings with golden dragon reliefs from the shelf. There were lifelike golden dragons roaring on them. Just touch it and you will know that the materials are extraordinary. Didn't recognize the Lord? Haha, it just happens to be. I'm CAO. Xia Yan didn't recognize the Lord, so Xia Yan entered it easily, but when he looked at the mountain of spirit stones, which was piled up like a mountain, which was bigger than his 70 million spirit stones, he couldn't help but exclaimed. 120 million spirit stones. This is the place where the public account of the treasure business is stored. Xia Yan counted the huge sum of 120 million spirit stones, and immediately let him understand what was going on. Only the Sumina ring, which needs to be continuously operated with multiple hands, will not choose to recognize the Lord, and only this one statement can explain why there are more than 100 million spirit stones stored in it. This Sumina ring has more space than other Sumina rings I've seen before. Good, good. It's all mine, it's all mine. Xia Yan was very excited. In fact, he once had 1 trillion spirit stones in his hands before. It stands to reason that, let alone several hundred million, it is several billions. Tens of billions should feel nothing. But because the money came too easily and the consumption was too fast, Xia Yan's feelings were not deep enough. But now Xia Yan, with her own strength, personally seized a town trading office from the exiles, and also received such a large sum of money. This is what really makes Xia Yan realize what get rich overnight. You know, the Xia Kingdom treasury is only a storage of tens of millions of spirit stones. However, the number of spirit stones in the hands of Xia Yan alone is already worth several Xia Kingdom treasury. How about making money again? Is it quick to make money with him? What's more, this is only the value of pure spirit stones. If you count other various treasures, the value will be even more exaggerated. But after thinking about it, it actually makes sense. What is Xia Yan's strength now? 1 punch to blast Grand Extremity Realm, and even the higher level True Emperor Realm is not his opponent. To him, spirit stones earning 1 or 2 billions are completely easy. Host, I have detected that you have too many treasures. Do you need to recycle it? Suddenly, an ethereal female voice that had been gone for a long time came in Xia Yan's mind. Asterisk. Chapter 41 System Recycling. System Recycling. Do you still have this function? Xia Yan said unexpectedly. Yes, the system can recover the treasures that contain spiritual qi. At present, it has been detected that there are too many treasures containing spiritual qi in your hand. If you wish, I can give you an equivalent recovery and give you the corresponding spirit stones in return. The ethereal female voice replied. Then you can estimate how much spirit stones would be worth if this supreme spirit soldier is recycled. Xia Yan took out a white spear and asked. Although it is more convenient to recycle the system, it is also clear that the price is not. The price of a superb spirit soldier in the outside world ranges from 100,000 to 500,000 spirit stones. Although the value is high in the northern desert, it is of little significance. After all, his goal is to prepare to plunder the entire northern desert and take all the exiles' treasures. Spirit stones are all owned by them. Where else do you need to exchange the treasures for spirit stones? Can't you just grab it? In this way, he would naturally use external standards to measure the value of the treasure. As long as the price given by the system is not ridiculously low, Xiaoyan can readily accept it. Host, this is the recovery price I calculated based on analysis. The ethereal female voice fell, and a line of words appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Value, 218,523 spirit stones. The price is fair. Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction. A spear-type superb spirit soldier may be sold at a price higher than 218,000 at some outside auctions. But that kind of situation is relatively rare, and the system can give a price of 210,000. Already considered very fair. Moreover, the price given by the system still has a single-digit fraction, which shows that the price analysis is accurate enough. At least it proves that the system is not a black shop. Help me reclaim all the treasures in this Sumina ring. Xiaoyan grabbed everything in one breath, and he couldn't use it. All the treasures of the spirit weapon that he was about to sell were moved to one of the Sumina rings. Soon, a line of words appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Value, 1,517,723,817 spirit stones. A full 1.5 billion. How many cities did these exiles looted from the four kingdoms to raise so many treasures? There is also this treasure firm, which is really powerful, and can actually bring such a huge amount of wealth into its own hands. The people behind this must not be simple, and they must be very rich. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed. What he wants to see most now is this kind of exile with countless treasures, spirit stones. Killing one is worth killing a group. It's better not to let him meet, otherwise he will all die. Read more at fictionzone.net. System, helped me redeem them all. Following Xiaoyan's order, 1.5 billion spirit stones were directly credited. Haha. Cool. 1.5 billion, plus the 120 million previously found in the Golden Dragon's Mina ring, and the 70 million spirit stones provided by those exiles, Xiaoyan at this time has become nearly 10 in hand. The rich man with a huge sum of 700 million spirit stones. To describe it as a rich and enemy country, it somewhat lowered his grade. Go on. See if there are any other treasures to dig. Experiencing the thrill of a bumper harvest, Xiaoyan couldn't stop and continued to search the town. However, his search was not as gentle as expected. Regardless of the 3 or 721, a fist blasted past. Destroy it first. Anyway, for Xiaoyan, this city doesn't have any need to exist. Leave a ray of life for the exiles? Are you kidding me? After destroying and searching for a full hour, they searched for tens of millions of Xiaoyan, and walked into a civilian hut contentedly. On the table, plentiful and delicious meals are already on the table. Your Highness. Zhuang Miao salutes respectfully. I already smelled it outside just now. After so many days, I can finally have a good meal. Looking at the delicious dishes on the table, Xiaoyan's index finger moved. He was not welcome, just sat down and took the tableware and ate. Good craftsmanship. Xiaoyan admired with satisfaction. Thank you, Your Highness. Appreciated by Xiaoyan, Zhuang Miao's little face was full of joy. She looked at the table full of dishes in her beautiful eyes, and the color of desire appeared in her eyes. She hadn't eaten a delicious meal for a long time. After all, this is the desert in the north. Good meat and good meals are all top luxury enjoyment. How can a slave who is about to be sold out have enough to eat? When she was just cooking, Zhuang Miao wanted to eat a little secretly by herself, but her strong respect and etiquette made her endure it. Xiaoyan noticed this from the corner of her eye. At the same time, he also keenly caught the cuckoo sound coming from Zhuang Miao's belly. Since you did a good meal, sit down and eat together. Xia Yan pointed to the side position. Hey? This, but... Zhuang Miao was startled, his small face was full of surprises and panic. She didn't expect that Xia Yan would be willing to let her own slave eat at the same table with him. You must know that if this kind of thing was placed in the royal family, it would be a sin of disrespect for the 10 clans. This is an order. Xia Yan said incontrovertibly. Thanks. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhuang Miao hurriedly bowed down and saluted, and then took a pair of chopsticks and carefully sat beside Xia Yan, picking up vegetables a little bit, and immersed himself in the meal. Xiao, you will be my personal maid from now on, don't be so restrained, you should eat, drink, and there are not so many rules in my place. Xia Yan is also a good young man who has been exposed to the 21st century's open and reform atmosphere. He doesn't care as much about this concept of respect and inferiority as people in this world. Yes, Your Highness. Zhuang Miao's eyes were a little red, and crystal tears rolled in his eyes. Being able to meet a savior at the lowest point of life, and still not detesting her status as a slave. Zhuang Miao felt an indescribable warmth and touch in her heart. By the way, as my personal maid, you have to suffer a bit. Xia Yan said. Despite your instructions, Xiao's life is already yours, let him handle it. Zhuang Miao said quickly. I saw Xia Yan flipping his palm, and a dreamlike black spar appeared in his palm. This is the big body protection technique in the 3000 Dao and the idol suppressing prison force. After learning these two, you will have the ability to save your life in the future. Asterisk. Chapter 42 Bestow Cultivation Technique. These two cultivation techniques were just exchanged by Xia Yan with spirit stones. The purpose of my own trip is to destroy the entire northern desert, and all the exiles need to be faced. The other exiles can't hurt him a single cent, but Zhuang Miao is immortal, a weak woman, those exiles can easily take her life casually. How can I say that Zhuang Miao is also her own now? Xia Yan naturally can't let it go. She has to give her some self-protection ability, or else she will fight the Great Extremity Realm next time, and before she can fight back, Zhuang Miao will go first. Was shaken to death by the aftermath of spiritual key might. It just so happens that Xia Yan has just searched so many spirit stones. It is obviously not enough to buy other advanced abilities, but it is more than enough to buy primary abilities. Great body protection is the magical power of defense first in the 3000 Avenue. It is said that all laws are unbreakable and all evils are not invaded. Even if a big world is crushed, it cannot be shaken. It ranks extremely high, and specifically restrains all crushing magical powers such as mass killings, mass cuttings, and mass destruction techniques. If this magical power is cultivated to the extreme, the defensive power can be imagined. But to reach that level, it takes an extremely long, tedious practice and study. Therefore, the price of the big body protection technique is 50 million spirit stones. There is no law of self-protection, but no law of attack. So Xia Yan chose another more awesome cultivation technique from the system Malshengxiang Jinayu Jin. This is a very powerful qigong with extremely powerful potential. It advocates opening up the endless particles in the human body and cultivating every particle into the power of an idol. Its initial limit is 840 million particles, which is the power of 840 million idols. But in the later stage, you can completely tear the shackles and develop to a higher and more powerful level. Therefore, the price of Shenxiang Zhen Prison Jin is more expensive, a full 100 million spirit stones. Thank you for your gift. Hearing that Xia Yan gave herself a cultivation technique, Zhuang Miao was pleasantly surprised, immediately put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hand, and quickly bowed to the ground. Well, you don't need so much etiquette, take it. Xia Yan put the black spar in Zhuang Miao's hand, eat first, swallow it after eating, and start practicing. Yes, Your Highness. Zhuang Miao stood up, returned to his seat, carefully holding this black spar, as if holding an incredible treasure. His Royal Highness, Xiao had heard in the town that all the cultivators practiced cultivation techniques, but most of them are bibliographic classics. Such a cultivation technique is really unheard of, nothing has been seen. Zhuang Miao's big bright eyes looked at the black spar curiously in the palm of his hand. His Royal Highness, Shu Xiao took the liberty to ask, what kind of cultivation technique you just mentioned about the big body protection technique and the idol restraining prison power? She obviously also knows the hierarchy of some cultivation techniques. Like treasures, the cultivation technique also has the distinctions of beginner, middle, top, and best. The Lanyanzhu of the big bearded man before is the best cultivation technique. The preciousness of the best cultivation technique, like treasures, is extremely rare and rare. Therefore, even those of the great extremity realm who practice the best cultivation technique, but they have a more thorough understanding than the power exerted by the people of the lower realm is even stronger. Read more at fictionzone.net. What a cultivation technique! I'm really not sure about this. Xia Yan took a bite of the dish and thought about it, but if you can practice these two cultivation techniques to the extreme, you should be able to sweep the entire vast continent, even if the people of the Holy Realm are in front of you. It is not worth mentioning. Zhuang Miao's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, opened her small mouth in surprise, took a deep breath, and looked at the black spar in her hand with a face full of disbelief. With these two cultivation techniques, can you sweep the entire vast continent by practicing to the extreme? Even the people of the Holy Land are not worth mentioning? Is this too exaggerated? If someone else said this to Zhuang Miao, she would definitely not believe it. But she had seen Xia Yan use Core Realm's body to resist all Minor Extremity Realm Great Extremity Realm's exile attacks, and even the Heavenly Great Extremity Realm could not leave a trace of scars on him. Xia Yan has enough qualifications to prove the power of these two cultivation techniques. Hall, Your Highness, do you really want to cultivate such an expensive cultivation technique for me? Daddy took me to test my aptitude, saying that I don't have any talent for cultivation. If I practiced, would I shame the senior who created these two cultivation techniques? Zhuang Miao said in fear. It's okay. The predecessors of these two cultivation techniques have not known how long they have died, and they are worth 150 million spirit stones, which is nothing. I have more cultivation techniques than them. Xia Yan said lightly. 150 million spirit stones. Zhuang Miao heard another word that staggered her. It should be noted that in her hometown, 1 spirit stones can be exchanged for 100 taels of gold, which is a huge amount of money that ordinary people can't make in a lifetime. What is the concept of these billions of spirit stones? Zhuang Miao couldn't even think about it. His Royal Highness, thank you. When I thought that Xia Yan not only saved herself, she didn't dislike him and let herself eat at the same table with him, and even presented her with a cultivation technique worth 150 million yuan. Zhuang Miao's nose was sour, and the big teardrops slid down his face. Let's eat. After eating, practice hard. Xia Yan took a bite of the dish and enjoyed it. Well, Xiao will definitely practice seriously. Zhuang Miao nodded very earnestly, and then took the bowl and chopsticks to eat. After eating, Zhuang Miao took the black spar according to Xia Yan's request. In an instant, Zhuang Miao only felt that his head consciousness suddenly exploded, and the whole person entered a state of incomparable chaos. When she woke up from the chaotic state, there were obviously two unfathomable cultivation techniques in her mind. Your Highness! Zhuang Miao's face is full of surprises. She can clearly feel that the switch of her whole person has been turned on, and she, who has absolutely no qualifications for cultivation, is now absorbing a large amount of spiritual qi from the surrounding world. The effect is good. With your current rate of absorbing spiritual qi, you will be able to reach Yuan realm in less than 7 days. Xia Yan nodded. Thank you for your gift. Zhuang Miao was about to kneel down and bow down again, but was stopped by Xia Yan's eyes. If you continue to practice, I will also have a good understanding of my new cultivation technique. Xia Yan flipped his palm, and another spar appeared in his hand, but this time the spar was not black, but red. That's right, this is a new cultivation technique that Xia Yan deliberately spent a full 1 billion spirit stones exchange from the mall for herself. Xingzami. Asterisk. Chapter 43, Secret of Crossing Zi. One more fur collection. Evaluation. Flowers. Xingzami is one of the top 9 secrets of magical powers in the world of Jishan. It represents the ultimate limit in the world. Not only has the world's highest speed, but also can jump up to 9 days, go down through the 9 quiets, anywhere, you can go to any place. Xia Yan's current attack and defense are all available, but this speed can't keep up, and it's always stretched when facing the enemy. It's like just playing against those 2 heavenly great extremity realms, if it weren't for Xia Yan's reaction speed. The shooting speed is really too slow. How can it be possible to let them fight? It only takes 1 punch to make them all finished. Knowing his biggest shortcoming, Xia Yan naturally found a way to make up for it in the first place. Teleportation is his first choice, but it is a pity that the thing is worth 10 trillion spirit stones, which are too expensive. Xia Yan can only retreat and choose one of the 9 secrets, Xingzami. Originally, the price of the 9 secrets should be 80 million, but only the full set of cultivation technique information is obtained. To fully grasp it, you need to spend a little time and energy to continuously study and study. This is equivalent to giving you a magical secret book. As to whether you can successfully practice and what realm you reach, it depends on your own talent. In Jishan, Ye Fan himself was the Eucharist and was taught by an old madman, so he learned very quickly. But even so, Ye Fan took a lot of time to master it. Look at Xia Yan again. Before this, he was a mortal, even inferior to a mortal. What talent and savvy have nothing to do with him. He has never been in contact with the cultivation technique, and knows nothing, and Xia Yan, how can there be so much time for a little troublesome study? Before he can learn well, the serious allies are about to attack. Once he fails to complete the task, he will face the situation of being obliterated. Therefore, Xia Yan can only choose the best shortcut: spend money to buy 1 billion spirit stones, directly master the secret of all characters. All here is not the ultimate potential of Xingzami, but the level that the system can provide. In other words, even if Xia Yan has money in the future, he can only practice asceticism on his own, and the system can no longer help him improve. I just don't know what level the system can make me directly comprehend. First try. Xia Yan took the red spar by mouth. Boom! In an instant, Xia Yan's consciousness exploded, and an unprecedented roar sounded in his head. Countless mysterious pictures and texts appeared in his mind out of thin air. As soon as these pictures and texts appeared, they immediately seemed to be engraved in the depths of his soul, as if he was born with all the mysteries on it. After a while, all visions disappeared and Xia Yan's consciousness returned. He opened his eyes, and a ray of wisdom gleamed in his eyes. This is the secret of the wording, that's how it is. When Ye Fan learned the secrets of running characters, he should have a similar perception and state to me, right? I don't know how much my speed can be improved after using the secret of running words. Read more at fictionzone.net. Thinking of this, Xia Yan took 1 step straight. This step is not ordinary. His figure seems to merge with the void, turning into an afterimage. When his footsteps completely touched the ground, the whole person had disappeared out of thin air. Oh! Xia Yan only felt a flower in front of him. He who was supposed to be in the house, turned around and found that the house was 100 meters away behind him. Try again. Xia Yan turned his eyes to the distance, bent his knees slightly, and stepped out fiercely. I saw his figure faded suddenly, and the invisible space was torn apart, making his figure a little distorted. This is the secret of the line that communicates the void space, and enhances Xia Yan's extremely high speed. In the next second, Xiaoyan's figure appeared directly hundreds of meters away. Xiaoyan didn't stop there, but continued to flash forward and move wildly. Hey! 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 Almost every time Xiaoyan ran 2 steps, her figure was blurred, and she suddenly jumped forward for a while. With just a few breaths, Xiaoyan has already ran out of the town trading office. The secret of seeing Zi, really amazing. My speed has increased 10 times. Now I can completely catch up with the speed of the Great Extremity Realm. Even a bit faster than them. Xiaoyan's eyes showed surprise. It is directly a 10-fold increase in speed, surpassing the Great Extremity Realm, and it can be seen that the extra 1 billion that I have spent on cultivation is worth it. Even if you can't continue to practice intensively, as Xiaoyan's realm improves, the speed of seeing Zi will become more powerful. Second stage Minor Extremity Realm can catch up with the Great Extremity Realm. If you get to the Great Extremity Realm, can you chase the Grand Extremity Realm and kill it? Thinking of this, Xiaoyan couldn't help grinning. Now, I see who of them can stop me from swallowing. The day after the town's trading office was destroyed. Great City Trading Office. Elder Wu. Lin Yutong. 2 figures, 1 gold and 1 blue, crossed the city gate and rushed to the city lord's mansion as quickly as possible. Quickly report to Lord City Lord, I will wait for important things to inform. When the 2 came to the gate of the city lord's mansion, Elder Wu said with a solemn expression. Afterwards, the 2 came to the lobby of the city lord's mansion. My Lord City Lord. When the 2 arrived, they knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully. The 2 came just right. You want to find me if you have important things, and I also want to find you if you have important things. In the gilt dragon patterned seat above the lobby, there is a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes with only one right eye, lying on the throne, comfortably enjoying the weight of 6 beautiful slaves around him. The middle-aged man is no one else. He is the strongest man in the entire northern desert and the creator of the 6 trading offices, City Lord of Blood Slaughter. Not only that, if the White Master or some of the Great Extremity Realm characters are here, they must be able to notice at a glance that what is circulating in the Lord of Blood Slaughter is no longer the ordinary extreme atmosphere, but the real, extremely pure Grand Extremity Realm. Breath. That's right, the Lord of the Blood Slaughter City is no longer a rumor from the outside world. He is about to enter the Grand Extremity Realm. He has reached the Grand Extremity Realm. P.S. Thank you for the 10000 V points given to me by the boss of taking the phone thoughtfully. There is a problem with my account. I cannot reply in the comment area, but I can see your comments. I will reply to you from time to time. Thank you for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 44 2 Grand Extremity Realm. Only the person in charge of the trading office and some people in the extreme realm of the treasure business knew about this matter. Besides, everyone thought that the Lord of the Blood Slaughter was just a half-step Grand Extremity Realm. As everyone knows, it has been quite a while since the Lord of Blood Slaughter was promoted to Grand Extremity Realm. Go ahead, what important thing do you want to tell me? City Lord Blood Slaughter took a bite of grapes fed by Mei Juan, and asked leisurely. My lord, the subordinates deserve 1,000 deaths, the 6th trading office is destroyed. Lin Du buried his head a little lower. Oh? Who did it? There was a sharp cold light in the right eye of the City Lord Blood Slaughter, but his tone was still an understatement. For the City Lord of Blood Slaughter, the biggest use of the town trading office is not to earn those spirit stones treasures, but to build up his own reputation and prestige. The more town exchange offices are established, the more their reputation spreads. Everyone is afraid of themselves and fears of themselves, so that they will not dare to make trouble in town exchange offices. Over time, this kind of reputation will prevail. The heart of the exile is deeply ingrained and cannot be removed. He will naturally become an existence above 10,000 people. Therefore, the destruction of the town trading office not only means that his interests have been lost, but also that His Majesty has been provoked. Is an outsider who can't penetrate the realm, can't see through the strength, and can swallow the spiritual chi cultivation base of the dead for himself, very weird. The subordinates and Elder Wu tried every method to kill him, but it didn't work. Master City Lord, this person is an extremely dangerous hidden danger. Your subordinates are bold enough to ask you Lord City Lord to send General Li to you, and you will never be troubled. Lin Yutong said. General Li is one of the two half-step grand extremity realm they said before. Outsiders, who can't see through the realm strength, are still proficient in the swallowing method. City Lord Bloodslaughter narrowed his one-eyed eye. Even in his impression, he didn't know that such a character existed. My Lord City Lord, the situation here is clear. I also want to go to the headquarters of the treasure trading company immediately and tell Mr. Ming. Elder Wu said. Mr. Ming is the boss behind the treasure firm. Also another half-step grand extremity realm. In the entire northern desert, he and the City Lord of Bloodslaughter were the first to be promoted to the half-step grand extremity realm. Some time ago, City Lord of Bloodslaughter was secretly promoted to grand extremity realm. This matter was not informed. It happened to be Li Yutong who was in charge of a trading office. By coincidence, he broke through and reached the half-step grand extremity realm, and he became General Li, as famous as Mr. Ming. 2.5 steps grand extremity realm shot together. Elder Wu didn't believe it and couldn't solve that weird hairy boy. No, Brother Ming is here with me, and soon, he should change his status. The city master of Bloodslaughter took a sip of wine and chuckled softly. Lin Yutong and Elder Wu glanced at each other, not understanding what Bloodslaughter City Lord meant. But at this moment, read more at fictionzone.net. A breath of the earth full of endless desolation, impressively diffused from the center of the City Lord's mansion. The servants who were cleaning and tidying up in the City Lord's mansion suddenly trembled, with a look of fear in their eyes, and quickly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the place where the breath came. The guards of the City Lord's mansion are no exception, all are frightened, as if the whole sky is crushed down, making it hard for them to breathe. However, this breath only affected the City Lord's mansion, and did not spread outside. This is Grand Extremity Realm. Different from the aura of City Lord Bloodslaughter. Could it be? Elder Wu and Lin Yutong's pupils trembled, and at this moment they probably realized what had happened. Ha ha ha! Congratulations to Brother Ming, who finally broke the shackles and stepped into the sky through the sky. Congratulations! The city master of Bloodslaughter stood up, clamored and smiled at the outside of the hall. Soon, a white streamer flew over and fell beside the city master of Bloodslaughter. This person is dressed in a white robe, holding a folding fan, and looks like a gentle scholar. Even the smile on his face is extremely friendly. But the people present knew that the reason why Mr. Ming was exiled here was that he had killed too many people. He has set off several bloody storms in the outside world, with countless blood on his hands, and is called a murderer. Mr. Ming. My subordinates have seen Mr. Ming. Lin Yutong and Elder Wu saluted again. At the same time, there was a sense of horror in their eyes. A place of exile in the north, in such a short time, 2 grand extremity realms were born one after another. This is a sign that something big has happened. Brother Ming, how do you feel? The City Lord of Bloodslaughter smiled. The beauty of the communication world can be expressed by non-words. Mr. Ming chuckled softly. Ha ha ha. I felt almost like you at the beginning. I really understand why people often say that there are ants under the grand extremity realm. Wait, I'm not immortal anymore. The City Lord of Bloodslaughter laughed. Your magical powers have been achieved, and I have also reached the grand extremity realm. It is not too late, it is time to start. A violent murderous intent surged in Mr. Ming's eyes, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is the true face of his murderous scholar. Yes, I have waited for this moment for more than 30 years. I don't want to wait for a moment. City Lord Bloodslaughter narrowed his eyes. Only Lin Yutong and Elder Wu felt the changes between the two, but they didn't know what plan Bloodslaughter City Lord and Mr. Ming had discussed. You two, don't worry about the outsider. What if he has great abilities? Immediately send a signal to all the extreme people in other trading offices to gather. The four kingdoms have oppressed us for so long, and it's time to give them a little gift. The City Lord of Bloodslaughter touched his left eye, which he had lost forever, his one-eyed eyes filled with shocking anger. Subordinates obey orders. Elder Wu and Lin Yutong finally realized what was about to happen at this time. They touched the mark of exile on their foreheads, their eyes were extremely cruel and hot. At the same time, the other side. Zhuang Miao, who had practiced for a whole night, reached the mortal realm 5th stage. Although this speed is not as fast as Xia Yan casually swallowing it, it is at least much faster than the prince's. Let's go, everything is ready, it's about to start a big trouble. Xia Yan, who is already fully familiar with the secrets of seeing Zi, is eager to try, and can't wait to experience it, a punch that blasts the great extremity realm, and even half the thrill of the grand extremity realm. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Reap Your Lives. 3 Morpher Collection. Evaluation. Flowers. With the secret of line characters, Xia Yan's speed on the road has obviously improved greatly. If it was said that he had to walk 7 days before from the outer edge of the desert in the north to reach the first town trading office, now he can easily cross this long distance in less than 2 hours. The improvement of realm strength and the blessing of the speed cultivation technique makes Xia Yan no longer have to worry about wasting time on the road, and because of this, Xia Yan directly selected the closest relative to him on the sheepskin scroll map that he searched. Another town trading office. Compared with Xia Yan, who has a fast way, Zhuang Miao has just stepped into the path of cultivation, and the speed can't keep up with Xia Yan. In order to get there faster, Xia Yan directly hugged Zhuang Miao in his arms, and then opened the line. Secret, the figure turned into a phantom, flashed out in the desert. His Royal Highness. Feeling the strong masculine breath of Xia Yan at close range, Xiao, who has never been in contact with worldly affairs, was blushing to the base of her ears, with her small head buried in Xia Yan's chest. Along the way, Xia Yan met many exiles who were alone. But most of these exiles are core realm, minor extremity realm, great extremity realm does not. As soon as they noticed Xia Yan's unusual speed, especially when they felt the minor extremity realm breath from Xia Yan, they turned around and fled, even if there were more than a dozen people in their team. Dare to hit Xia Yan's idea. But they let Xia Yan go. How could Xia Yan let them go? To deal with these exiles, Xia Yan doesn't even have to deliberately punch them one by one. He just needs to catch up. The moment they pass by, the palm of his hand is slammed to activate the devouring domain, and he can instantly kill them and obtain them. Spiritual Qi. Massacre. This is the massacre of Chiguakuo. The people of Core Realm are like ants in front of Xia Yan. Fight, defeat, escape, can't escape, defense. Xia Yan didn't have to shoot, and their lives were gone. And after being promoted to the minor extremity realm, the ability to shoot objects in the air is stronger. There is no need for Xia Yan to cut his fingers one by one, and grab it directly from the air. Come. In this way, Xia Yan turned into a god of death while rushing on the road, reaping mercilessly in the desert in the north. About 3 hours later. You stay here, I'll be back soon. Xia Yan placed Zhuang Miao on a high hill. From here, you can look over the entire second town trading office from a distance, and see the every move of many exiles in the town. Yes, Your Highness. Zhuang Miao nodded seriously and obediently. Immediately, Xia Yan jumped up, drew a long arc in the sky, fell gently to the ground, and then, like an arrow, suddenly shot out. Senior. Don't you stop? This is the trading office. If you dare to break through, you will be at your own risk. The 4 Core Realm 9th Stage guards saw Xiayan and immediately showed their weapons and shouted, "Read more at fictionzone.net." As soon as their voices fell, Xiayan suddenly passed them by. They wanted to stop them, but before they even had time to wave their weapons, the hearts of several people suddenly burst, and they were killed on the spot. Xiayan did not stop. Last time, many people ran away. This time, don't even want to run. Xiayan's eyes were sharp. His speed is extremely fast, and he quickly shuttles through the town trading office. Those inns, restaurants, casinos, everywhere Xiayan went, everyone was heartbroken on the spot and died suddenly. Masses of spiritual qi flooded into Xiayan's body, constantly rushing in his body. But even so, he still failed to break through to the 3rd stage minor extremity realm. Soon, Xiayan came to the door of the treasure shop, and it was still so lively, with a dazzling array of treasure spirit soldiers everywhere. He stepped in. Swallow the realm. Once inside, Xiayan directly used the devouring realm to kill all core realm exiles who were picking treasures or selling spirit weapons. Dead, dead. Where is the black formation? That's an outsider. How could an outsider enter here? Impossible. The scope of the swallowing domain is 10 meters in radius, all the lights within 10 meters are dead, and those 10 meters away are still alive. But when the surviving exiles saw the people next to them suddenly fell to the ground and vomited blood, their eyes widened and lost their vitality, they all made their backs cold with fright, and their hairs stood up. Especially when he found out that there was an outsider who was not printed in exile in the center of the dead, he exclaimed. Who is making trouble here? After killing people in the last second, there will be a 5th stage minor extremity realm in the next second, with more than 20 core realm 9th stage or half-step minor extremity realm guards rushing over. Finally saw a minor extremity realm. I still wonder how I haven't seen a minor extremity realm until now, it's really weird. Fortunately, this trip didn't come in vain. Xiayan circled the town and slaughtered all the way, and found that the highest guarding power level was only half a step minor extremity realm, not even a real minor extremity realm. At that time, he felt a little weird. But weird to weird, slaughtering prey is really important. Hey! In the next second, Xiayan's figure suddenly appeared behind the person of 5th stage minor extremity realm. 5th stage minor extremity realm didn't even have time to react, and his head was knocked to the ground, with a violent punch, sending him back to the west. This 5th stage minor extremity realm didn't know whose hands he died until he died. Run away. The 5th stage minor extremity realm was killed in seconds, and everyone else was shocked and chose to escape for the first time. If it were before, Xiayan would definitely have to watch them run around without a trace. But now, he loses if he runs away. Swallow the realm. The black formation reappeared, and the lives of those core realm people were harvested frantically again. With the 10 times the speed blessing of Xingzami and the slashing effect of the devouring realm, everyone lost their lives without even being able to escape from the door of the treasure trading company. Rushing. Dozens or hundreds of groups spiritual qi flooded towards Xiayan from all directions. Just a breath of effort. Boom. An invisible spiritual qi power spread out from Xiayan. 3rd stage minor extremity realm. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Fatten up and kill again. 2 more fur collection. Evaluation. Flowers. Too little. Core realm can't promote me at all. People who have absorbed so many core realm spiritual qi, but in the end they can't improve even a small realm. Xiayan now wants to quickly rise to a realm, and must swallow the spiritual qi cultivation of people in the same realm or higher realm. Base is good. But how come there are so many exiles in this extreme realm than before? Xiayan was puzzled. It stands to reason that treasure shops and town trading offices should have various minor extremity realm, great extremity realm, and even the heavenly great extremity realm guarding them. But Xiayan almost slaughtered the entire town. Only when I came across a 5th stage minor extremity realm in the treasure shop, the others are all core realm. It's weird. Could it be that they knew of my existence and deliberately avoided me? But these desperados shouldn't be so timid. Find a livelier to ask. Xia Yan's figure flashed and disappeared. Soon, Xia Yan caught a core realm exile. Because all the spirit stones on this exile were used to pay for tolls, there was no more spirit stones to pay for the living expenses, so he could only choose to rest in some streets and corners of the town. It wasn't until Xia Yan strangled his neck and lifted it up fiercely that he woke up. When he noticed the breath of Xia Yan's 3rd stage minor extremity realm, and there was no exile mark on his forehead, he was shocked in a cold sweat. Say, why are all the extreme people in the city gone? Xia Yan asked in a deep voice. It was the Great Exchange and the Treasure Trading Company that issued the summoning signal at the same time. The exile quickly replied, not daring to conceal the slightest negligence. Just an hour ago, all the seniors who belonged to the treasure house and the trading office rushed to the big trading office. It seems that something important has happened, so the other extreme predecessors have also gone. Want to find out? The big trading office and the treasure firm issued a summons signal at the same time? Xia Yan remembered that he saw a dazzling light flashing in the northernmost sky on the road. At that time, he thought it was a natural phenomenon in the northern desert, and he didn't take it seriously. It now appears that it is undoubtedly the summoning signal. Very well, you can die. Xia Yan's hand was hard, and the exile was broken his neck on the spot. Could it be that the 2 great extremity realm really moved the people above, ready to assemble an army to deal with me? Read more at fictionzone.net. It's unlikely, after all, I'm just an unknown guest. With the strength of the person behind the scenes, I shouldn't be considered right. I just don't know what they want to do with such a big fanfare. Xia Yan's eyes flashed, and then the corner of his mouth lifted. However, this is a good thing for me. If the summons can be received here, then it will be received elsewhere. In this way, it means that the people in the extreme realm of other trading offices must all gather in the largest city. Maybe there is no need for me to trouble them one by one. As long as they automatically gather together, I can catch them all. Thinking of this, Xia Yan grinned. What he likes the most is the indulgence of eating meat and drinking. The same goes for killing. Being able to kill a large swath in one breath, feeling countless masses of spiritual chi pouring into the body, the realm soaring up like a rocket, it's not to mention the feeling of joy. They left an hour ago. The speed of this group of people is not as fast as me. It takes 2 or 3 days to gather together. That's right, I will give them 2 or 3 days, and after I scrape the other small strongholds one by one, I will go to harvest a wave of big ones. Fatten up and kill again. This is Xia Yan's consistent aim. As long as the gang of lambs are all gathered together, and then the wolf will run in again, it will not only save time and effort, be convenient and fast, but also experience all kinds of feelings of having a good harvest. It is not too wonderful. Moreover, every small stronghold has more than 1 billion spirit stones treasures waiting for him. Don't let it go. Go and collect my spoils first. Immediately, Xia Yan returned to the treasure shop and put away the sumina rings of all the dead. At the same time, the familiar door opened the underground treasury of the treasure shop and ransacked. Although only 1 minor extremity realm was killed this time, the spirit stones in the hands of the 5th stage minor extremity realm exceeded Xia Yan's imagination nearly 100 million. There are also more than 3 billion spirit stones in the sumina ring in the public account of the underground treasure house. System, help me recover all the treasures in the ring. Xia Yan put all the treasures in the exile's sumi-na ring, as well as the treasures in the underground treasure house of the treasure shop, and then directly let the system recover them. Soon, the corresponding price came out. 17 billion. Not bad. Xia Yan nodded in satisfaction. The 1.7 billion recovered treasures, plus the spirit stones seized from the exiles, and other spirit stones obtained 7 or 88. The wealth in Xia Yan's hands has reached 2.3 billion. There is no need to stay in this town, it's all destroyed. Boom boom boom. On the high hills, Zhuang Miao heard the continuous roar of the town trading office. The town that was originally intact, under the powerful destruction of Xiayan, turned into ruins in just a moment. In the end, Xiayan then attracted a flame, and the fire instantly spread, covering the entire town ruins. Half of the sky was bright red by the flame. Zhuang Miao was shocked to see. But at the same time, I also feel fortunate. I am fortunate that I met Xiayan, not only regained my life, but also embarked on a journey of cultivation. Xiaoyu, let's go, it's time to go to the next place. Xiayan's figure fell next to Zhuang Miao and hugged him up. The body disappeared, the two flashed and disappeared and left, leaving only a cruel sea of flames. Next, Xiayan carried out crazy looting, killing, and destruction to all other small strongholds. His speed is too fast. The spread of information in the northern desert is inherently slow. Even if they have a special summoning signal, they still have to have the opportunity to send a signal. Whenever the exiles sense the existence of Xiayan, their hearts have already been held by Xiayan. All of them shattered at the moment of tightening their palms. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Half a Step Grand Extremity Realm. The third town trading office is a sixth stage minor extremity realm sitting in town. As soon as he saw Xiayan's face, he was punched and swallowed directly. In addition, there were nearly 200 core realm exiles spiritual in the town. Qi and Xiayan were promoted again on the spot, reaching fourth stage minor extremity realm. The fourth town trading office has the most people, and the people in the town have a higher level, reaching the 8th stage minor extremity realm. However, the ending did not change much. When Xiayan attacked him, although he could detect it, he still couldn't react. He died on the spot and became Xia along with nearly 500 core realm exiles in the town. Yan's spiritual qi nourishment. Not surprisingly, Xiayan's realm has improved again, reaching the 5th stage minor extremity realm. The 5th town trading office is relatively small. There are dozens of core realm exiles, plus a 4th stage minor extremity realm, which is not even enough to upgrade Xiayan to spiritual qi. However, the wealth brought to Xiayan by the 3 small strongholds is extremely impressive. Especially in the 4th town trading office, not only the treasure business is rich, but the soldiers in charge of guarding are also rich. After Xiayan threw the last batch of unwanted treasures to the system for recovery, the spirit stones in his hand had reached 10.6 billion. In this way, 7 days passed quietly. Xiayan almost circled the entire northern desert. He uprooted a small stronghold in 2 to 3 days, and directly uprooted 5 of the 6 town trading offices that the exiles had worked so hard to build. Now, only the biggest one is left. At their speed, the assembly should have been completed, right? If they came at me, that would be great, if they weren't, then they would be unlucky. I want to catch them all in one go. Xiayan grinned, evoking a cruel arc. Xiaoyu, let's go. When the last place is unplugged, I will take you back to Xia Kingdom. The 6 trading offices were pulled out, all high-level powerhouses were slaughtered, and the entire northern desert was completely destroyed by Xiayan. In his eyes, it would also completely lose value. At that time, he should also return to Xia Kingdom, waiting for the arrival of the serious allies. But at that time, why should Xiayan wait slowly? Yes, Your Highness. Zhuang Miao comes from Mu country, but her relatives are dead and her hometown is destroyed, so she has decided that she will follow Xiayan for the rest of her life. After rushing for nearly 3 days, the two finally arrived at the largest city in the northern desert and the most prosperous core place. Read more at fictionzone.net. No wonder the exiles in the wild call this paradise. From the outside, it is much better than those small town trading offices. Unlike the cement city wall that is less than 10 meters in the ordinary town trading office, this city wall is more than 50 meters high, which is equivalent to the height of 20 stories. And through the city wall, you can see several tall buildings higher than the city wall. Not to mention the size of its floor area, which is less than 10 times that of an ordinary town trading office. The more glamorous, the more powerful there are and the more wealth. This is the real treasure house. Xia Yan's eyes couldn't hide the excitement. Xiao. The enemy I will face this time is stronger than before. Stay here and wait for me to come out. This time Xia Yan has to face not only the great extremity realm of heaven, but also the grand extremity realm in half a step, and the grand extremity realm who is awe-inspired by everyone. Once grand extremity realm shot, the power was absolutely terrifying. Even after these days of cultivation, Zhuang Miao has reached the mortal realm 9th stage, but for grand extremity realm, you don't even need to make a deliberate shot to kill her, just a random move. After the wave, Zhuang Miao might die on the spot. His Royal Highness, Xiao is waiting for you to come back. Zhuang Miao nodded obediently. In the past few days, Xia Yan not only harvested countless spiritual qi cultivation bases, wealth treasures, but also received it together with Zhuang Miao's first time. At this time, Zhuang Miao seemed to have placed her whole body and mind on Xia Yan, and regarded herself as Xia Yan's woman. Xia Yan jumped up and quickly approached the gate of Dakengqi. But this time, he didn't wash the whole town with thunder as before. In front of the city gate, Xia Yan stopped galloping and chose to walk. After paying the toll, Xia Yan entered the city smoothly. No one stopped, no one deliberately interrogated, let alone any forehead he deliberately covered with a cloth belt, let him go directly in. And after entering, Xia Yan found that the big city was actually empty. Except for the scattered exiles on the street and the soldiers patrolling, the level of excitement was even worse than the ordinary town trading office. What happened? Why is this huge city empty? Could the information I got before is fake? Xia Yan frowned. On the way here, Xia Yan met a lot of exiles. From these exiles, they learned that the big trading office was gathering people and there seemed to be a big move. At that time, Xia Yan was very happy and was ready to give them a good gift. Surprise, who once wanted to enter the city, but found that it was completely different from what he imagined. At this time, you are finally here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Suddenly, 2 streams of light, one gold and one blue, flew from the sky and landed in front of Xia Yan. No one else is here, but it is the Elder Wu and Lin Yutong. It seems that what I came here today is right, at least you two have gained. A smile appeared on Xia Yan's face suddenly. What? Just the 2 of you? There should be more people waiting to ambush me in the dark. Don't hide, just come out. I am enough to deal with you. Suddenly, a majestic and thunderous voice spread out. It was not very loud, but it seemed that there was an invisible loudspeaker, which could be clearly heard throughout the city. Xia Yan raised his head and saw a middle-aged man falling on the roof of an inn not far away, wearing silver armor, holding a bronze spear, and a blood cloak dancing in the wind behind him. Xia Yan's eyes flashed. The aura on this person is far stronger than that of Elder Wu and Lin Yutong. Half a step grand extremity realm. Asterisk. Chapter 48 War. Needless to say, this middle-aged man is indeed the General Li mentioned by Elder Wu and Lin Yutong before. As Mr. Ming broke through to become the Grand Extremity Realm, General Li became the only one half-step into the Grand Extremity Realm in the Northern Desert. Originally in the plan of the City Lord of Blood Slaughter and Mr. Ming, General Li would go out with them for revenge. But because suddenly several town trading offices could not be contacted, when they sent people to see it, they found that they had been turned into ruins, and everyone had been killed. The Lord of Blood Slaughter was furious and temporarily changed his mind and chose to let him. General Li stayed and dealt with Xia Yan. Half-step Grand Extremity Realm, indeed a bit qualified. Xia Yan nodded, but are you alone? There is no stronger one. Strong? Boy, rely on you? You are not qualified to be in the eyes of the Grand Extremity Realm. It is already a great honor for you to die under General Li. Elder Wu said harshly. Old man, you shut up, just because of your strength, are you embarrassed to shout? Xia Yan pulled out her ears, and didn't save any face for Elder Wu. BD stuff. Elder Wu suddenly became furious, with the touch of Sumina ring, and 8 bloody lingering giant swords appeared beside him. Each giant sword is 1 person tall, and it is surrounded by bloody red mist. When it moves, it will leave a bloody training track behind him. As soon as it appeared, Xia Yan smelled a faint bloody smell. Last time you ruined my revenge of the heavenly spirit soldier, today I must get it back from you. I want to use your life to sacrifice my new heavenly spirit soldier. This is a set of heaven-stopping spirit soldiers given to him by Mr. Ming before he leaves, called the 8 Blood Sword. The heavenly spirit soldiers are very valuable and extremely rare, not to mention that this set of 8 blood swords has followed Mr. Ming for many years and is nourished by countless blood energy. It is more ferocious and violent than ordinary heavenly spirit soldiers. The power that bursts out is naturally even greater. Horrible! Die! Elder Wu screamed and waved his hand fiercely. The 8 blood-colored giant swords buzzed suddenly, and there seemed to be sharp screams coming out of them. I saw the 8 blood-colored giant swords disappear suddenly, and then 8 blood-colored cold lights flashed suddenly, and disappeared in the air. When they appeared again, they had already waited 8 directions from up, down, left, and right to defend Xia Yan's escape defenses. The road was completely locked, wrapped in an unprecedented violent bloodthirsty spiritual qi power, and slammed at Xia Yan. Boom boom boom. When the war started, the Elder Wu did not show any mercy. The terrifying power of the 8 blood-colored giant swords instantly poured down, causing a great earthquake and shaking, and loud noises filled the entire city. The earth shattered, smoke rose into the sky, and Xia Yan was completely submerged in it. I'll help you. Lin Yutong on the side didn't choose to watch, and shot directly. The dazzling light burst out from his halberd, and the halberd rose in response to the storm, reaching more than 50 meters, even higher than the city wall. Read more at fictionzone.net. Zhan Shan. Broke in the sea. Beng Yu. Lin Yutong did not leave any hands, and continued to attack Xia Yan in a frenzy. The scene seems to have returned to the time when Elder Wu and Lin Yutong both attacked Xia Yan when they were in the 6th trading office. The whole earth was trembling, and the strong aftermath shattered all the surrounding buildings, and within a radius of 100 meters, they once again turned into a dusty ruin. Elder Wu. Suddenly, General Li, who had been watching, let out a loud shout. Elder Wu was shocked suddenly, and then he realized that a figure suddenly came to him, waving his fist, and attacking him fiercely. What? How could his speed be so fast? Elder Wu almost shouted out in shock. Although he knows that Xia Yan has been promoted to the 5th stage minor extremity realm, it is only minor extremity realm in the final analysis. However, now, if it weren't for General Li's reminder, he would not have discovered that Xia Yan had come to him. No, I can't avoid it at all. Elder Wu wanted to dodge immediately. But he was even more shocked to discover that he couldn't escape this punch. Immediately, Elder Wu took a defensive posture and quickly recalled 8 scarlet giant swords. He didn't know how terrifying the power contained in Xia Yan's punch. Suddenly, Elder Wu only felt that a big hand grabbed his shoulder, and then the whole person rose from the ground. Xia Yan's fist fell through. It's so boring. He raised his head and looked at General Li, who was rising straight up into the sky, holding the undecided Elder Wu in his hand. At the very moment, it was General Li who saved Elder Wu's life. Half-step Grand Extremity Realm also has the ability to fly, but unlike Grand Extremity Realm, which can stand in the air for a long time, they can only stay in the air for a short time. You can save one, then you can try to save the second one. Xia Yan's eyes flashed, and he did not choose to continue attacking Elder Wu, but instead locked on Lin Yutong on the other side. Outsider, still want to kill under my nose? Be obedient and catch it. Boom! With General Li's voice full of killing intent, an unprecedentedly powerful spiritual chi power suddenly spread. This is the spiritual chi power of the half-step grand extremity realm. Within a few hundred meters of a radius, the city walls were cracked, houses collapsed, porcelain jars shattered. Wherever this spiritual chi power came, nothing could be intact. Even those of core realm who chose to watch the battle from a distance were suddenly shrouded in the power of spiritual chi, and they almost fell to the ground with horror. They fled farther in panic. General Li shot. He let go of Elder Wu casually, holding the stained bronze spear in both hands. There are a lot of dried blood on this bronze spear. That is the blood left by General Li using it to kill countless people. It is a metal that can prove the countless lives of death under his own hands. General Li's figure suddenly disappeared into the sky. The next second, he stopped in front of Xia Yan, and the bronze spear in his hand was wrapped in a cloud of white light, which dragged a dreamy and charming tail in the air, and its spearhead looked like it is an extremely dazzling lamp, which eclipses the sky and the earth. Yunliu kill. Boom! The moment the bronze spearhead touched Xia Yan's eyebrows, a roar like an ancient bell suddenly erupted. The horror-bursting power from the half-step grand extremity realm is fully displayed at this moment. Asterisk. Chapter 49 shattered. With the explosion, apart from the violent storm, what was left was the white light covering the sky and the sun. Baimang is like a hemisphere, expanding continuously, encompassing the entire city. Because it was so dazzling, countless people couldn't see what was happening at all, and even had to close their eyes. But at this time, all of them felt fear and palpitations. Because of the railroad tracks where fighting is not allowed in the city, many people have not really seen the half-step grand extremity realm take action. Even the Tianwei Great Extremity realm rarely shows its strength. So they don't know how strong the half-step grand extremity realm is. But now they know. This kind of strength is beyond the range they can bear, even if it is just the aftermath of the tricks, it is enough to cause them heavy losses. If you were directly hit by such a blow, let alone survive, it is unknown whether a whole body can be left behind. After a while, the light gradually faded. The sky and the earth slowly regained their clarity. Solve it. General Li has taken action, how can he not be killed? Tisk tusk tusk, this is the first time in my life I have seen a half-step grand extremity realm shot. Half-step grand extremity realm really deserves its name, and finally understand why there are ants under grand extremity realm. All the spectators, including the wizard elder Lin Yutong, couldn't help but move their gazes, wanting to understand the final result. The first thing that catches your eyes is a large area of ruins filled with smoke and dust. The city wall has completely collapsed. The house sawdust was scattered everywhere. The entire ground, as if it had been licked, appeared as a blooming smooth surface. Seeing this, people couldn't help but be surprised. At this moment, as the smoke dispersed, everyone finally saw the final result of the battle. What? My eyes have no flowers? He actually. If I'm not mistaken, that outsider from minor extremity realm, used his forehead against General Li's blow. This. Countless people stared with horror and exclaimed in disbelief. Even Elder Wu and Lin Yutong, the two of them no longer had ugly faces, or their faces were condensed, but they opened their mouths wide and looked like they had seen a ghost. In the same place, Xia Yan didn't move, the bronze spearhead that was still shining against his brows, as if isolated by an invisible barrier. He couldn't get any further. Read more at fictionzone.net. Half-step grand extremity realm, but that's it. Xia Yan flicked his finger, and with a bang, he bounced the bronze spear against the center of his eyebrows. General Li flashed back. He did not speak, but from his slightly surprised gaze and extremely solemn expression, it could be seen that this result also exceeded his expectations. Before that, he heard Elder Wu and Lin Yutong mention the powerful defensive power of Cannibal Demon, no matter what moves they can do to Cannibal Demon. One thing. However, Now, after personally verifying it, General Li also had to admit that this maniac demon's physical defense was so strong that it had reached the point of shocking the world. The physical defense is strong, so what? He must be killed today. Although he had seen the strength of Xia Yan's physical defenses, General Li did not intend to stop. As a half-step grand extremity realm, I was ordered by the Lord of the Blood Slaughter to kill this cannibalistic demon. If I stopped here, wouldn't it be a joke for everyone? How strong is the physical body? It's just minor extremity realm after all. One blow can't solve it, so there will be a few more blows. I don't believe that his physical defense has no upper limit. 8 Lien Frenzy, Punish. The white light lit up, and the bronze spear in General Li's hand was once again wrapped in white streamer. He violently bullied himself up, and in an instant, he used 8 methods of hacking, slashing, picking, stabbing, licking, hitting, etc., to bombard Xia Yan like a storm. Boom 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 boom. Every blow will inevitably cause an earthquake. But let him use whatever method, how to fight, Xia Yan is still standing there, motionless. Don't waste your energy, let alone you are just a half-step grand extremity realm. Even if the grand extremity realm comes, it is not worth mentioning in front of me. And I'm here, not for you to call. Hey! As soon as the voice fell, Xia Yan activated the Xingzi secret, her figure turned into a phantom and disappeared, and went straight to Elder Wu. Elder Wu was so scared that his soul was about to jump out, and he turned around and fled. Bronze Bell. General Li followed closely, his figure flashing on top of Xia Yan's head, holding the bronze spear with both hands. The light behind him suddenly turned into a giant that was more than 10 meters long, an upside-down bronze bell, slammed Xia Yan fiercely. Rumble. The upside-down Qingtong bell fell suddenly and hit Xia Yan firmly. The mighty power, along with the ground under his feet, was also shattered, and a huge pit appeared. But even if it has reached this level, it still can't cause any harm to Xia Yan, let alone stop Xia Yan's footsteps. The meat has reached the lips, want to escape? Dreaming. Regardless of General Li, Xia Yan increased her speed to the extreme, and her distance with Elder Wu kept getting closer. Bronze Dragon. Too crazy clock. Bite wildly for months. General Li attacked frantically, without mercy, all his violent moves poured out on Xia Yan. All spectators were already frightened just by seeing the picture and feeling the spiritual qi aftermath, but watching Xia Yan again, they were not affected by the slightest, and they continued to approach Elder Wu, which made their backs feel chilly, and their hairs all over their bodies. Can't help but stand it up. Half a step grand extremity realm exhausted all his energy, but it couldn't stop a 5th stage minor extremity realm from chasing and killing a great extremity realm. How subversive is this picture? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, none of them would have believed that this would happen. At this time, Xia Yan, who was originally chasing Elder Wu, suddenly disappeared in place. When he reappeared in the next moment, he unexpectedly appeared in front of Lin Yutong, who wanted to come to the rescue. What? General Li, who had already planned to stop and was about to save Elder Witch, was shocked, and it was too late when he reflected. Fish finally got the bait. Xia Yan grinned, his fist slammed on the door of Lin Yutong. Bang! With a punch, the air blasted a sonic boom, and Lin Yutong's whole body was at a supersonic speed, and instantly hit the ground, blasting a big hole. Asterisk. Chapter 50 promoted to Great Extremity Realm. The fluctuations on the ground are like ripples in the water, setting off circles of dust, and suddenly radiation spreads out. Lin Yutong spit out a mouthful of blood, his whole body flicked up in the pit, and then he embedded it again. With his head tilted, Lin Yutong's vitality suddenly disappeared, and he died on the spot. The whole picture appeared in the flashlight, and no one could react to it except General Li, the half-step grand extremity realm. By the time those people found out, there was an ear-splitting sound, and a meteorite-like sinkhole had been smashed into the ground. Lin Du unified, convulsed and vomited blood, his eyes widened, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. I don't understand, the dead can't die anymore. He punched the heaven great extremity realm to death. What cultivation technique does this guy cultivate? I'm not mistaken, am I? Who can tell me, what did this outsider just do? Why did Lin Yutong's breath disappear? Too terrible. General Li couldn't kill him with all his strength, and even let him kill Lin Yutong. Everyone was shocked, and the sky spirit was covered with coldness. Elder Wu opened his mouth, unable to speak for a long time, and his heart was completely filled with panic. If Xia Yan hit him with that punch, wouldn't it be him that died? This guy not only can beat minor extremity realm to death with one punch, he can also beat great extremity realm to death with one punch. At this moment, even General Li, who has always been calm, was filled with shock and disbelief. He was shocked, his forehead was oozing cold sweat for fear or sudden shock. This outsider, what kind of monster is it? Except for monsters, General Li could not find any other words to describe Xia Yan. No matter how much he fights, he can't hurt Xia Yan at all, and he can't even stop his footsteps. On the other hand, Xia Yan came and slammed at random, and killed Lin Yutong of the Great Extremity Realm on the spot with one punch. There was a huge gap, and General Li could no longer calm down. Didn't you still play happily before? I said, don't you guys want to run away? The last time I let you run away, this time, you all have to die. Xia Yan's figure appeared beside Lin Yutong's corpse, with a tick at the corner of her mouth. Swallow the realm. The black formation emerged, and the black light flickered violently. On Lin Yutong's corpse, a mass of spiritual chi mist that almost turned into a human form, floating in the air as if standing up from the corpse. This is all the spiritual chi cultivation base of Great Extremity Realm. Tianwei Great Extremity Realm. I don't know how far I can be promoted. I really look forward to it. Bring it on. Shattering. An unprecedented spiritual chi, like the ocean of Wang Yang, poured back into Xia Yan's body instantly. Read more at fictionzone.net. As soon as this spiritual chi poured in, a brand new spiritual chi fluctuation spread immediately on Xia Yan's body. 6th stage minor extremity realm. With the massive amount of spiritual chi, Xia Yan broke through a small realm in an instant. But this is obviously not the upper limit that this Wang Yang spiritual chi can reach. After about a breath, another wave of brand new spiritual chi radiated out. 7th stage minor extremity realm. The momentum of skyrocketing has not stopped, and it continues to soar. 8th stage minor extremity realm. 9th stage minor extremity realm. Half a step great extremity realm. This is the breadth of the half-step great extremity realm. He was promoted directly from the 5th stage minor extremity realm to the half-step great extremity realm. It's a lie. No matter how high aptitude is, how can it be possible to improve so quickly? This is where the promotion breakthrough is. Obviously it is a joke. Rushing from the 5th stage minor extremity realm to the great extremity realm in one breath, what is this? Is it possible that our previous hardships were all in vain? It turns out that this is the true face of demon. His cultivation technique can turn other people's spiritual chi cultivation base into his own. This kind of cultivation technique, if I learn it, wouldn't I be able to? Xia Yan broke through the promotion screen one after another, shocking everyone to the point where it could not be added. Some people have already felt deeply suspicious of their previous stupid practice of painstaking efforts, pondering and researching, and looking for genius treasures cultivation resources to assist in breakthroughs. Some people have sprouted in their hearts the idea of worshipping Xia Yan as a teacher and learning this swallowing cultivation technique. It's not that they haven't seen people who are promoted and break through quickly, but they break through so fast, let alone see, they have never even heard of it. Suddenly, at this moment, boom! A brand new, highly impactful spiritual chi fluctuation suddenly burst out of Xia Yan. The pupils of countless people have almost shrunk into needles. First place Great Extremity Realm. That's right, just swallowing one person, Xia Yan broke through 5 small realms in a row from 5th stage Minor Extremity Realm, one big realm, and reached the Great Extremity Realm that countless people dream of. What is a step up to the sky? This is one step to the sky. Hey! After becoming the Great Extremity Realm, it is really different. It's no wonder that the Extreme Realm needs to be divided into 2 big realms, big and small, and the gap between them is really not a star and a half. Xia Yan sighed happily and relaxedly, her eyes filled with joyful light. Others have to live and die to break through a great realm, but in Xia Yan, breaking through is the most comfortable and joyful thing in the world. Especially in the great realm, the feeling is even more beautiful than words can describe. And Xia Yan can finally clearly feel the difference between Minor Extremity Realm and Great Extremity Realm at this moment. His strength, also at this moment, has skyrocketed again. Become Xia Yan of Great Extremity Realm, and the target of the one-punch blow has risen to a big level. The degree of absolute defense has also been improved by a big realm. And the original identity speed, which has also skyrocketed, plus the 10-fold bonus of seeing Zimi. It has reached a terrifying point. Big. Great Extremity Realm. Elder Wu's mouth was trembling and his eyes trembled. No, I can't stay here anymore. I was no longer his opponent when I was Minor Extremity Realm. Now that this son has reached the Great Extremity Realm, I am not even his opponent. I don't want to become his food. Elder Wu is full of fear. If before that, he was only afraid of Xia Yan. Then after he witnessed Xia Yan swallowing Lin Yutong and successfully breaking through to the Great Extremity Realm, there was only fear and fear in Elder Wu's heart. Immediately, Elder Wu dared not hesitate anymore, exhausted all his strength, turned around and fled. Hey! Suddenly, a streamer flicked across the corner of Elder Wu's eye, rushing towards the sky, his face changed drastically. That streamer is General Li. Like Elder Wu, he chose to escape without hesitation. Asterisk.